And good afternoon, good evening, and good night, and welcome to today's coverage of the Kyle Rittenhouse rewatch trial. End of the day 6, which is about an hour or so, and then we'll get stuck straight into day 7. Before we start asking about the hat, my hair is terrible, and I've had yet to get it fixed. Let's jump straight into it, as I don't really want to be late on this. Hope everyone is doing well, and let's get stuck into it. Alrighty, here we go. So, Sheriff Aces is still on cross, I believe. So, let's get it.
Yes.
Law enforcement officers had been seriously injured, is that right?
Correct.
One officer was struck in the face with a brick.
Good use of this witness.
Yep.
And then a man who came out to help
Bald
them
lawyer's the best lawyer. I may be biased, but
filled I think it was a bottle.
He's
Nope.
clearly winning this trial.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There it is.
In the face. Is that
he's the
right?
real MVP.
I don't have first.
Other than the judge.
I was going to quickly get myself sorted.
very true.
I know for a fact.
Yeah. The judge is the real MVP.
In terms of, I'm going to ask you this question. One of the things in your role as a detective was you had gotten information regarding a specific group called Armed Citizens to Protect Our Lives and Property. Is that right?
Correct.
And
Oh, I did own the
that
princess, but I also want to get
video-
through this.
or that Facebook post listed
Ruh-roh.
specifics.
Who has a real
August
phone?
25th, yeah, like that, right?
It was like a Facebook group meeting.
Your report indicates there are no indications.
Oh, no,
in
what
the
happened?
email that Kyle
It was
Rittenhouse
Binger calling.
or
He
showed
was hoping maybe we could help him out.
Facebook post or the group itself. Correct.
Please stop
Correct.
making fun of me.
And
My parents still have a real phone. That's the answer to that question.
Oh.
and so you heard some of the questions regarding Detective Howard regarding kind of what your role as a detective is, right?
Yeah.
You don't work for Mr. Binger, do you?
No, I do not.
If I said
pull
that
her
a
up for
detective
him,
is
too.
really kind of a truth seeker, you don't care which way the evidence goes. You just want to get it right. Would that be fair?
Yeah. Throughout the investigation, we referred to ourselves as the fact finders.
So you're not supposed to, and I'm not saying you are, you're not supposed to take sides, correct? You're just supposed to, wherever the evidence leads you, you go.
Correct. We remain neutral.
So when you arrived, I know that you said you arrived at the Antioch Police Department. It was about what time, if you remember?
I honestly don't recall. It was a long night.
Early in the morning,
Yeah, absolutely.
like 3 or 4 in the morning. Sound about right?
That would sound about right. Yes.
And at that point, can you tell me what, if anything, you had reviewed in the way of evidence?
We had seen at that point, I believe, 2 videos that were circulating on social media that were pretty grainy, shared secondhand. We really didn't have the original source of it that showed.
Still don't for some of them.
Believe the first shooting of Joseph Rosenbaum, and then I want to say the next 2 as well in separate clips.
At that point, you didn't have any, because of the time, you didn't have any, no statements had been taken yet, as far as you knew, correct?
None that were relayed to me.
And obviously, at that point, none of the forensic work or anything like that certainly would maybe be collected, but it wasn't complete.
Correct.
Okay. And this was even before Gaige Grosskreitz's interview with police. True.
Yeah, because first shift conducted that, and that'd be sometime after 6 or 7 a.m. The interview with Mr. Grosskreutz occurred somewhere after 6 or 7 a.m. when day shift came on. So our interactions down in Antioch were closer to 3 or 4 a.m.
And you had, if I'm right, you had placed Mr. Rittenhouse.
I like how they're using this witness.
For these offenses at about 6-ish in the morning.
That sounds about right.
Okay. And again, I'm not being critical. You had basically seen some grainy footage of the videos, and that's what you had at that point. Fair?
We had his admission that he had been involved in the shootings. And then, yeah, some video, absolutely.
And the next day, meaning the 27th, you are meeting with the DA's office to formalize charges against Mr. Rittenhouse, correct?
To draft a criminal complaint.
At that point, had you been made aware of or reviewed the statement by Richie McGinnis about what he had observed? You remember?
I don't recall if I saw that exact one yet. We really didn't sit down and read all the reports for at least 2 days, given everything and how fluid the situation was.
Okay, so
They were looking at charges, but they didn't read all the reports?
Right.
Is that what he just said?
That's exactly what he said.
Huh.
The criminal complaint was drafted prior to us concluding the investigation.
Would that be
Okay.
a rush to judgment? Would that be a
Okay.
rush to
And-
judgment? Wow.
The defense has done an amazing job of turning the prosecution's witnesses into their favor at almost every single one of them.
you asked for search warrants. Kind of
This
in the
allows them
regular
to argue rush to judgment with witness
Correct.
testimony.
And so how it works is you write
Yikes.
an application for a warrant, putting forth why you believe there's probable cause that the thing that you're looking to search will contain relevant information in your investigation, right?
Correct. Commonly referred to as an affidavit.
And you swear that affidavit
Just
out, right?
answer the question.
Correct.
And you
They're
present
not
that
smart
to a
enough to-
judge, and the judge reviews that.
Mhm.
If the judge reads it and says there's probable cause, then the judge will sign that warrant, and then you can execute it. Is that fair?
Correct.
Now, in this case, you drafted an affidavit to get the phone belonging to Gaige Grosskreutz, right?
I don't know if it was me who drafted the affidavit or Detective Howard, but between the two of us, an affidavit was drafted. Correct.
And that affidavit was presented to a Kenosha County judge
Correct.
who reviewed it and signed it.
Correct. Yes, sir.
So you had a valid, in your mind, certainly a valid search warrant, correct?
Correct.
I know there's been information or conversations about Marcy's law and things like that. You've been an officer for how long? 10 years?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever had a search warrant signed by a judge that you did not execute?
Yes.
Okay.
Really?
Have you ever had a search warrant that you did not execute in a homicide investigation?
I don't recall. It's possible. Sometimes
He needs to ask chose not to execute versus could not execute.
Yeah.
Those are two very different
I
things.
messed up an affidavit. There's been times I have not served an affidavit or a signed search warrant. I can't say with certainty whether or not it was on a homicide investigation, though.
If you
Because
don't
couldn't.
execute it, is it most of the time because of what you just said, you believe there might be something faulty with the search warrant?
That's the common reason, but you can have times where new information comes forward and you determine you're not going to execute said search warrant.
Did new information come forward in this case as to why you would not execute a search warrant for Gaige Grosskreitz's phone?
As was discussed previously, we were advised, given Marcy's law, it would not be
Who
ideal
advised
to
you?
execute that search warrant.
Who advised you?
I believe it was a conversation with the attorneys. I don't know who brought it up initially, though.
The
You
prosecution.
don't know who advised you. That's good.
The prosecution told you not to do it.
I believe so, yes.
That dude.
It was bigger.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
Cops are always
Fucking
so
hell.
careful when
Prosecutors-
executing
There you
search
go.
warrants.
Advised you not
Fucking
to
hell.
execute the search warrant for Gaige Grosskreitz's phone.
That sounds correct.
Yikes.
Yep.
Yikes.
Wow.
boom.
Yikes.com.
Prosecutor, say to you, detective, you have a valid search
Wow.
warrant. Don't execute it.
Not that I can recall, no.
There you go.
Beyond the previous one we just discussed.
Beyond the previous one.
Beyond
we
the
just
previously
discussed.
versus that exactly that.
Since Marcy's law went
Yeah.
into effect, I don't want to
Binger.
say this improperly. Have you ever relied on Marcy's Law not to execute a
No,
system
because that's not what the
since
fuck
it's gone
it's
into effect?
for.
We've had conversations in the aftermath, but
Yes or
I
no,
don't
Yes or
please.
no? Yeah, exactly.
solely on
This is
that
killing my
basis.
soul.
So this is fair. It is called using Marcy's Law as the basis for not doing it.
Correct.
And it's the only one that you recall ever getting a direction from a prosecutor handling the case not to do it.
Pursuant to Mercy's Law, yes.
The prosecutor said, I don't
Wow.
want more
Now,
evidence about this.
You,
Don't do
being the
it.
lead detective on the case, you also had an opportunity
This is bad.
This is
to
bad.
try to interview Gaige Grosskreutz about a month or so.
September 24th.
Okay. And certainly he's an important, in your
Is this
mind
not
at that
a
point, he's an
mistrial on its
important
own?
piece in the case, right?
Correct.
And so you set up a time to get his statement. Fair?
I don't think I was one that set it up, but there was an agreed upon meeting time, correct?
Had you already reviewed, if you recall, his original statement to Officer Birch?
Yeah, I had.
And had you reviewed the video in the case as well, involving Mr. Grosskreutz?
Yeah.
So you knew that he had lied about dropping his gun, correct?
There was definitely a discrepancy between what the video showed us and what his original statement was.
And
It's called a lie. The discrepancy is called a lie.
Wah, 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 wah.
Once you kind of get to the meat and potatoes about what had happened with him, he refused to answer your questions. Is that right?
He consulted with his attorney, and yeah, we did not get all of our questions answered.
Did you have an opportunity to confront him with the, as you describe them, inconsistencies or discrepancies with his original statement? Did you have an opportunity to kind of talk to him about those?
I attempted to, yeah.
Would he
When
answer
the
those
prosecution willfully doesn't go after
No, he would
evidence
not,
that could
sir.
be exculpatory, isn't that a fucking Brady issue?
Yes.
Why didn't this come up pre-trial? The
So
prosecution
Why is this not a
willfully
mistrial just on
didn't
its
get
own?
The interview kind of
evidence
ended?
that could be exculpatory.
He doesn't answer your questions.
Worse,
Yep.
I'm assuming that
told
at that
law
point it's over.
enforcement not to
Not
do
to
it.
pursue it.
For the
How
most
is
part.
that not?
I don't think they
tampering with
knew.
evidence?
I don't think they
know if the
knew that
defense
that
knew the
happened.
extent of this.
For permission or consent to look through his phone. Is that right?
Correct.
And you did that for multiple people in this case. Did you not ask for permission?
This is so bad.
Yes, we asked many people.
And there's actually a form that you use that they sign that grants you permission to do that, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in this particular case, did he ever give you permission to look through that?
No, he did not.
You think the prosecutors are going, why did we call this guy?
Look
There
at his
was-
face. Look at the
They should
prosecutor's
be saying that
face.
for every
thought that a
witness.
lot.
Yeah, really. Everywhere.
Okay, here we're
This
going to
isn't
get to
going
why
the way
they
I
don't
thought
have a
it would.
skateboard in
That
court.
expression is going to be known as Binger face.
I mean, no. Are you aware of a person named Hannah Giddings?
Yes, I am.
And that is was Mr. Huber's girlfriend?
Correct.
Oh, let's bring up Hannah.
You were informed that Miss Giddings had that skateboard. Is that right?
I'm going to object.
It sounds like you're
No, it's not. Doesn't have to be true.
That's where he decides to object.
Did you ever request
Not offered for the truth of the
a
matter.
search
Yeah, it's not
warrant
open for truth. Yeah.
to get that skateboard?
I agree.
That's a good question.
No, we never had a solid idea as to where it was.
Did you ever
First, I thought he said
ask
salad.
any potential
That was
witness
confusing.
Solid
he
idea
or she might have?
from Minnesota.
Yeah.
Communication with Hannah Giddings to try and obtain that skateboard, yes.
And
Did you obtain the skateboard?
I don't want you to tell me what she said, but based
Why
on
not?
the information that you had, do you think that you had a basis to get a search warrant for it?
No, because one of the aspects of a search warrant is you have to define where you're going to search. And without a solid location that would determine that, I wouldn't have enough for a search warrant.
Did you ever ask her
Her
to
house?
just turn it over?
Yes, we did.
Do you have it?
It's not in our evidence, and I don't personally have it now.
I'm sorry, that's
What
kind
an
of what I meant.
odd answer.
Does she have it?
It's not in his garage. You might know
I
it was his
didn't
garage.
take it
It's
You
home
were
to play with
asked by
The FBI might have it and find
It's
it.
not in my
later.
pocket.
about if anybody asked
Alright,
you
good
to
job.
do any other DNA testing on that gun, right?
Correct.
Now,
When the cross lasts
He can
longer
make
than the
that
direct,
request.
you know that the witness is better for the defense.
Mr. Detective,
It's a good indication.
Mhm.
Correct.
okay, did he ever do that?
No, he did not.
You were aware that Richie McGinnis had made statements about whether or not Joseph Rosenbaum ever grabbed or touched the barrel of that gun, right?
I believe based off his statement, he described it as him juking away from him, so there was no indication that there was contact.
So based on the fact that, well, I'll ask it to you this way. You didn't tell Officer Van Wee where to swab, right?
Correct, I did not.
And would there be any harm in swabbing the barrel of that gun looking for DNA?
When you say harm, the crime lab limits us to swab submissions on the front end. So traditionally, we have a standard operating procedure for firearms. So
You have a
don't feel comfortable
homicide.
saying harm. We have a standard procedure. That's what we
It might be
Instead of
bad for
saying-
the prosecution.
They get
Probably don't
25 black and
normally
white
swab
copies.
the barrel. It's
How
an
about
unusual thing to swab.
You wanted to
Swabbing the
look
handle,
through
to be fair.
Mr. Rittenhouse.
Fair, good logic.
Correct?
correct.
Ooh. Come on,
Either
Longren.
me or Detective Howard, yes.
All right, and I think the evidence or the testimony has been that the make or model of the phone that he had would have made that impossible at that point without him giving you the key or the code.
Yeah, the iOS, the software in the phone was beyond decryption.
And he voluntarily provided you information that unlocked a phone that you would otherwise not have had an opportunity to look at, right?
It came in through the attorneys, correct?
Now, you have described in your interviews with witnesses the night of the 24th and the night of the 25th as the most chaotic days of your professional life. Is that fair?
I'd include the 23rd, but 23rd and 24th.
So those days, 23rd, 24th, 25th, most chaotic days that you've had as a detective or a police officer. Even.
Correct.
Their stream is hosed.
So-
man.
So it's the most chaotic,
People on the
but he
internet
didn't
making
want to
fun
waste
of us.
one of his lab uses on it. I don't know. That doesn't line up either.
That gentleman
That's
body
fair enough.
cut off with the camo pants, and that's
By the way,
Josh,
I did resting
Yeah, the
Binger
left-hand side.
face.
right. And of course,
Hashtag.
that's Kelly.
Kelly Zeminski or Kelly Dunn.
Okay, fair enough. And he's, I don't know, you see that he's
Big
holding a
jump
pistol
kick,
in
man.
his right hand.
Agreed.
Okay. Now you see him if you were comfortable saying this. You see him
Okay. Looking
throughout
better.
throughout your investigation and various videos
All right.
and things like that. Correct.
Correct.
Conduct an interview with Mr. I don't want you to tell me what he said. Did you conduct an
Yeah,
interview?
surprisingly, apparently that was on Law
Yeah,
and
Detective Howard
Crimes.
and I
And
interviewed him.
Did you attempt to locate that pistol?
Yes.
Were you able to locate
Nope.
that pistol?
there we go.
Did you get a search
Caucasian
warrant for
myself.
that pistol?
Yeah, you said that you were unable.
We
to
were
locate
unable to locate that pistol, correct?
it. Why wasn't it?
He didn't want to waste. He only has so many search warrants he can use. He doesn't want to waste some of that.
Yeah, we're limited on the front end.
Interview with him.
He
According to
reported it stolen prior to their interview, he said.
Convenient.
You have, is it fair to say, as the lead detective or one of the lead detectives, Howard, that you have reviewed all of the videos?
You'll have to
No,
excuse
I
the
don't.
ju-
I
the
hate
ju-
to leave, but I gotta
It's 4 in
go.
the morning.
See you later,
Aw.
Emily.
Tire
Bye,
burst.
Emily.
My husband was driving my kid home from
He
school,
did
so I'm gonna
the
go
bulk of
deal
the
with that.
investigation.
Have you,
Hi, it was a
have
pleasure
you
meeting
seen
you.
the video
Three.
with
Open up.
You're gonna take
You
racket
guys
spot
are
here
in
too.
crazy time
Next
zone.
bathroom break is yours.
I have seen that
Oh
video,
yeah.
yes.
have you
Steven's feeling it.
observed, in a minute, this is I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 74. Take a peek at that. Does that appear to be the backside of Joseph Rosenbaum?
Yeah, it does.
I'll have a quick look. Because I'm not going to do all the deliberation. Someone was kind enough to break it up and send me a rundown
Can
of
someone
Does it appear
make
that
sure?
Mr. Rosenbaum-
Hold on.
It looks like he's
how many days there are and whatnot.
Gotta change.
Yeah, I'd like to see it in motion to say it with certainty, but
Is that a video or a still? Okay. He's carrying in his, what would be there, his left hand, what looks like a chain, is that right?
correct.
And based on the testimony that you've heard, he didn't have anything to lock up that evening, did he? As far as you know?
As far as I don't know.
So we got the end of today, which is about an hour. Day 7, day 8, day 9.
Going to show you
Closing
Exhibit
arguments, then
75.
verdict watch.
75, is that a picture of Joseph Rosenbaum there in the middle?
It looks like it, but the lighting's really bad. It almost looks like he has a red sleeve on. So I don't want to say with certainty.
So you're not certain that that person right there with this mask, with the mask over his face is Joseph Rosenbaum?
The mask is consistent with what I saw him wearing in the latter half of the night, but just based off the lighting there, I'm a little hesitant to say with 100% certainty.
That's fair.
He looks like a Jawa, to be honest.
I was thinking he was channeling Deadpool.
I was thinking.
Is anyone shutting down the local pharmacies from servicing any of the prosecuting attorneys
God, that's
today?
going to annoy me. Original Spider-Man.
That attorney's not taking it well. McDonald's is
Before he
going to
gets
have
sued.
a heyday after the end of this trial.
God, I wish that were
Here's
me.
some-
I'm so hungry.
Oh, it's going to annoy me now.
Me too. I basically skipped dinner.
I'm out of energy.
I
drink,
see.
so
Legal, why don't you take a few legal bites? Why don't you take a few minutes off and then come back in, like after you grab some food?
You want me to go away so you're higher up in the totem pole. Not giving up my spot.
Aware that Mr. Rosenbaum was.
Yeah, I
pushing
know. I
the
can't remember his
victim
name. It's going to really annoy me.
to the street. You seen that?
Yeah, I've seen that.
It's right. Tell me if you recognize or remember seeing.
I think it's day 7 from the stream titles. Is that they rest on day 7 from the looks of it. Tobey Maguire, there it is. You know, I was going to get there eventually.
I hate these. I hate these pauses. I really do.
they're too
Because
pretty.
I like then want to talk and then
They
it's gonna cut right back into it.
What? They knew who Yellow Panther jump kick were but didn't disclose it?
Having some kind of a tech issue, it looks like.
Wow, I didn't
I
think we
much
actually knew.
prefer how Richards is sitting right now. By the way, his hands are on the
Oh.
table. He's up.
Rather
he doesn't
than
have.
Mostly peaceful.
Very peaceful. Who hasn't pushed a burning dumpster into the street?
You know,
Who among us?
I did this morning, but it was kind of early.
Rosenbaum, who was pushing the lid down the street, right? You see it right there.
Yep, he's on the right-hand side of the screen, t-shirt on.
Clearly pushing it towards the
see
gas
him,
station. Actually,
You're aware that he's screaming racial epithets. You're aware that he's got the chain. He's pushing dumpsters. You also see that he tipped over a porta potty, right?
I don't remember ever seeing that personally, but that's been relayed to me, yes.
You
That's been relayed to me. I don't remember seeing it personally, though.
you didn't see this in your investigation.
I love this. Your thorough
Great thing is he
investigation
does-
here, cop.
doesn't even have to answer.
Downstairs.
don't you have this timestamp?
pushing over the porta potty, would you agree that his behavior
Where? I didn't see
is
that.
that
Yeah, I didn't
see
see
that
that
at
either.
all.
Yeah, it was too quick.
acting like a rioter?
Yeah, I missed the porta potty.
Oh, no shit.
Objection for
It's
what?
just a characterization the jury can decide for themselves.
Cue hit.
You just throw out and let the judge figure it out. He's figured out the
No,
other
you don't have to
objections. Just object.
You sustain the objection.
What was-
Sustain the
was
objection.
grounds.
Okay, I'm sorry. You also heard Carrie Ann Swart talk about him carrying an empty water bottle around with him, or multiple water bottles, right?
I remember hearing one. I don't remember hearing multiple.
Okay. And that you remember her telling us, meaning us in court, that she took it with him when he left, right?
He took it with him when he left.
Yep.
Yes.
And are you aware that there's been indications that homemade gas bombs were made from water bottles that evening?
I have heard that, correct.
Now, can you bring up so this is, what's the number on this? It's the same one.
Big guy sitting there like this.
Some men just want to watch the world burn.
Do you have an objection if I just show? So, and this is the.
They look
They
so
just
happy
look
right now.
Demolished.
They look defeated.
Just a little bit.
Just beaten down.
You can just see Leon body language after this.
Wait, stop.
Hey, Eva.
Now, we all
Also, if there's anyone else lurking that hasn't said hello, just throw a wave in the chat just so I can acknowledge and say hello.
circle is Joseph Rosenbaum, right?
Correct.
And guys, YouTube is being jerks again. YouTube is asshole. Just double check you still have liked and subscribed.
Chasing down Mr. Rosenbaum. What you see here is Mr. Rosenbaum, and I'm not saying that he actually
Hey, Sleazy.
ducks. When he ducks in between two vehicles to let Mr.
Bella Jane, good to see you.
Rittenhouse pass him. Is that right?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. It's also speculation, and I think the jury can watch the video and draw their own conclusions.
I don't believe he's carried it yet. I know it's been shown.
You're asking the motive of the decedent
Composed to
as to
C.
why
Silo
he
4.
took the
Jeez.
path that he did,
Just say goes.
and you're asking the
between.
officer to
Yeah,
comment.
you don't say why.
Yeah, just-
Spacebar, Lennox-Asuri.
You would agree that Mr.
Hey,
Rosenbaum
Blender, she can feel free to lurk. I'm just saying, I'd just like to say hello.
and in between two vehicles, right?
I object, Your Honor. Same objection.
No, this is admissible. Should be.
Right.
No.
Very,
Completely
yes,
different
the
version.
Gaige
Overruled,
testimony
same
is my
objection,
previous
that's
video.
overruled.
Yeah, yeah. Was he running between the cars? That's just a factual observation.
They're going south-southwest.
Well, it's killing their case.
Closing,
I don't know if I say
interesting.
between the two cars based off what I'm
It's
seeing.
very prejudicial,
Hard
Your
to
Honor.
tell with that blue shirt. Definitely off.
killing us.
Currently traveling on.
Okay, and the other.
Hello, Mamasaurus Rex. Kitty is working and lurking. No worries.
And when Mr. Rittenhouse passes him, he then comes out from the area by the two cars and is now back traveling this way, right?
Once the
Interrupt.
white dot
Hello.
is south of those cars, the blue dot appears to come
And Timothy Gleason.
north.
Thank you very much,
northeast slightly,
everybody.
Then continue southbound.
And Kelly Zeminski and her husband are right there, correct?
When you say it right there, they're the green and pink dot.
Excellent.
I would say.
Yeah, so they're right next.
No, not yet, Justin. Apparently that happens during closing.
Mr. Rittenhouse and Mr. Rosenbaum, right?
At that time, it appears so. Yes.
Did you hear, I don't know if it's been played yet, did you hear a portion of a tape? So we know Kyle Rittenhouse says, or you believe that you hear friendly, friendly, friendly. That's been discussed, right?
I haven't said that, but it's been said. Yes.
What also was testified to by Detective Howard was gun.
Thanks,
gun,
Danica.
gun,
I really want to put it to
you
an actual
need to do
video.
Shit, motherfucker. Right?
You won't do, I think, is what it is said. But
Mhm.
something along those lines.
Same, same.
We know that from. Well,
No, not yet.
What?
His own witness testified to it.
I have to ask the detective what this detective thinks, but ultimately it's a jury question.
What? Detective Howard said that?
Yes.
That was his opinion as to who was the speaker.
Did you listen to that tape?
I hear those phrases. I don't know if I could confidently say who says what, though.
At this point, then, have you listened to the tape and have you heard the phrase, get him, get him, get him?
I have not heard that, no.
You haven't heard that?
No.
And that would be right before Joshua Zeminski shoots the firearm in the air.
Your Honor, he just answered he hasn't heard it, so how can we say when it happened? The detective just said he hasn't heard these words. The next question is, those words happen at a certain time. The detective's already said he hasn't heard it, so.
There.
Bing is afraid of the
It's your
answer.
testimony that you do not hear someone say, get him, get him, get him.
Just answered the question 3 times.
Want to make sure that is that true?
I have not heard that, correct.
Yeah, McGinnis is gone as well. He was a few days ago.
I want you to listen
Oh, he is.
to the tape and count
Just
the
like bigger face.
Gotta whack the binger nest.
There it is.
I want you to listen to that, okay?
Mm-hmm. I hear something along those lines, but I couldn't confidently say that's get him. But it's definitely the same phrase repeated 3 times.
Whatever. The jury heard it.
Do you see Mr. Rosenbaum then chase Mr. Rittenhouse through the parking lot, right? You don't dispute that?
No.
Okay. Do you hear, and have you heard the videos where the one gentleman says, cranium that boy?
Yeah, I've heard that.
Okay, what does that mean to you?
Oh.
When someone talking about hitting someone in the head is my
Play the
best
game
friend.
Cranium?
Yeah.
And
I believe it's a board game.
Let's play that one at church.
It's like Trivial Pursuit. Let's get
I recommend you play the jury instruction conference while normally
Mr.
boring.
Rittenhouse
Richards gets
speaks
pissy
to
with
Mr.
Kraus, and they find
right
the
after
state
the
held
shooting.
back evidence. Ooh.
Correct.
Okay. Would you describe Mr. Grosskreutz based on your observations of him running after Mr. Rittenhouse?
Characterizing the video we've all seen, the jury can draw their own conclusion.
Oh, piss
You've
off.
been doing this
That's
the whole
not a
trial. though.
legitimate
Yeah.
objection.
Who hasn't been characterizing the video?
At this point.
Overall.
On you, Bruce.
Watching the video,
He's like,
it appeared to you that Mr. Grosskreutz was chasing after Mr. Rittenhouse.
He was definitely running in the same direction.
Oh, God.
Behind him.
Behind him.
Behind his path.
Oh,
characterize
you
that as
someone else
chasing?
arguing semantics. Come
If it
on.
looks weaselly to you, it looks weaselly to the
He's
jury.
smirking.
Look at his smirk.
Look at that smirk.
Yeah.
This motherfucker knows.
What I want to ask you about too is there are multiple times we've talked about the times that Mr. Rittenhouse has actually pulled the trigger, right?
Yeah.
You'd agree there are multiple times based on the surrounding circumstances that he doesn't pull the trigger, right?
I can think of one time for sure I've seen where when you say he didn't pull the trigger, I don't. The gun may be pointed at someone.
You saw the video where the person, I showed it to Mr. Grosskreutz, the person runs up to Mr. Rittenhouse and then steps back. right?
Yes, I've seen that. Correct.
And no shot fired.
Correct.
You saw other people that were kind of, it wasn't a 2 or 3 person chase. There were multiple people kind of around Mr. Rittenhouse, some of them brandishing weapons, correct?
There were people, and there were people that were armed.
No,
Absolutely.
Keefe, and that's really the point of this. Is I never actually saw this, so I wanted to go back and rewatch it.
He didn't fire at them, did he?
Correct.
The only people that he fired at were people that had either kicked him, hit him with something, or pulled a gun on him when he's running down Sheridan Road, right?
I would agree with that statement.
And after
Yeah, you would.
initially when he sees Gaige Grosskreutz, you'd agree when Mr. Grosskreitz's hands are up, he doesn't fire.
Correct.
There's a person to Mr. Grosskreitz's, it would be his left.
Point for
metal
reasonableness.
pipe. Do you remember that?
I know earlier we saw you called it a wooden club. I don't know. I've never seen wooden, or off, fairly off the distance. There's a metal pipe. Yes.
And so people who are armed, he doesn't fire at any of those people, does he?
Correct.
After the shooting, I counted, and I'm not asking you for the specific number, but there's multiple shots fired after Mr. Rittenhouse fires his last shot.
Yeah, but hopefully he's going to get a retrial because that was
I
some
counted
bullshit.
about 10, but there's multiple, right?
Agreed.
He never turns and fires in that direction, does he?
No.
Yeah, look, at some point I'm going to watch the Edgecombe trial too,
That's a good
but
Yeah.
I may not do that one live.
He's just not discharging recklessly, but he's
Exactly.
he's-
Showing multiple opportunities where he could have discharged his firearm and he chose not to.
great restraint.
Yep.
That's what
Again-
impressed me the most, actually, when I saw the first video, was that he didn't mow them down.
The trigger discipline was great.
What's impressing me right now is that Sheriff Feasey is not being arrested for homicide.
Of the prosecution.
So I think it was the video that Mr. Binger showed you, the drone footage.
Oh, I don't doubt it, Valentine. I just don't want to get accused of pilfering
Do you know
too many
where
of
that
Nick's
came
trials. I mean, I suppose I can watch it on a different channel.
Do you know where it came from?
Someone turned it over to us.
And do you know when that was?
Someone.
I want to say
Someone.
Friday late morning.
It's one of Bill Gates's space modules.
But we stipulated to authentication, even though we don't know where it came from.
Oh, yeah, Laura, I
Okay.
did actually watch the Death
If
Bird
you
trial
know-
live. That's what got me into all this.
Hannah Giddings, was she in court while this hearing's been going on in this trial?
I believe I saw her today, but beyond that, I can't say with certainty. Beyond that,
And you
So
didn't
you
execute
believe she was here today?
I
a
believe so.
search
Yes.
warrant
Okay.
for
Was
the
there,
skateboard.
don't take it as a criticism, was there any effort to get the skateboard, talk to her about that today?
No.
Interesting.
Even still, they're not trying to get the skateboard. Material evidence in a murder trial that is ongoing, and they know or have probable cause to believe that a person possesses it.
Just ask, did the prosecutor tell you specifically not to look for the skateboard? That'd be good.
Yeah.
Oh, he wouldn't have outright said that.
Marcy's Law. Marcy's Law.
Yeah. At this point.
Binger's itching right now.
Yep. More resting
Don't-
finger face.
Don't be sad. Don't be sad. There'll be someone else to prosecute.
Detective, this drone footage that we just
Also
showed
set
the
up
jury,
and,
the version that we showed the jury, did you and Detective Howard have any versions of that prior to Friday?
Not independently. We had it was something attached to a news segment, so the video existed, but it wasn't in its raw form.
What? That was a news segment on Tucker Carlson on Fox News, do you know?
That sounds correct.
And that aired a couple days after the shootings, right?
I believe so.
And so ever since then, you've been trying to get the highest definition version of that video. Is that right?
Correct.
And now we have it?
It appears so.
And after we got it on Friday, did you take a look at it?
A little bit, yeah.
And did you get a chance to
Little
look
bit.
at it at home?
A little bit.
In your
Did
underwear?
Were you able
Why is
to
that relevant?
zoom in and look at details of the defendant's actions in that video?
Yes.
What did you see?
So it appears that when
Yeah,
the
he's being
defendant
Weasley.
comes around what we've been referring to as the Duramax vehicle, he deliberately, when I say deliberately with caution and intentionally, sets down the fire extinguisher and then appears to bring his rifle up and point it in the direction of the Zeminskis.
Then what happens?
Wow.
It's hard to tell.
Oh, no, I don't
based
think
off
that
where
Nick
it
would
was,
care. I think
based
that
off what I was
other
viewing it
people
on,
care.
which was my work phone, so it wasn't the highest def. But it looks like Joshua Zeminski takes a couple steps towards him.
I don't want to get a reputation
At
for
that
just
point,
reviewing other people's videos.
The defendant starts to run, and then Rosenbaum follows.
Does the video also show the shooting, the killing of Mr. Rosenbaum?
It does.
And when you look at that video, how close does Mr. Rosenbaum appear to be to the defendant?
This is just going off of me looking at it again on a phone, but not close enough.
On a phone?
I'm sorry, what?
Not close enough to touch the defendant.
It does not appear so now.
Oh, my.
Break the video back out.
Now, I want to go back to the beginning of your testimony. You were
Think they
asked
will on
about
cross.
the
Maybe.
process by which a criminal complaint was drafted in this case, and I think you said that.
So you have to wait
that
for
was
them
done
to
before
actually
the
touch you
investigation
before
was
you can
complete.
shoot them?
That's fair to
No,
say?
obviously.
Correct. Why would a criminal complaint be prepared before the investigation is complete?
It's not atypical for that to happen, especially in a major case, a homicide. There's a lot of legwork that has to be done, even when you know who did it. So in this case, we obviously knew who did
When
it.
you know who did it.
But we have to get all the facts. So we'll typically, in this situation, because there's an extradition issue, the defendant was in Illinois and we needed him up here to be heard for court. We had to get a warrant entered in to have that done, which is why you typically would do an early probable cause statement versus waiting until the investigation completed.
Are there also time
Hey,
limits
Jay.
in terms of how long someone can be held in custody pending possible criminal charges?
Yeah, I believe it's 48 hours.
It's
Is it fair to
it's
say
much
that
more
once the complaint
complicated
was
than that.
drafted and filed with the court, that you continued to investigate the case?
Absolutely.
Ain't none of your
And
business.
Detective Howard did as well?
Correct.
Did any of the subsequent investigation you did, any of the new information you gathered,
Just for living classic Charles.
your original
I'm fine with that. It's giving me
referral
ideas,
to
so
the
go
district
for it.
attorney's office for criminal charges against the defendant?
I haven't read the criminal complaint in a long time, so I can't say with certainty, but I don't recall any changing the grand scope.
You were asked
That should have
questions
just
about
been a no
Gaige
immediately. What are you
Grosskreutz'
doing?
phone. Without
He's
having
doing what he
possession
can
of
to
his
weasel
phone,
out of questions.
did you have access to his Facebook Live video?
We had a copy, but I don't believe it was.
The man's son and a liar shouldn't have been able to testify about what he saw
Again, it
on
was one
video.
of these things where it
I
wasn't
agree
the
with you on
highest
that.
possible
The fact that he
resolution of
watched
it.
it on a
Yeah, I
phone
think someone
as
used
well.
like a screen capture software program and saved a copy.
Based on what you saw in that Facebook Live video, do you feel like,
How do you
without having his
authenticate that?
phone, you knew what Gaige Grosskreutz had done that night before the defendant shot him?
In the immediate time beforehand, not the rest of the night, though.
So we didn't need any other evidence.
You were asked some questions about Anthony Huber's skateboard. When you watch the videos of the defendant killing Anthony Huber, were you able to see that skateboard clearly?
Yeah.
That was
Are you
sneaky, the
generally
way you
familiar
worded
with
that.
skateboards yourself?
No.
Have you ever ridden a skateboard?
No.
Do you know
I
any?
don't know what a skateboard is.
I'm a very good
You know anyone
driver,
who's
though.
ridden a skateboard?
What is the relevance?
Well, I think the point is we need this exact skateboard, and I'm exploring his familiarity with
Why?
skateboards.
Why do
in
we need this
general.
exact skateboard?
Why does he need specific
Once you've seen
familiarity?
one, you've pretty much seen them all.
But you don't have any as evidence.
You also were asked about, and there's been references in the testimony to some video in which Joseph Rosenbaum says,
You disqualify
"Shoot
the
me,"
expert.
followed by the N-word, shoot me,
And then
followed by
ask
the
for his
N-word.
opinion?
I don't know that we've actually played those.
Someone in the chat said, "Bring in
You have
Tony
any
Hawk
idea
to
what was leading
testify."
up to that?
It appears there was some back and forth in the parking or the service station at the southeast corner of 60th and Sheridan.
Was he upset because someone had shot a gun at him? Or, I mean,
Objection calls for speculation.
Yeah, that's, yeah.
To that, yes.
No, he wasn't.
Thank
He was
you.
upset because they just put out a dumpster fire. That's why he was screaming it.
You were asked questions about this empty plastic water bottle.
Ooh.
That Mr. Rosenbaum had in his bag that night. Is that right?
This is the water bottle.
Do you have any indication
Is it the
that Mr.
water? That's what I wanna
Rosenbaum
know.
ever created any
It's
sort
It's
of
a water.
That's from Big Boy's
bomb
lunch.
or ammonia and bleach bomb or anything like that night?
I'll
No.
get back to you.
Do you have any indication that at any point before he was killed by the defendant, there was anything in that bottle?
No.
When you see people carrying around empty plastic water bottles, does that suggest to you that they're about to commit a crime?
No.
Bit of reductive ad absurdum there.
That's such a weak question.
It's like,
Yeah.
okay. You almost
like
subject
context.
to relevance, but it's such a dumb question. that you
pathetic.
just
Even
let it
the,
go.
even the witnesses
You were
going,
finally you were
"Ah,
asking questions about the defendant's usage of his gun and the other people around after killing Joseph Rosenbaum, after killing Anthony Huber, after shooting Gaige Grosskreutz. He gets up and he walks away from the scene, correct?
Correct.
You mentioned that there were some gunshots after that. What did the defendant do in
Just
response
carrying
to
it to
those
properly
gunshots? if you know?
recycle it.
Objection calls for speculation.
I have nothing further.
He didn't
Is it
recall.
Oh, that ended on
He
a
wanted him to
side
say
note.
Kyle turned around and pointed his gun backwards because he did, but he couldn't even manage that.
Showing you
Embarrassing.
73.
Crap.
So
Taking
this
all
is
one.
the drill. So you say that you believe that you can see Mr.
No, that's
Blunt.
aimed. Yeah, I'm supposed to have
Just
that.
because you think, make sure I'm right. You can
I'm
see
talking to the
Mr.
mic.
Rittenhouse pointing his firearm. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you see
Oh yeah,
Mr.
skateboarding's easily a gateway drug. That's why I wasn't allowed to skateboard when I was younger.
Okay. Wait for a second. All right, so do you see him yet? We're 1 second in.
So, just so you're aware,
That's
you
not the
can't do it with this
question.
program as far as I know, but like on my iPhone, my work iPhone,
I can't see anything in that video.
So what the jury gets to see, we'll never see that, right?
I if there's a way to zoom it in,
Okay, well, this is what we have, and you'd agree that from this.
Zoom in, enhance.
His iPhone zoom is better than this.
Testified to.
GTFO, bro.
Agree?
off this view, absolutely.
Did you send the video to be enhanced in any way to like the crime lab or anything like that?
I haven't personally, no.
Don't CSI
Anybody
this.
have?
I believe the prosecution is.
Don't you have
Is doing that
programs
now?
that just zoom it up and
Okay.
make it better?
Sorry.
Stop nodding your head, Binger.
He said that.
Yeah.
The prosecution is now trying to enhance the video? Is that what he said?
So this is
Yes,
the video.
they just got it Friday.
No, hold on. That's Joseph Rosenbaum, right?
In the middle,
This gentleman right
red
here.
shirt, black pocket.
The guy making the angry death face?
Oh yeah, he's a charmer.
Well,
Oh,
it's not in the frame right now, but he was behind him a second ago.
Just go back just so I can confirm.
Sure.
I'm guessing it's Joshua Zeminski, but yeah, Joshua Zeminski.
Okay.
Oh, excuse me.
replaying that. Replaying that.
Hard R.
Now, do you know? You have no idea why he's saying that, correct?
I don't know why they say that.
You testified earlier that
But
you
we've
knew why he
established
said
he's
that.
saying it in the guise or in the surroundings of a Black Lives Matter protest. Yes.
Agreed.
You had said that on this video that we don't get to see. You're able to see things in terms of how far away.
He looks like an angry chihuahua.
Right? From.
You talking about the drone video?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know, in your training and experience as a detective, do you know what extreme stippling is?
For everyone that watched Nick's stream last night,
I know
how
stippling is
hard
related
did
to
Sean go with unbreaded?
gunshot occurs, but I couldn't say what extreme
That was
stippling is.
great.
What's
No fucks
Put me
given.
on the spot here. It's
Are you a detective or not?
That is the point.
skin. But I
that you're close enough. So if somebody shoots, or if somebody is close enough to a gun when it's fired, the gases that come out of that gun burn the skin of that person. Correct?
I object this again. Let's go for redirect, John.
Yeah, he doesn't know. He doesn't know, which is insane.
I don't know enough about it to say that that's the
He
technical
overruled it.
definition,
Yeah.
but it's definitely indicative of proximity to a
He's
fired
a
gun.
detective. Of course he knows about
Based on your
stippling.
investigation in this case, Joseph Rosenbaum had.
But does he know enough to be qualified as an expert?
Correct.
Which the prosecution will argue for and against depending on how it suits their case and their agenda.
Now we get that jury question. Do you know anything about stippling? That makes a lot more sense earlier when they asked him about that. This is a detective. He's a murder detective. He's going to know about or a detective who investigates homicides.
Proximity
He will know
firearms.
about stippling.
Oh
Yeah.
God, Columbo knows about that.
He's trying to be slick a little bit.
Through your investigation.
Oh, there was
do you
multiple
know if
touchdowns.
Mr. Rosenbaum had stippling on his hand.
I'd have to see the medical examiner's report to say yes or no.
You don't have a recollection of that.
I don't.
Do you have a recollection of where you observed it?
I remember seeing it in the preliminary autopsy results, but I don't remember exactly where now.
This is a bad question. When I say where, I mean where.
Where was it
I don't
located?
remember, no.
But you did observe stippling on his body, which means he's pretty fucking close.
Yeah.
We
See,
know
the thing
he's
is,
close.
if it's
No one
not on his
doubts it.
hands, it means the body was even closer.
Here we go.
But compare with Grosskreutz, cops who have more experience when they're getting pinned down, they'll freely back up into, I just don't know what I'm doing. I don't know my job. Because that way you can't pin them down on anything.
Right.
Yeah. Again, a detective who is going to make an initial determination between a suicide versus a homicide based on the proximity of a gunshot discharge or a gun discharge into a person is clearly familiar with stippling. It'd be part of their training. It'd be part of what they learned while they were learning how to be a detective, working with other people. This guy's been a detective for 3.5 years, which isn't the longest, but you have to presume that he knows something about this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, how to bullshit on the stand is what he learned.
Yeah.
Don't they all?
Trying to locate
Oh,
the full
PFAS.
video that
He's
we
far
did.
from the cheesiest DA I've ever seen.
See if I can find that.
And again, it's a little bit like, why does it matter? Because everyone understands the shooting was at a close
I think they're
distance.
making a pattern.
Well, uncivil if you missed it.
Pajamas on right away.
He suggested on the
Hey, just
drone
think it's
footage
only
that
about 45
that
days in the
Rosenbaum
case
appeared 10 feet away when he shot him,
Yeah.
which is a clear fucking lie.
This guy did?
I'll see if I can
Yes,
find some
this guy
pictures.
testified that when he looked
May
at the
not
drone
actually
footage, Rosenbaum
though.
appeared to be 10 feet away when Kyle Rittenhouse shot him.
Oh.
That he saw-
Oh,
that he
so
saw
he's
on
just a
his
liar.
iPhone.
Oh, okay, I'm cleared up.
Yeah, this is why
All
the
right.
stippling is into play right now.
All right.
They
I
want to
didn't
point
realize
out
that
he's
was the thing.
actually, yeah, he's actually close. He's not actually 10 feet away.
Yeah, he
Right.
implied that Rosenbaum was further away than you are from your mic. So
Oh.
Word.
Damn, damn, Joe.
Harsh but fair.
Uncivil went. Look, it's fine. Uncivil went traveling, but he left his mic at home. It's fine. He's just yelling really loud.
Yeah, guys, for anyone that doesn't know or hasn't seen the Lord Use and Laughter I did a couple of days ago or anything like that, just so you're aware, FBI now has a list, apparently, they hand out internally, of words that get you on an FBI list. I think I may have said one or two of them one too many times over the last week or so, because I'm well aware that certain people aren't getting notifications. I'm well aware that the channel's getting buried again, so... But that's fine, YouTube. I'm okay with that. Because red-pilled, based, alt-right... Hi, FBI guys. So...
Yeah, I mean, he looked. Maybe his head was a few feet from Kyle Rittenhouse at the time that he shot. Maybe a Gaige Grosskreutz 3 feet away, or whatever. But he was certainly not 10 feet.
even if he wasn't actually touching him,
Generally not,
comments
because that's
about him
propensity
wanting to
evidence.
falling.
And like you can impeach the credibility of a witness,
Yeah,
but it's generally going to be in relation to something to do with the current trial.
Yeah, I'm not waiting till someone's within 10 feet if they're screaming "fuck you" and running at me full speed to shoot. By the way, just so we're clear.
Well, especially after you heard a gunshot and turned around.
Well, and the other thing is, any of these detectives would have taken that shot.
Yes,
That's,
of course they would.
Why has the defense? I would ask that question to of each of these cops. If I were the defense, would you have shot him?
No, you don't ask. Would you have shot him?
Surprisingly,
You'd say if someone
MAGA
was
isn't on that
screaming,
list.
Running at you at full speed,
right,
you would have
right.
shot him, right?
Yeah, right.
LARP, thank
Last
you.
year,
I forgot
they,
LARP.
undertook a project to see how much of damage.
Oh, Nate's in the chat.
Good old based
back,
red
Nate.
pill Chad Law Dog.
Come back to us, Nate.
That works.
Come hang out.
Step into the light, Nate.
I was amazed.
No, not into the light.
He's talking about the damaged courtroom right now. It's not important, but Binger's about to talk.
We're getting set
No,
up.
I could go on for hours. As anyone who works here,
Oh, we know you could, Judge.
We know, Schrader.
I'm getting the
really
rest
hope
of
you
that
don't,
video.
Okay.
There was an excerpt just played for the under the rule of completeness. I'd like to have the whole thing played.
Battery exhausted.
I'm getting ready to go.
Battery.
let me know when you're ready.
Yep,
Don't
it
feel-
should be in a couple seconds.
The day I get classed as a Chad.
Okay, this is the Twitter Julio Rosas, the Fight at Ultimate Gas Part 1. Can we play that, please?
Oh my God, they're gonna play all these rules.
Why is the prosecutor playing-
Justice, I didn't see the B word on the list.
The rule of completeness.
There's the skateboard.
I'm still not willing to say it out loud, though. Gotta stick together. Safety in numbers. I wonder why they're yelling that.
Ironic choice of words at a BLM.
That guy's using a hard R, huh? That's very hard.
20 seconds,
It
please.
doubles down.
My
A
battery's
fiery,
out.
peaceful N-word.
Shit.
Play from there, please.
Nate took you out.
Does
Kyle's
Nick
not
not
there
have
at this
electricity?
moment. That's not Kyle in the green shirt. He's not there for this part. No. Everyone sees that green shirt and assumes it's Kyle, but it's not. It's a different guy.
They stopped it before the colorful language.
Me. I honestly didn't know. Okay, let's play that back again, please. 10 more seconds, please.
I really wanted you to hear that, though.
Go ahead.
Are you sure you didn't hear it?
I really need you to hear it. Oh yeah, so little guy's got pent up angry. Pent up angry.
Objection, Your Honor.
Part of it,
Relevance. Who's
but
he
I-
talking to?
Okay.
What
Yeah.
did he?
Let's play this to the end, and then we'll play the next clip. Which just
What
to
was
give
he
the whole-
supposed to have heard?
Don't point your gun at me.
But he's
I
not
heard
even
that.
Kyle's not even there.
This is getting desperately ridiculous right now.
Yeah,
They're grasping at straws because they got nothing left.
right.
They're trying to run the day out.
Oh, look at the
I
look
think
at the
so.
other
Yeah,
counsel.
they're running the dog.
Yeah.
Yeah, please don't show my face.
Oh,
Yeah.
lunchbox.
Yeah, seriously.
Oh, Forrest.
He's like, I'm losing like 20 pounds just sitting next to you, man. This is ridiculous.
He makes me
I
feel
hope
better
we can
about my
go to
weight.
Wendy's when we're done.
This is
Your Honor, I'd like to apply to have this redacted from my resume.
Theo,
What do you mean there's no second breakfast?
This looks bad because it is bad.
Big boy makes me feel better about my weight, though, so I got that going for me.
Ironically, this could be captioned "Just shoot me."
Again, what's the argument here?
Part 2 of that.
Nick, do you
Oh,
not
here we
have
go, here we go.
electricity up there in Minnesota?
You shut your mouth.
Burn the police station?
Mostly peaceful burning.
Guy just threw a barrel at someone.
Yeah, mostly peaceful.
Oh yeah, completely peaceful.
Oh, this is this is peaceful.
Those are going to be marked as Exhibit 70.
What the hell did we just watch this for?
Well, I guess since he introduced it as the rule for completeness, he wanted to show the complete video.
Nothing further. Thank you.
It's absolutely pointless to show the second one.
I think he's conclusively proved that there's
about it,
burning
folks?
going on.
Time to go out into the dark of night.
Yeah. And
Please
this
don't talk about the
charade.
case overnight. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial.
Except for Ricada Law.
Your exclusive place.
You can tell from that last video that this prosecution was
And,
inspired by the
good
term
evening.
dumpster fire.
They really were.
100%.
They wanted to make their case in chief a dumpster fire.
They wanted to match. This case should be over. This case
It
should
really
be over like
should be.
tomorrow. Yeah, this is like it's like what are we really doing here? You literally they've proved self-defense.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Not just a reasonable doubt as to self-defense. They have proved self-defense.
They proved
Yeah,
that
they
Kyle's,
Yeah, look, that's a
Kyle's
good point,
being a
actually.
badass, basically.
Well,
Yeah.
well, let's not forget,
And-
and with Wisconsin, the district attorney has to prove that Kyle didn't act in self-defense, and I don't think there's a sane
Yeah.
person alive that can say that. Right?
I'm having
Right.
trouble
Right.
getting to preponderance, let alone beyond reasonable doubt.
Right.
Sovereign,
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they've
no,
just
that
come
was-
to the
that's
end
a-
of the
that's a
day.
good- That's a good.
It was a police officer that apparently watched footage of a video, and then, yeah, basically. So I think that's the end of the day. I'll come back and watch the commentary on my own, but we'll switch across to day 7, which already has uncivil, good logic, legal mindset, and legal bites. Which means I can update my thing to mention them twice. I'm sure they're going to love me.
Get another one when you're done. They revoke it, but that's how it works here. Who knows? I'm
think
not
he
a
had burglary conviction in 2015, right? That's what.
yeah.
But thank you
That's
for
a
reminding me.
long
I got to
time
finish my
ago.
passport
His carry-
application.
Step by now.
Yeah, his carry permit was longer. His
There
burglary
was someone there and there
conviction was
video
expunged.
recording The jury, which
Oh.
The officers approached the person and required him, her, I didn't even ask, to delete the video and return the phone to him. I've instructed.
Wait, what?
If it happens again, they're to take the phone and bring it here. So that's for your information.
How are you
Number two,
allowing?
unless there's some request, I'm not going to address anything further about our conversation of yesterday.
So that's
Closed
the chamber's
and, later.
conversation.
And then,
How's that person not in contempt?
you know, I don't know the answer to that. You could talk to the lieutenant when we get a chance. And then for the reasons stated in the brief, which was filed by Mr. Kraus, the motion for reconsideration on count 6 is denied. All right, anything else?
We were talking about exhibits that hadn't been moved that I think the parties are in agreement to.
Okay.
So 64, 65, 66, 67, 76.
We'll explain
and
what happened in a
77.
second, guys.
are ones that are agreed upon. The only one that is not agreed upon at this point is.
Oh, is this Brazen
69,
Day,
which
is it?
The statement.
This will be fun.
The written statement by the officer regarding Gaige Grosskreutz that I questioned him about yesterday. I had marked and I would move that, and I think the state has an objection to that statement.
All right. Mr. Mayor?
Your Honor, the statement was used to impeach the witness. I think some courts do things a little differently. I don't recall off the top of my head. Sometimes those aren't marked as exhibits. Other times they're marked but not admitted into evidence. The bottom line, Your Honor, is I don't think the jury should see it. So as long as we don't show it to the jury, because it's only used for impeachment, I don't have any strong objection to how we handle it. I think generally speaking, things that are used for impeachment are not admitted to evidence. They may be marked as an exhibit, but not admitted to evidence. So that's where I'm at on that.
Did you want to say anything further?
Judge, it was referred to. I wouldn't ask that it go back because at this point, the entire document had not been.
Angela, I'm not particularly religious. I generally don't
but
go
I
to
think
church.
Based on the way it was used yesterday, it would be appropriate to make it part of the record. So
I'm going to receive it for. It'll be received as
Damn it,
evidence.
I'll be right back.
But however, those portions which were not directly quoted in the examination will not be argued, nor will they, because that part is not in evidence, and the exhibit will not go, certainly not in its original form, to the jury room. Okay.
While we're cleaning up exhibits, Your Honor.
Real quick, the
exhibit number 3.
Binger,
Also
will you be
been
quiet? I
exhibit
need to
number
talk.
57, live stream, and I double marked that by mistake. But I would move both of those. They're identical into evidence. Any objection on that?
The objection received.
Yesterday, I also used exhibit 10, which is Ford Fishburne News to share. I thought I had moved it according to the court, which has not been admitted yet, so I would move that in.
Objection received.
We also used the crime lab ballistics report, exhibit 23, with Heather Williams, so we put that into evidence. 23.
Objection.
The motion to dismiss the gun charge is denied. So the gun charge is still in. Still think that's the wrong read of the law, but I haven't read the briefs.
All right. Ready to go then? Okay, I'm calling the jury.
Hello?
Would you come down, please?
Yes.
Yeah, if the gun charge is staying in on that reading of the law, then I guess guilty on that charge would be the correct verdict somehow.
I don't see it. I mean, unless the jury blanks them just all out, like they're just, if the jury thinks this whole thing was a complete waste of time. I mean,
Well,
know,
that's
that'd be
definitely
like,
possible. They become so disillusioned and so angry at the top charges they can't be bothered to care.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's a possibility. You never know what a jury will do in that respect. I mean, for that respect, they could also be like, huh, we're gonna find him guilty. We hate this kid for the same thing. But yeah, so I cannot, as a matter of law, see how that works. I would love to read. Maybe I'll be able to get them at some point. I would love to read the briefing on that motion from both.
I'm not
parties.
disagreeing with you. I agree with your reading of the law. I was just saying on the judge's reading of law.
Yeah.
That you'd have to conclude guilty somehow. So yay.
Yep. Yeah, that's I agree with that sentiment, because the jury instruction is under 18 in possession of a dangerous weapon, and under the law, an AR-15 qualifies as a dangerous weapon, and Kyle Rittenhouse is clearly under 18 at the time. So on those jury instructions, it's likely going to be found guilty of the misdemeanor minor in possession charge, unless the jury just decides to nullify.
You're aware, of course, of the incident at the bus pickup this morning, and I've been assured that the officers had the video which had been taken had deleted.
Oh, it was outside the courtroom. Oh.
Yep.
So that something like that something like that should not recur. I'm frankly quite surprised that it did. And
I'm not that surprised it did.
we have different procedures to do with respect to if it would occur. So I'm not, I don't have any particular concern about it.
I hope the officer
Very
punched the guy in the
sensitive to this
nuts.
Entire issue and are on guard about it. Thank you. All right, Mr. Binger.
Judge, the state will be calling James Armstrong to the stand.
That's Gaige Grosskreitz's bizarro world. His opposite man, James Armstrong.
Take my strong arm.
How do they have?
Brother, can you spare a bicep?
Who do we? Is this? Who is this guy? Who's this guy? Who's this guy?
Mr. Armstrong, can you please state
Don't
your
have a
first
weird
name and
voice.
spell it for the
Don't have a
benefit
weird
of the
voice.
reporter?
James Armstrong, James Armstrong.
And Mr. Armstrong, how are you
Poor guy's
employed?
nervous.
I'm a senior forensic imaging specialist with the Wisconsin State Crime Lab in Milwaukee.
Okay, there you
What do you do as a forensic
Lab.
imaging specialist senior?
We handle a variety of internal and external requests. Internally, we handle a lot of photography of evidence, including fingerprints and footwear.
My boy's nervous.
We handle within the forensic imaging unit, we handle a variety of internal and external requests. This includes photographing fingerprints and footwear, along with also doing forensic video analysis as well.
What is forensic video analysis?
So examination of video pertaining to legal matters.
And what is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's of fine art in photography from Milwaukee Institute of Art and Design.
And have you worked in photography or anything else in your past?
Yes, before coming to the crime lab, I worked in commercial photography for 14 years.
Is your crime
Stop
lab
breathing into
accredited?
the mic, buddy.
Our crime lab is accredited.
And when you do some sort of
Not
forensic
you.
imaging, is there any kind of peer review process or anything that is done to check your work?
Yes, all the work that we do within forensic imaging is tech reviewed by another qualified analyst, and it's also administrative reviewed as well.
So when you're doing forensic imaging, does that include things like obtaining stills, zooming in? What kind of things do you do if you're forensically looking at a piece of video?
Yes, it requires us to examine the video, note any limitations of that video, and then provide any clarifications of that video if requested.
And have you been asked in this case?
This guy gonna enhance that drone
to
footage
look at
that they were
any
talking
video
about?
or other photography?
They don't have the iPhone.
Yes, I've been requested to look at different video that's been submitted to the lab.
I would ask that Exhibit 24 be put on the screens.
Is it the witness breathing or is it the prosecutor breathing heavy into the mic?
I don't know.
One of them is, or is it the judge? I don't. His
not
mic
the
doesn't
judge.
usually come in like that. It's one of these two. Man,
It's
that is-
Doughboy A or Doughboy B. It has some sort of apnea issue going on.
Yeah, okay, it's the witness.
Mr. Armstrong, I want to show you what is
Yeah.
He's nervous.
State's Exhibit 24.
Yeah, that's nerves.
You look at either screen, whichever screen is more comfortable. Does that look familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
And what is that?
Those are 3 clarified images that I produced from the, I'm sorry,
You're gonna bring this in?
that I produced from item
I hope
U,
Sheriff is like, so
from
you
video file that was
edit
submitted as
these
item-
photos. You said you
So the
clarified.
video file was submitted by me, and you found an image and you clarified it.
That is correct.
How do you go about doing that?
I utilize a variety of software. In this particular case, I used AND5 to enhance and clarify that image.
Now, is it your job to figure out what is in the
no.
image, or are you just providing?
Texas
or
donation.
everything
Everyone
else
smash the
is
like button
happening
like 88
or
Kraus smashes diabetes food.
multiple images?
Oh,
In
AP.
this particular case,
Sounds
the
like a
request was
storm's
just
coming.
to clarify.
Toffee!
Is it though, Brad? Is it?
Could you have Exhibit 25, please?
Legal ASMR.
Looking for another stream to react to. Nick's stream when he first discovers unbreaded and reads a ton of it's great. Almost died the first time
I
laughing.
can't even mock. I can't even mimic that sound because it has
Thank you
so
for the
much
super
to do
chat,
with
and I'll
mic
look into it.
gain. I think someone finally turned it down. Oh, thank God. It's like the guy with the audio controls of the courtroom is sitting there with his hand on the knob, just falling asleep.
Mr. Armstrong, I'm showing you what is previously marked as States Exhibit 25. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this appears to be the video that I annotated as part of a request.
What do you mean by annotated?
I added the square box and the labeling to this video.
And is it your job to actually say who is who in the video, or are you just pointing out people of interest that you've been designated?
I'm just pointing out people as designated.
And how did you go about making this exhibit?
Microsoft
To make
Paint.
this exhibit, we load the video file into M5, and then I essentially draw on that individual frames as it goes through, and then I'll put a video.
Can we play Exhibit 25, please?
Is that my American brother on the stand? Surprisingly, if you actually look close, we don't look anything alike. Just general same sort of shape. Positive Lawn Eclipse has the origin of unbreaded. Okay.
My dad sent in a super chat. He says he played the caller in Scary Movie.
So you annotated it all throughout that portion of the video?
That is correct, yes.
That was good.
Nick, has your dad ever been on your channel before?
No, not yet.
Did you enhance or
I feel like you should
clarify
be.
anything else in the video, or just simply annotate what was given to you as a raw video?
I just simply annotated that video.
So he watches
see where
videos in
Mark
those paint
and
shop.
previously
Yeah,
entered as
basically.
States Exhibit 26. I'm asking for that. This has already been entered.
I heard it, and it is States Exhibit 26. Okay.
That sounds like that was just a clarification of which exhibit they were talking about. I think maybe there's some confusion. You said the wrong one. It sounded like.
I'd rather ask to be admitted again and told it's already admitted than, fail to admit it, so I'll ask it 5 times. That's fine.
Yeah.
But look at what it did to the flow of his questioning.
Mr. Armstrong, do you recognize this?
You shouldn't be
What is
disrupted by that.
This is another annotated video.
No,
with,
bad as it sounds, like I can
They're
critique
not
him on
gonna
this.
create this
He
video as
is
well.
weak
I did,
in
yes.
terms of
Similar to the last video, did you simply annotate it? You didn't change anything about the video?
That is correct.
questioning.
I'd like you to please just briefly.
He may be a
play
good lawyer in
26.
terms of preparation of cases and that sort of thing, but Lunchbox shouldn't be letting himself get that rattled by
This
that.
video isn't labeled Killer
No,
Kyle.
again, is that someone you've identified or someone that was designated to you?
Militia lasers.
Killer shoots
Someone that was
victim.
designated to
Murderous Kyle.
Mr. Armstrong, in this case, were you ever given a video and asked?
No, I don't
to
think it's a
get
Hufflepuff
still
tie. I
shots
think
of
he's
a
just
snippet
that
of a video?
colorblind.
Yes, I was.
And are you aware if that is the BG on the scene video? Do you recall?
I do not exactly recall with regards to that video. No.
But fair to say that we asked you to look at a short segment and produce every still image that you could.
Yes, that is correct.
And were you able to do that of this
They
video?
stipulate
Yes, that is
to all this evidence.
And do you know how many stills that you
Of course they
received from
could
that
have.
video?
729 stills.
And this morning, before we came over here, did you view a folder that had those stills in the from the video?
Yes, I did.
At this point, I'd like to mark and move a folder named Frames, which is States Exhibit.
It's a good
80.
point. I wasn't sure
I'd
which
like
one was
to,
the lead
move that
research
into
attorney
evidence.
on it, though, if it was him or Binger. I assume it was him. In which case, I'd
Not
be
quite on
attributing
here
more of the
says,
bullshit that
"Watching
happened
this
to
case has
him.
been a
But
huge white pill and a great way to pass long days at work. I find it utterly
If I could
insane
have
how the media is
the
presenting
next,
things.
video
They're
in
priming folks to
81.
be bewildered by a not guilty verdict.
no, Leneker, I'm building a model.
Sorry, I'm going to read through some chats as this insufferably paced expert testimony is occurring.
Human sedative.
Mr. Obi-Wan 2020 says beatings will continue until morale improves. Vox Darkstar says, "You okay today? You sound a little hoarse." I'm doing
Mr.
great.
Armstrong, in addition to those videos that we've already mentioned, Have you recently done any more forensic imaging work in this case?
Yes, I was provided another video file as item X.
And what did you do with item X?
With item X, I enhanced and enlarged the video file and cropped it to the area of interest.
Here it is.
I'd like to
This
show
is
you
why
what
it's
is marked
here.
as States Exhibit 81. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that appears to be the video.
For anyone curious, it's the high-end master grade Death Stinger from Zoids, which you can't really see because, of course, it's going to go blurry.
Movement of the camera,
But anyway.
movement of the person, and the lighting conditions that are present.
Now, you mentioned limitations. Did all these various videos you looked at have different limitations?
Yes, each had their own set of limitations.
I'd like you to. Is this? I know we watched. Did we watch this video this morning?
I believe so, yes.
And is it a true and accurate copy of the exhibit that you created of that drone video?
It appears to be so, yes.
I'd like
It's
to
a
move
fortified
exhibit
drone
81
video?
into evidence and play it for the jury.
Go ahead.
Drone me, daddy.
Where's the annoying drone sound?
That's it?
If I could have exhibit 82, please.
Are we going to get just a bunch of snippets of the like from that video? How is that enhanced?
Tweety,
That
I
looked like
just
the raw
introduced the
version.
little
What
one
is this?
to
Yes, I
Lego.
do.
What is this?
So we actually
This is
spent
the
some of the
video,
afternoon
again,
yesterday building
clarified,
Cinderella's
cropped into the area of
castle.
interest, and this video is slowed down by 50%.
Let me be right
That's
back.
cropped is
Is
interesting.
this a true and accurate copy of the video that you've created for this exhibit?
Why was it
appears
cropped?
to be, yes.
Please, I'd like to move exhibit 82 into evidence and publish it to the jury.
We're supposed to be watching for Kyle Rittenhouse to raise his gun at Zeminski. That's what they're trying to show here.
Yeah, Legos are legendary, but people are cracking the shits now because apparently there's something happened with the LGBT community. I'm not quite sure. I haven't paid that much attention.
I didn't see it. I
What the
just
hell are we
see him
supposed to see
running.
there?
Him running.
There happens
Mr.
to be
Armstrong, did I give you a specific
stoplight
area
there.
to sort of focus in on in this video?
Yes, you instructed that I look at the area.
Oh, yeah, the front
near
wheel you step
the
on them.
sign near some vehicles, and then as the person enters into the parking lot.
Were you
Then they're
able
one
to
of the
zoom
greatest
in tight on that area?
anti-burglar devices known to
Not
man.
beyond what has been provided now.
Can you go back to exhibit 81? Mr. Armstrong, let's give you this pointer. And you could point out the area of interest that I asked you to focus in on.
Oh man, they're gonna switch over to his the TV, and we're not gonna be able to see. very
Behind
well.
that, there's a black vehicle there. It'd be the rear of that black vehicle.
Yes, that's correct.
Can we play exhibit 81 again? And exhibit 82, please.
Effectively a useless video. So, I mean, we're looking at this up close, like we're getting a live feed of the stream. The jury's looking at this on a TV
Again,
that's
Mr.
probably
Armstrong,
8
could
feet
you
away.
point out the area of interest in this video that I asked you to zoom in on. Again, it's to the rear of that black vehicle. We've been calling it the Duramax in this trial.
13
You just
speed,
give him the answer.
13 speed
Well, the
demon
front of
says
the vehicle. I apologize. But
law cast
near
stream
that
went.
vehicle,
Oh.
the Duramax. Can you play exhibit 82, please?
Okay.
Why am I watching this for the 5th time?
It's right here below the thing. They're saying that Kyle pointed a gun sometime in here, but I
can't see it. I
Can't
don't know
see
what an
shit.
iPhone shows.
yeah, if I zoom in on my super secret police iPhone, maybe I can see it.
Where's the Neil? I don't see any Neil.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't kneel.
Let's see where it is marked as States Exhibit 83.
Objection. That should be counted as an exhibit. There was nothing there.
Do you recognize
He's going to
this?
ask actually any questions about the videos.
That's been clarified.
What did you observe in
and
them?
Large as well.
And is this a different part of that same drone video?
Yes, this is a different segment, picking up from the stopping point of the previous video and continuing on to where the video.
Guys, just testifying that he
camera
couldn't
view
enhance this
turns
anymore
away
because of
from
limitations of
the
software.
area.
Later, he comes back with a blurry mess.
Is it true and accurate copy
Lovely.
of the exhibit you created?
It appears to be so, yes.
Could you, I'd like to move Exhibit 83 into evidence and publish it to the jury?
No objection, Your Honor. I can see why they're not objecting so far. There's nothing in these
He's
videos.
not saying anything.
Now they're trying to zoom it in.
So it's after the shooting.
Yeah.
Okay, very useful. Is that Zeminski pointing a gun
I'd like
at
to,
Kyle there?
ask for Exhibit 84, please.
13 Speed
crop
Demon says
that.
Lawcast stream when. It was interesting having all the various specialties and their unique perspectives on the case.
Mr. Armstrong, what is this?
Cheers,
Same
Caitlin.
segment, except it's slowed down by 50%.
So everything else is the same, it's just slowed down by half?
That is correct.
I'd like to move Exhibit 84.
50% or 60?
50% here.
We can move Exhibit 84 into evidence and publish it to the jury.
But he's not describing the videos. It's just, did you enhance this video?
They're
Did you
calling for
zoom
rebuttal,
in?
and he
Let's
has the
play it.
Hocus Pocus out of focus video. Lovely.
I mean, I think they don't really need to go into those kinds of details.
In that last thing, you could see that Rosenbaum's not touching the gun. He's like probably Gaige Grosskreutz distance away at the time of the shooting.
Yeah, I don't think that
No worries,
it's been
Princess.
testified to that he actually made it to the gun. McGinnis couldn't see.
He didn't have to make it to the gun though.
You could actually see the distance though, like in sort of gauge for scale based on the size of the people.
Yeah, he's a couple feet away, maybe 3, 4.
Yeah.
Or as testified to
Oh,
by the
I'd
guy
like to ask
yesterday,
for State Exhibit
10.
85. And Mr. Armstrong, what is this?
This is another clarified and enlarged video showing from approximately the 15-second mark until where the camera turns away from the
Clarified?
area of interest.
You keep using that word. I don't think you know what it
True and accurate
means.
copy of the video that you produced for this exhibit.
It appears to be so.
Why don't you move Exhibit 85 into evidence and publish it to the jury?
Proceed.
They had the videos out of order there, from what they planned. They did the labeling this
86,
morning
please.
fast because that one was the one he wanted to watch
Well, that's being
last
pulled
time.
up, Mr. Armstrong. There was no sound in any of these videos, were there?
I did not observe any sound with these videos, no.
And if I could just direct your attention to number 86, do you recognize that?
Yes, that's the same as the previous file. The only difference being, again, is that it is slowed down by 50%.
I'd like to move Exhibit 86 into evidence and play it for the jury.
See.
Cheers,
I will
Vincent.
just make
Appreciate
a
it.
comment that the amount that we are biased by visual testimony and the fact that you slow something down can give you the misperception that it happened at that speed, despite the fact you're told it's 50%.
Even slowed down, it looks pretty fast, just to my eye at
Yeah.
least.
Yeah.
And it makes the defense's case.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Cyber Warrior says, I mean, he was right on him. That is slowed down. It's like, yeah, I mean, he's right on him. Would any of you feel comfortable with that maniac
further
chasing
questions.
you
Thank you.
at that speed, at that distance?
Absolutely not.
Oh,
I can tell you for my
I would
for
have
my
dusted him
part.
further away.
Good morning.
Richard's on cross.
The
That's it?
exhibits we've just shown the jury 81, 82, 83,
Another pointless witness.
84, 85, and 86. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you began working on putting them together on Friday.
I began working on them on Sunday.
Okay.
Whoa!
The crime lab received that as a submittal on Sunday.
Okay. And who submitted them to you?
It was ADA Jim Cross.
Okay. And you're familiar with the fact that we didn't receive these videos until Friday of last week?
I was informed that that was the circumstance, yes.
Okay. And when you do this, you're not adding color, correct?
That is correct. I'm not adding color.
You're not adding pixels.
With regards to enlargement, there is interpolation, and so pixels are added to that.
Okay. How is the color's not changed?
Color is not changed.
So if you blow something up 10%, what does that do for the pixel number?
The pixels will increase by interpolation of that area.
Okay. And what was the resolution of the source video for 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, and 86?
I would need to refer to my notes in order to be able to confirm that.
Please do, sir.
That should have been underlined in crayon.
Resolution for that file, it was 1920 by 844.
And in layman's terms, what is that?
That's 1,920 pixels by 844 pixels.
That doesn't put it in layman's terms.
And that's kind of tells you the clarity. The more pixels, the clearer it is.
The more pixels, the higher resolution. There's more information present.
Okay. And when
Oh boy.
if you have to look at your notes, that's fine. Videos are done at certain speeds, so certain videos, whether it's a phone or whether it's a camera, they do it by frames per second.
That is correct.
The more frames per second, the clearer it is.
Not necessarily, no.
Okay. This one, how many frames per second, sir?
This video is 30 frames per second. 30.
So every 1 second, 30 different frames.
That is correct.
And you can use how many frames go by to time certain things, correct?
You can, yes.
Okay. You can use different videos if you can find a common event, such as a sound, to sync up videos to tell a whole story, correct?
That would be starting to move outside my area of expertise with that.
Okay. But you're familiar that it can be done, correct?
I'm familiar that it could be done.
Okay. And what is that called, if you know?
I do not know.
Okay. And you can take different videos from different sources, linking them through a common event, sometimes sound, put them together for a whole compilation.
With regards to audio, that's outside the scope of my expertise.
Okay. And you can also do it from events on the video if they have a common event, not audio, but a common event.
It depends on the video in question.
Okay. And in this case, when you put the marks person of interest, who told you to do that?
That was provided by the requester, ADA Jim Cross.
Because you don't know anything about these videos when you get them or anything about the case. You're just told, we think this person's important, we want them followed.
That is correct.
Okay. And in your case, I think you used yellow arrows.
I did, yes.
Okay. I have nothing further. Thank you.
He was trying to get out of that.
I'm wondering, the frames per second part might be to detail for the jury, maybe commenting on what Legal Mindset was saying earlier about the 50% reduction in the speed to sort of show them 30 frames per second equals this amount of time. Maybe I don't know.
But he didn't make any of that clear to the jury. I mean,
No,
the jury gets
but
anything from that?
I don't think he was trying to be
maybe
clear to the jury. I think he's actually trying to raise the specter of the idea that the ADA got some videos, asked him specifically to edit those
Yeah.
videos in a specific way, without actually saying that, because If you say it directly, then it, they can go, no, we just asked for clarity. We asked for, these labels of persons of interest. But now, I don't think it's a big thing, but there wasn't a big thing to ask about.
Right.
So,
The director was kind of meaningless.
He's teeing up his expert. That's the only reason it makes sense. He's asking the question about frames per second and timing.
Yeah, for Black.
So that later, when he brings up his expert and he starts talking about that, he can connect the two pieces of testimony.
And his expert is a whole lot more qualified at reviewing and talking about video than this guy was, who just said, I can't sync it up by sound that's outside of my expertise. It's like, really? Like, okay.
It shouldn't be that hard, but okay.
How is that outside of your expertise? You would think that would be a thing you would have to do. Here, Anthony Tupin says, did you see the blatantly false headline from NPR? Shocking, I know. States that Kyle shot UNICEF bro while his hands are up. BS like this underlines why so many no longer trust legacy media.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Well, why the state called him was unclear, because it's just like, you made the video, you enhanced the video.
Doctor,
You didn't get him to say anything about the video. Strange.
Doug Kelly, Dougkelley.
And are you a doctor?
I am.
And what kind of doctor are you?
I'm a forensic pathologist.
What is a forensic pathologist?
Yep.
Well, pathology is the field of medicine that involves the study of disease and trauma in the human body. Forensic pathology is a subspecialty of that, which specifically involves the principles of medicine and science as they apply to the law. So as a forensic pathologist, we're concerned with determining the cause and manner of death in people. And typically we act as medical examiners in medical examiners' offices. So we'll look at those issues in people who fall within our jurisdiction.
Meaning he's a professional witness.
And where do you work now?
The Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office.
I know you are that the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner does handle the forensic pathology.
Thanks,
for
Jesse.
Kenosha County.
That's correct.
What is your educational background?
I graduated from Illinois Wesleyan University in 1988, and then went to medical school at Southern Illinois University School of Medicine in Springfield, Illinois. I graduated in 1992. I was in internal medicine residency from 1992 to 94. Decided to be a forensic pathologist. My forensic pathology training in pathology is with St. Louis University in St. Louis, Missouri, and I completed that in 1998. I then came to Wisconsin and did my forensic pathology fellowship with the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office, completing that in the summer of 1999, and then stayed on as a staff member after that.
And have you worked as a forensic pathologist or a associate medical examiner or something in that capacity since then?
Yes, I have.
Do you have an idea of how many autopsies you've performed?
I think it's how you spell
I'm
gory,
at
but
a
it's
bit
like
above
4 a.m.
6,000
So.
at this point in my career.
Sorry, 6 a.m.
Why do you
Now,
kill
are those
so
all
many people?
homicides, or are those all different kinds of deaths?
Oh no, those are all kinds of different deaths.
Oh, no, that is how you spell gory.
So homicides are only a part of what we investigate.
Now, did you become involved with the autopsies of Joseph Rosenbaum and Anthony Huber?
Yes.
I would like to show you what has been marked as States Exhibit 20.
David Woodmansey says a donation for a larger man-sized bladder so you don't have to leave the stream every 5 minutes.
This is a copy of my signed autopsy report on Joseph Rosenbaum.
And is it true and accurate, to the best of your knowledge, copy of your report?
Yes, it appears to be.
I'd like to move Exhibit 20 into evidence. Sir, if I'd ask you, Doctor, I'm sorry, if I'd ask you to put that down and look, let's look at the other exhibit there, which has been marked as States Exhibit 21.
I pray he says Rosenbaum died of COVID.
We detected spike proteins and antigens, and
At least they'll get 20K out
Exhibit
of it.
21 is a copy of my signed autopsy report on Anthony Huber. It also includes the 2-page toxicology report from our toxicology laboratory.
Is that a true and accurate copy of the exhibit or of your report?
Yes, it is.
I'd like to move Exhibit 21 into evidence. Doctor, do you hold any board certifications?
I'm board certified in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and in forensic pathology.
And do you hold a medical license?
Yes, in the state of Wisconsin.
I'm holding it now.
Are there any professional organizations to which you belong?
I belong to the National Association of Medical Examiners, to the American Academy of Forensic Science, to the Wisconsin Coroners and Medical Examiners Association.
Are there any sexual associations to which you belong?
No.
That's the question
Doctor,
I want
I'd
the
like
answer
to focus
He's a
on
furry.
Mr. Huber first. Do you recall when you did the autopsy on Mr. Huber?
The autopsy on Mr. Huber was done on the morning of August 26th of 2020.
And that would be the day of or the morning after that he deceased?
That was the same morning that he was pronounced deceased, yes.
Now, how is a body brought to you up in Milwaukee?
When someone is brought to us, our investigators admit them to the
not
facility.
asked, but-
They are given a unique identifier. They are then basically stored in refrigeration until we have the opportunity to perform an examination on them.
In this case, you were able to do an examination on Mr. Huber fairly quickly.
Yes.
And how do you begin? Let's ask it this way: how did you begin your examination of Mr. Huber?
Well, an autopsy examination, it consists of many components, but the first thing that we do, or first thing that I do, when somebody comes to me is I look at them as is. I will look at them, take photographs, collect any evidence that I find, and then we'll remove any clothing or anything else from the body.
Oh, good. He specified from the body.
Examining the body, collecting any evidence I find, taking photographs, doing what's necessary. Those photos are taken before anything is cleaned up, and so that's the next step, is to clean everything up, any fluids that are on the surface of the body, any dirt, and then again, same process, looking at the body again.
Is there a smacking?
The final thing that we do is do the internal examination, which is really what I think more people are familiar with when they think of an autopsy. We make incisions that allow us to look at the organs and tissues, and again, we are looking for any evidence of trauma, any evidence of disease. We're collecting evidence as necessary, specimens for toxicology, taking photographs, and in the end, we put together all of this information from the external and internal examination to determine the cause of death.
Get the man some
And
water.
were
His
you able
mouth
to
is
determine
dry.
the cause of death to Mr. Huber?
Yes.
And what was that cause of death?
Mr. Huber died from a gunshot wound to the chest.
And is that an opinion?
Shocking.
With a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
It is.
Are you sure?
And
Fingers
I
like the
hate
back
that
of an
phrase.
opening.
Gunshot wound.
I hate that phrase.
It's
A
a
reasonable
Huber's
degree of
skateboard.
medical
Huber
certainty.
has an entrance wound.
Sorry.
Yeah.
That is.
I know all riders are the same.
It basically travels through his chest and creates trauma to both of the lungs and specifically to the heart. There's a lot of damage to the heart. So he has a large amount of blood within his body cavities, his chest cavities. And the projectile didn't exit. There's actually a bruise and with some scraping onto the surface. It's located to the right shoulder, just beneath the collarbone. And in that location, I collected a bullet fragment. So this is a single gunshot wound that created lethal injury involving the heart and lungs.
Now, why would that gunshot wound have been lethal? What would have killed Mr. Huber?
The trauma to the heart and lungs is pretty extensive from this wound. So he bled from the wounds that were created by the gunshot.
Did you find any blood inside of his body?
Yes, he had blood within both of his chest cavities.
I too have blood inside my body.
He was one of those people who have blood in his body. He's one of those.
About 1,200.
As a vampire, I object to this.
Of blood to the left chest cavity, and he had 2 liters of blood to the right chest cavity.
So, to the best of your knowledge, would it have been the loss of blood that caused death, or the damage to the organs, or a combination of both?
A combination of both.
Now, what was the trajectory of the bullet, or of the wound path?
This wound path had a trajectory that was left to right and upwards.
Now, when you're talking about trajectory, what are you relating it to?
Well, in order to have a standard set of criteria to be able to discuss trajectories, we put the body in something we call anatomic position. And simply put, the anatomic position is with the person standing straight up with the palms forward. So the person's left is left, the person's right is right, superior and inferior, up and down, and front and back are relative to that person. So it's that simple. We're just creating a standard position that we can that we can relate to.
So, Doctor, would I be demonstrating the anatomic position right now?
That's correct.
I'm glad we're learning that Kyle Rittenhouse killed Huber.
Let's say, shot in my stomach area from someone on the ground and shot my so no matter where I was shot.
I think the breathing is legal mindsets. That's my thought.
Let's start muting people.
Were there any other notable injuries or findings on Mr. Huber?
Mr. Huber had some little abrasions or scrapes here and there, and he had a good sized abrasion or scrape to his right thumb, and he had some abrasions or scrapes to his knees and to the inside of his elbows. Little abrasion or scrape to the lower back. When I did his internal examination, he did have a little area of hemorrhage to the left side of his scalp, the deep scalp, but no injuries to the skull or to the brain itself. So the other injuries were minor injuries, scrapes, and little bruises, but nothing of significance.
Is there any way to tell if they were a part of this gunshot incident, or could they have been pre-existing injuries?
No, these injuries could have been pre-existing injuries, and there's no way to age a bruise or a scrape to inaccuracy. So,
excuse me, sir. I watched Bones.
Those injuries were present.
Is this anti-mortem or peri-mortem?
7. Hopefully, the monitors have remained down.
What percentage of Huber's death do you attribute to stupidity?
100.
500.
What was the level of contributory negligence?
Abrasion. Oh my God, this is torturous.
Okay, well, there was no warning there, so
Doctor,
hope you all read the
it's
banner.
Marked as States Exhibit 87. Do you recognize that? Oh, I'm sorry. I guess this isn't on. 1 second, please.
It's not
Shot through the heart, and you're to blame.
You give love
a
bad name.
I was only thinking it, Nick.
I can't look at this. I get screwed up. I can't.
Yeah, I would
It's
say
gonna
you
be
give
more
Antifa
of
back
your
then, but
game.
Levin, do you recognize
You
that?
give
Yeah,
love
let's see what that
bad name.
What is that?
Bad name.
Well, this is the entrance wound. It's not clear in this photo because it appears that this photo is the one with the there is a patch over it which was placed during resuscitation. There's it's kind of a plastic gel-like patch that is placed over wounds to try to contain bleeding. And so that's over the wound, so you can't really see the entrance wound very well in this particular photo.
Damn it! Now I'm gonna have it stuck in my head all day.
Where is that wound?
Well, you can see it. You can see the hemorrhage there in the middle. It's red.
I mean, I'm sorry. Actually, I asked that. Where on the body is that wound?
Oh, this is the wound to the left side of the chest.
That looks all gunshotty.
Red bad.
Who is exhibit 87 in evidence? If I could have the next exhibit, please. Exhibit
I'm
88.
sorry to everybody in the chat who's mad that I made fun of the dead guy who tried to murder someone, but you know,
Ooh, this is going to be.
there's going to be more
Now,
of that.
Doctor,
Ooh,
what are we
this is
looking at in
gross.
exhibit 88?
So this is
Whoa!
so it's like a photograph.
That's really graphic.
Guess we could have used a trigger warning.
Chest.
My
What
family
you're
ran
looking
funeral
at there
homes, so
to
I'm
the
totally desensitized to this.
purple area to his right shoulder. That's
Oh, I'm
the
acutely aware that I'm
location
tone deaf.
Of the bullet. The bullet is underneath the skin in that location, so it's right below.
Man, I'm gonna have to explain this to YouTube.
Yeah, they're showing this to demonetize you.
Yeah, ad suitability dropping rapidly.
There should be a wooden pointer right in front.
Let's be real. This is Ricada's channel.
Oh.
I'm
Yeah, I might
actually going to have to change
blur
the
this
level
on
of.
the replay to even keep it up and not be 18 plus.
I'm actually going to have to put the warning on this one.
You gotta give the day a
They
props, giving him. Oh,
Guys,
Jesus, he
in
looked.
testimony, that's where you found the bullet,
They were
Yes.
supposed to change the policies on that.
but it was still inside of Mr. Huber.
Yes, this bullet was underneath the skin, right underneath that bruise.
Shit, where is it?
If not already done, I'd like to move this into evidence. The next exhibit, please. This is State's Exhibit 89. Do you recognize this, sir?
Fuck.
Yes, this is another photo of his. You can see his torso and
This is your body on soy.
Lower part of his face to the left of the photo. The white things on his body are defibrillator pads. So this is from resuscitation. Again, you can see the two wounds that we just showed. You can see the purple injury to his right shoulder, and you can see the red area of hemorrhage surrounding the entrance wound, which is to his left
So
side.
even though all of this
by
has basically been agreed to by both sides, like we all know how they died. We all know that Kyle was the one that,
Doctor,
that killed them.
Could you please?
Of course, the prosecution wants to bring this in, and this is exactly why, because this is uncomfortable to look at, and the jury
Looks a
has
little
to
deflated.
stare at this.
How is
No,
it
it's,
not
it's
inflammatory?
never inflammatory.
Yeah, this goes right to I mean, I don't know.
They have to show.
It goes to showing the harm.
So it would have entered by.
If they do a
his-
slow
on his left
pan
chest,
up on his face,
and
that
then
would be
traveled,
inflammatory, though.
to
Like
his
Right.
that
right
would be
shoulder.
how they would make that bad.
That's accurate. You may have a seat.
And
Thank
they
you.
caption it innocent victim.
Here's the 89 in
Yeah.
evidence.
Yeah, Deanna, I'm hoping that too. But I mean, it's all for
So,
education purposes.
Trigger
so-
warning: we're gonna see dead
Now I'd like to move
Rosenbaum in a
on
minute.
to Mr. Rosenbaum. I believe you also did the autopsy of Mr. Rosenbaum.
Yes, I did.
Do you recall if these came in at the same time, or if you did one first, or do you have any recollection of that?
I
Some
don't
of you
have a
in the chat ain't right.
recollection of that. Mr. Rosenbaum. His
Nick said it perfectly. That was
examination
perfectly timed.
performed, following.
I don't moderate that sort of shit.
on
Just
August
don't get me yeeted.
27th of 2020.
And did you do the same procedure that you described, Mr. Huber, in terms of taking photographs and initial appearances, and then cleaning, and then doing a further examination?
Same procedure.
Not saying I'm not going to laugh my ass
Is
off
there
in
anything
private.
different about how Mr. Rosenbaum came to you or appeared to you?
When Mr. Rosenbaum came to the office, his clothing had been removed. He had been to the hospital, and his clothing had been removed. Whereas Mr. Huber came with his clothing still on. But aside from that, I don't think. And then the other thing was that
They can if they
Rosenbaum
push it
came
far enough,
covered
Mads.
by paper bags to protect possible evidence, but other than those things, I think that I don't think there was anything else.
And guys, know when the autopsy
So what
photos,
did
I'm
you
not
first
going to switch
notice
to
about
audio
Mr.
only.
Rosenbaum.
This is what the jury sees.
Mr. Rosenbaum had several injuries. that were related to gunshot wounds.
Were they brothers or cousins of gunshot
That's
wounds?
what I noticed initially, yes.
And did you perform any X-rays on or any other imaging on Mr. Huber or Mr. Rosenbaum?
Yes, x-rays are taken prior to the autopsy examination. That allows us to look for skeletal injuries as well as to locate any projectiles or projectile fragments, bullets or bullet fragments.
Were you able to come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty on what caused the death of Mr. Rosenbaum?
Yes.
What was that?
Mr. Rosenbaum died from multiple gunshot wounds.
You don't say.
In his physical examination, was there anything of note that would have led to a questioning or a addition to that cause of death?
No.
Please say it was
Do you
from
know
the
how
one in
many
his
gunshot
back.
wounds,
They're asking.
that you found on Mr. Rosenbaum?
Well, Mr. Rosenbaum has a number of injuries. There are
They might ask him for a tox
two
report on
injuries
him.
in which the bullet entered
On
the body
cross.
and did not exit.
Should.
Did bullets from those injuries.
Yep.
There's
I sure as
third
shit would.
injury that is a graze wound in which the bullet just grazed the skin superficially. And then there is a gunshot wound to the left hand and an area to the left thigh that appear to be separate, but may actually be, I think they're related to the same gunshot wound.
No.
Gunshot wound to the hand,
Before
you
we
say?
get too far into this, what is stippling?
Reaching.
Okay, so I think to explain that, I have to back up one step and just
Bloody hell, Tweety.
remind you that more than just bullet comes out of the end of the gun. Flame comes
Yeah,
out
but let me put it this way. The jokes running through my head right now have me worried.
of the gun, smoke and soot comes out of the gun, unburned gunpowder particles come out of the
Retribution
end of the gun,
comes out of
bullet
the gun.
comes out. What we do in forensic pathology is we look for injuries on the body or evidence on the body that allows us to estimate the distance of the muzzle of the gun to the surface of the body. And so in contact,
Post those jokes on
you
Twitter.
might actually see
I'll be right.
scrapes around the entrance site from the muzzle of the gun, from the skin actually hitting the muzzle of the gun. It's called a muzzle stamp.
Shit.
So that's a contact wound. Out to a certain distance, soot will actually be able to deposit on the skin. It's obviously not very aerodynamic, so after about a foot or so, soot is imperceptible. But it depends on the weapon to how far that can be seen. But soot will tell us that the muzzle of the gun is within a pretty close distance. And then the gunpowder that comes out, those little gunpowder particles, they also have a velocity to them. So they have energy. So they have kinetic energy that can cause damage to the surface of the skin. So when they hit the skin, if they have enough energy, they can actually cause little scrapes. And those little scrapes or abrasions are little punctate, little round punctate or small elongated injuries to the skin that surround the perforation. And of course, closer you are, the more dense it is, and as they travel through the air, they spread out and create a wider and less dense pattern around the injury until a point.
Thank you, Brandon.
Anymore, they don't have enough injury energy.
Thank you for the
to
PSA
create
and thank you
an
for the
injury
super
on
chat.
the surface of the skin. That is called gunpowder stippling. So when gunpowder creates an injury to the skin, we call that gunpowder stippling. And that indicates an intermediate range gunshot wound. So that's just one of the things that we use to estimate the distance of the muzzle from the surface of the body. And then everything else is referred to as indeterminate because we can't tell. We don't use the word distance. We use the word indeterminate because we can't see anything. That doesn't mean that something didn't get in the way or filter out the gunpowder particles.
Okay, it's killing me. It's
So
killing me. It's because it's floating around in my head. I in no way ever condone violence against anybody. But how many pedophiles does it take to paint a wall? Depends on the color of bullet you use.
anything without any evidence of gunpowder stippling or soot around a wound is indeterminate. So when you talk about gunpowder stippling, we're talking about an intermediate range gunshot wound.
There's a term I see in your report called pseudo-stippling. What is pseudo-stippling?
Obviously, anything that hits the skin and leaves an abrasion it'll leave a mark that we will make note of.
I'm so going to use that the next time I go on next channel.
If something other than gunpowder hits the surface of the skin and
If it comes
creates
up
those
anyway.
abrasions, we'll often refer to those as pseudo-stippling. And so if the bullet goes through an intermediate target, so if it goes through another body part, if it goes through a window, if it goes through a door, the particles of those surfaces might actually travel with some force downstream and hit the surface of the body, creating those same types of injuries. But those look very different than gunpowder stippling. They vary in size and shape. They sometimes are irregular, some are small, some are big.
They're very
That's
diverse.
called pseudo-stippling, and that can be caused by a number of different things, as I just pointed out. It can also be caused by a bullet ricocheting off of something, so it can break up a surface and cause those particles of the bullet and particles of that surface to travel and hit the body. And so that is called pseudo-stippling. It's not the same as gunpowder stippling.
I'd like to first talk about a gunshot wound to the pelvis. What can you tell me about that gunshot wound?
So Mr. Rosenbaum has a gunshot wound to the right side of the pelvis. Actually, it's to the right side of the groin. And that gunshot wound passes
I nick a Bud Light at Matsuri.
Hits the pelvis, creates a quite bad fracture to the right side of the pelvis. And then that bullet continues, and there is an area of
Wait, what?
bruising to the
Hang on,
right
what?
buttock.
You cannot outdo good logic and putting yeetable material on Nick's channel. Still remember we started talking about the gay agenda. Oh, fuck. Oh,
There's
Joe.
actually a little perforation where the bullet couldn't quite get through. But in that location, under that little incomplete exit, that's where I found the bullet from that gunshot wound. So this gunshot wound actually has some stippling, gunpowder stippling associated with it. It's to the lower abdomen. And interestingly enough, where his waistline is at, there's no stippling below that point. So it's not
He was
surrounding
wearing
this
pants.
entrance wound. It's actually above to the abdomen, but it's because he's wearing the clothing, and the clothing didn't allow that gunpowder to get to the surface of the body and the groin region, but it did in the lower abdomen.
That was interesting enough.
That gunpowder sticking to the lower abdomen. It's associated with this entrance wound to the right groin, and that is an intermediate.
Both Nick and Joe do brilliant rants. I hope that one day I can live up to that sort of thing.
Intermediate to what? Oh,
Yeah,
thank you.
exactly.
As I said,
misleading.
intermediate range is it depends on the weapon.
He's still on Huber now, right?
No,
No,
Rosenbaum.
Talking about Rosenbaum, but they haven't shown photos yet, but I
typically
expect
when
that they
you
will.
See gunpowder stippling, you're looking at a muzzle to target distance of a few feet.
A few feet.
But
That's
again,
intermediate.
It depends on whether you're talking about a handgun or rifle or such. I would say that in this particular instance, we're talking about something within a few feet, within 4 feet or so.
And
Within could be
that's
2 feet
knowing
also.
that the defendant fired with an AR-15 rifle with .223 caliber.
By the way, I said 2 to 3 feet away.
That's right.
Nailed it.
So you'd estimate that. I just want to be clear. You're saying that he was about 4 feet away, or he was within 4 feet.
No, objection.
I'm saying that,
mischaracterizing.
well, the best way of putting it is the only way to be more accurate is to test fire the weapon and see what kind of a pattern you get, because the density of that gunpowder stippling pattern might help you somewhat. But this is pretty spread out. So all we can really say is that it's within a few feet, but I can't be any more specific.
And what was the
within
path
and about are not the same.
gunshot wound?
It's basically front to back and a little left to right.
And in your medical opinion, is this the kind of shot that would resulted in loss of life?
It's not an immediately lethal wound. No, obviously, all gunshot wounds can produce morbidity and mortality, but in this particular instance, this is not an immediately lethal wound.
Now, doctor, I'd like to talk to you about a gunshot wound. Did you find any wounds to the hand?
The left hand has a gunshot wound. It's a very complex wound. There is tearing of the skin to the palmar surface at the base of the index and middle fingers. There's a tear that
mouth
extends
noises.
up the middle finger, and there's actually some
It's like he's eating a banana.
a lot of soot to this area and tearing to the underlying soft tissue. That soot continues to the other fingers of the palmar surface of the hand. This wound is associated with fracturing to the first bone of the index finger, so the bone just beyond the knuckle. That bone is fractured by this wound path. And then it exits to the back of the hand, just beyond the knuckle of the index finger.
He tried to use sword catch and failed.
If we were to put this into anatomic position, which we talked about a minute ago with the palm forward, the trajectory of this wound path with the hand in anatomic position is basically front to back, right to left, and a little bit upwards.
Did you recover any bullet fragments from that wound?
No.
See, I think you're right, Nick. I think he's describing his hand out like that towards the thing.
You mentioned
And it went
that,
through his
was there any...
That's how I'd
or any
frame it.
Or
Yep.
something of that nature in this wound?
Yeah, the defense needs to make that clear.
This wound does have soot associated with it. There's a fair amount of soot to the, like I said, the palmar surface of that hand. So clearly this wound represents something closer, what I call the close range gunshot wound.
That's great. That is great.
Phenomenal.
That is exceptional.
I think that it makes sense that this wound is associated with another wound that is to the lateral or the outside of the left thigh. It's kind of to the lower left thigh, but that area has a very irregular, large area of abrasion and multiple small perforations. And in one of these perforations, I actually recovered a small fragment of a bullet. The X-ray shows that there's additional, very, very small metal fragments in the left thigh as well, which I didn't recover. So this injury to the left, outside of the left thigh, this is very characteristic of a ricochet type wound. In other words, I think the bullet hit something, ricocheted, breaking up the bullet and that surface, and that showered the left lateral thigh and created these injuries. It appears that the gunshot wound that could have caused that would be the one related to the left hand as well. So I think that the gunshot wound to the left hand passed through, made impact with the pavement, and fragmenting some of the pavement as well, and that this created the injury to the left thigh as well as to the left hand.
He
got him
slapped
twice
the
with
bullet.
one
out.
bullet.
Hand
He
injury.
got him twice with one bullet.
That would you consider
Yeah,
that
that can
an
happen.
injury that would quickly cause death?
No.
It's a better shot than we realized.
And this injury to the left thigh, is that the kind of injury that would cause death?
No, it's not.
Would it be fair to say that's something of a superficial wound?
Yes.
This whole trying to get the back thing is excruciating.
Yeah.
And
They
even
know that's the
slowing it
headline.
down.
It's the headline
Even
for
slowing it
tomorrow. All splashed across mainstream
Now, I'd
media
like to
is
talk to you
Kyle
about
killed him with a shot to the back.
gunshot wound to the head. What can you tell me about that?
This is the grazing one.
To the right frontal area of the head. So basically the right lateral forehead. There is a graze wound, as I mentioned previously. So this is a superficial injury in which the bullet grazed the surface of the skin or created an abrasion or scrape. And based on the appearances of the edge of this wound, it appears to be traveling in a back to front and downward orientation. And there's obviously no bullet or bullet fragments recovered from the body on a wound like this.
So when you're saying back to front, the injury, the bullet actually made contact towards the rear of the head first and then traveled towards the front of the head?
Yes, it's the angle is sharply downwards, but it's from back to front and downwards.
Now, is that wound, would that be considered to be a wound that would be immediately fatal?
No, it's not.
Now, doctor, I'd like to talk to you about a
He said back
gunshot
to
wound
front
to
and
the
downwards?
chest
Yes.
and the
So
abdomen.
the angle that Kyle was at,
Gunshot wound.
maybe he was looking up.
Well, this gunshot wound to Mr. Rosenbaum, it enters the back about an inch to the left of the upper.
He's getting really,
line.
getting quite pissy about how
This is
Rosenbaum's
one that passes
pronounced the
through
name.
The right chest cavity. It creates a great deal of injury to the right lung. There's blood within the right chest cavity. It then perforates the diaphragm at the base of the lung and enters the liver, which is right under the diaphragm. Creates a great deal of injury to the liver.
This case has created a
There's
great deal of injury to
fracturing
my
of
liver.
several ribs in association with this wound path as well.
Heyo.
But then the wound path, after creating all this,
Gotta go get my wallet.
passes
I'll be right
into
back.
The right flank, and there was a bruise to the right flank under which I collected a bullet.
When they go to show pictures, guys, it's going to be
Now,
dead people.
we talked
so
about how the other
just so you know,
injuries were not
it's called to show
ones that would
evidence.
immediately cause a mortal wound. What impact do you believe that this gunshot would have had on Mr. Rosenbaum?
This gunshot wound is a lethal injury.
What do you mean by that?
This gunshot wound is the one that would cause death as a result of the injuries to the lungs and the liver with the hemorrhage and the injury to the organs themselves.
Is that to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
Now, what was the trajectory of this gunshot wound?
Is he saying now the other ones were fatal?
This gunshot wound is downward, left to right, and back to front.
I have to pull up the.
Yeah, that's the headline tomorrow.
Rosenbaum.
You're gonna see a dead body if you don't want to look. I am going to see this Rittenhouse rye get opened.
Nice.
While we're
Take a
setting
few
this
shots
up,
of this
Doctor,
and you may
were
be in the
able
ground.
to
Wait, Carl has his own whiskey
establish,
now?
The size of Mr. Rosenbaum during this autopsy?
His height and weight, you mean?
Yes.
But yeah, he's 5'4" tall, and he weighed 150 pounds.
Manlet.
I'm not sure what's marked as Exhibit 90. What is this?
You're looking at the graze wound to his head.
So he said it
Oh.
started from the back and went forward.
When you say it's back to front, how can you tell that?
In order to determine that, you have to look at it very closely. You have to look at the edges, and typically, projectile that travels along the surface of the skin will create tearing of the skin, and the way that it tears the skin.
So cheap, you can
helps
probably get your own made up if you
determine
want.
its direction. In this case, the direction of the tears tells you the direction the bullet is going. So it kind of
Darth Vader. That was rude.
pushes through the tissue, tears it as it goes, and it's those specific tears as you go along that you can use to determine that.
So you indicated.
Oh, Rittenhouse will
trajectory
rise
of
way older than
this
Kyle. Okay, I stand
bullet
corrected. My apologies
was,
then.
Back to front and downwards, and that's in the anatomical position.
That's correct.
I'd like to move Exhibit 90 into evidence. Next exhibit, please.
Billy Witch Doctor 99 says, "Here's the money. Keep the grift flowing. What do you think will come first? 200,000 subs or 100,000 24-hour streams?"
Doctor, I'd like to put Exhibit 91. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is that?
Entry
What
wound.
you're looking at is to the left side of the picture next to that scale with the numbers on it. That's the knee of the left leg. And right above the left knee, you're looking at the lateral left thigh. And the injury is that area of scraping or red abrasion right above it. It's very irregular in its appearance.
I probably should have leaned into the skid,
Now,
frankly.
Is this the injury that you've opined was caused by debris or by a bullet fragmenting?
Yes, by ricochet.
And is there evidence of the pseudo-stippling which you talked about?
You can see that in addition to the main body of the abrasion, you can see some very small areas of
Because they don't bother paying for the good
abrasion
quality
or
ones.
scrapes there above it and below it, and those little areas are separate impact sites. Those are separate projectiles, if you will. So this entire area is.
I don't think it's in Hebrew by Franz. He said it was numbers.
Typical wound.
I can use Exhibit 91 into evidence.
Sorry, I know that's loud.
Because it's gonna be ugly.
Gonna be.
You're trying to eat. To be fair, Deanna, you were warned.
This is a picture
Could be
before
worse,
cleaning
honestly.
up. It's a picture of the palmar surface of the left hand. So this
A lot of
is where
soot
the
on that
injury
hand.
to the left hand is located.
And can you indicate, if you can, where the entrance wound is?
So if you look at the middle finger and to the right side of the middle finger, it's really difficult to see in this particular photograph. But to the right side of the middle finger there, that's where the beginning of the injury is at. It's where the entrance is.
Could you have taken a
I apologize.
better
Could you use
picture?
that pointer and point it out? It is difficult to see.
Did you consider maybe showing the wound in the picture?
All right, I've got to bounce. I've got to catch a flight, but I'll probably be in chat at some point. So I'll see you later.
Fly well,
See you,
brother.
Kurt.
Good talking to you, Kurt. Take it easy, brother.
I'll give you that, and why don't you just stay there and we'll try to move this one. Did everyone hear that?
No, I didn't hear it.
Now, there's some dark markings all over the hand. What is that?
Those markings that you're referring to are here, around the entrance. There's also some in this finger and up here. All of these areas that look kind of black or dark gray are areas of soot deposition. So that's where soot has attached to the skin.
Let's move Exhibit 92 into evidence. Next exhibit, please. Doctor, what are we looking at?
On the
here?
one hand, I agree with you on that. On the other hand, I pray that no one should ever have to be desensitized to this sort of shit. Yeah, we got the right leg.
And this irregular area here, round area, is the exit.
Wow.
I wonder if he stood up to me by the screen.
into
That's
evidence?
why he's so quiet.
Yeah, he's got the pointer.
So travel
Now,
through
and
two
that is
different
the
fingers?
wound that you believe would have then went and struck perhaps the pavement and caused the thigh injury.
He went
You asked for a clearer picture.
down.
Let's see, what is it marked as
through,
94? Exhibit 94, do you recognize that?
So it hits the middle finger and then goes down through and out the side.
Of the left hand. And again, you can see the rounded area here, the beginning of the wound path. Here, this tearing here. This is all
Again, if you think about grabbing like this,
along the wound path.
reaching like this, the bullet coming through this way.
Right.
It does make sense.
All that black material is the soot.
It's interesting that actually the bullet goes down and then back up, implying that he wasn't trying to make like a headshot. You know what I'm saying? He could have aimed higher.
He didn't have time.
He was raising his gun as he started firing. That's why he hits the pelvis. That's why he hits the hand.
Exhibit 95.
Pelvis was likely the first thing hit.
Doctor, what is this?
Which is really karma right there, considering the way he lived his life. That the first injury was to his pelvis.
Yeah, it's just with this testimony, how slow it goes, them slowing down the footage. You know, they want to dilate time here and make it sound like Kyle had more time to premeditate this, more time to control this. But like Nick said, when you're moving it just part of a fluid motion and the shots are going off, it's just something that essentially happened as one motion in an instant.
Oh yeah, it was 4 shots in 3/4 of a second.
But they're trying to make it sound like it was
a
spaced
10-minute
Right, 'cause-
shooting spree, right?
And that's why they want to cherry pick the one that killed him, right?
Yeah,
That
yes.
None of these other ones were fatal, but the one that killed him was the one to his back.
Exhibit 95.
So that's it's can be effective. We'll see how it plays out with the jury.
Let's see what is marked as States Exhibit 96. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is a picture before it's cleaned up. This is a picture of the entrance wound to the right groin region. The genitalia would be in the upper right corner there, next to the top of the scale. There's a lot of blood on this, so it's difficult to see things, but the entrance wound is right here.
And what is the redness around the wound?
That's all blood. There's wet and dried blood still to the surface of the body before he's been cleaned up and recorded.
Like to Exhibit 96 in the evidence?
Elena Stansby says, sending much love from the UK. Great Britain. Hey, thank you.
Cheers.
I try and get these in between talking.
Doctor, what is this?
This photograph is a picture of Mr. Rosenbaum's back. You can see the entrance wound is this dark brown.
He's a lot less bloody than I would have anticipated.
You're not gonna. It's not a shotgun.
Right.
It's the difference with the Arbery case, by the way.
Yeah, the Arbery case is a bloody pulp.
The wound
Shotgun versus rifle.
Yep.
extending all the way from the back of the left shoulder down to the area around the entrance wound.
But Huber had it worse. Huber looked bloody.
Is it 97 in the evidence?
Huber, he hit the heart. I mean, you're talking about
The chest.
tons of blood.
Doctor, look at Series Exhibit 98.
So did this. He hit the heart here through the back.
No, it went down into his liver.
Yeah,
Was it?
yeah.
Yeah, it traversed down his body because he was falling forward.
Right.
Photograph of the graze wound to the right side of the head.
Yeah, after your pelvis is shattered, you tend to collapse.
That Mr. Rosenbaum has been washed or cleaned up.
That's correct.
Like to Exhibit 98 in evidence? Doctor, this is Exhibit 99. What is this?
This is a closer photograph of the left hand showing the exit wound. What you're looking at is from the left.
Someone just pointed out that the prosecutor sounds like Jonah Hill, and I can't unhear it.
They broke the glass.
Yeah, thank you for whoever pointed that out to me earlier in chat too.
Let's use Exhibit 99 to evidence. Doctor, what are we looking at here?
The injury to the left hand after it's been cleaned up somewhat. You can see here the thumb, the index finger, the middle finger.
You can still see the soot burns on it after cleanup.
Yeah, it's a lot of soot.
He was really close and reaching for the muzzle.
Black areas here along the wound as well as Jason's ring finger. That's all soot. Here is the index finger. And again, there's this black.
Thank you for the blank super chat, AP.
And along the palmar surfaces of those two fingers.
This was at 100 in evidence. Doctor, what are we looking at here?
This photograph depicts this is the knee right here in the middle. This injury up here.
In a weird way, it's actually good to have the shot to the back on this one because they're not showing, you know, like the dead body
Yeah.
corpse face
The
posed
face.
the whole time.
Yeah, the face forward.
Surrounding it. This right here, the left knee.
Yeah. Well, it's not for no reason. They're going for maximum shock and awe. Trying to show, well, here's the disgusting thing that this kid did. You should find him guilty of murder. Not that it matters, because at this point, they've already proven self-defense, so...
Exhibit 101 into evidence.
I can't wait for cross on these guys. This guy, I think it'll be actually really interesting.
And for the final exhibit,
I think so too.
What is this?
A close-up photograph after he's been cleaned up of the entrance gunshot wound to the right groin.
Going back to the beginning of the stream
On
now,
Cross,
should be
I would-
called back
I
up
would
live
like
about
to
2.5
hear
hours.
him
Fair enough.
I think exhibit 102. into
Address
evidence.
the timing of these various wounds, how close together they may have been, or you know how these various things could have happened.
Which one is?
I don't know if he's going to have too much ability to testify to that. That's going to be limited.
But that's exactly.
One quick question. I've got alternate part colors, okay? I can either use the maroon, which I think is more true to the thing, or I can use the sort of metallic green that I think will make it look pretty good. Thoughts?
Exactly it.
Yeah.
That's exactly my
Now,
point.
as a
is
medical
to
examiner,
basically point that out.
Is all you do or all you're allowed to do is look at the body?
No.
What else can your medical examiner? Is it fair to say
We
perform
can
an
watch the
investigation?
movie.
Yes, we collect information about the circumstances of the case. We'll look at
Actually, that's a good point,
photographs, scene photographs, or other photographs with video from the scenes. We'll look at a lot of different things in order to understand
Is that
the
gonna come into view at
circumstances
all?
better.
I don't
and
think so.
Perhaps help us to answer other
Stupid
questions.
And did you review anything else in this case that would aided you in your investigation in terms of Mr. Rosenbaum?
Several things were reviewed.
Where'd my YouTube page go? So I can
from Mr.
do the poll.
Rosenbaum, specifically a video, YouTube video was referenced to exemplify
Stream ad, Rittenhouse trial.
circumstances of the shooting. I reviewed some other records, medical records and things.
So it
which
says,
is
"I
routine,
watched the
but,
Young Turks."
That was about it with Mr. Rosenbaum.
Oh God.
Oh, Angela, of course you're going to be saying maroon. I forgot you're a Queenslander.
Man, it'd be great if there's a tox report. What drugs were in his system at the time?
No, but that's standard.
Oh, there's got to be a tox report.
Can you tell us what that
So
drug is for?
roughly half of you never got a notification.
You're a doctor. I mean,
Bloody
I know
hell.
you're not a pharmacist. However, Justin Schroll says, "Why is the office that sprayed Kyle with pepper spray?"
Exhibit 41.
Never mind. I'll read it in a minute.
Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is that?
That appears to be an introductory screen from a video that was referenced to me. I was told to look at this video for reference.
Is he a video expert now?
In understand or in seeing the scene of the shooting better.
Well, it's not.
Oh.
It's not uncommon for,
No.
for these kind of.
It was an
Video
intro
that
screen
Dr.
with
Jensen,
writing.
The defense expert reviewed.
Yes, I believe so.
So did the writing prejudice your interpretation of the event? That's the valid question.
That is a valid question.
In
But
after
otherwise,
watching that
generally,
Because that
video,
was defense exhibit.
are you able to tell us anything about the first two gunshots?
The if trying to determine some kind of order of gunshots, obviously the autopsy itself is not going to allow us to do that. We can use the injuries and the details about those injuries to help us, but the autopsy alone is not going to allow you to do that, and also is not going to allow you to know what position the person is in when they were shot. We put things in terms of anatomic position, but we seldom know exactly what position they were in when the gunshot wound was incurred. So the use of the video can sometimes be helpful in answering those questions. And really, with regards to the video, and there really was only one very small portion of that entire video that helps me, and I think that it's the portion where there's actually some sound.
And of course I was muted. I think you guys are right. I'm going to mix and match because 47 to 53. Oh, exactly 50. Okay.
At the time that you hear the discharge of the weapon.
The Windows
and so
sound that you
that's what
guys hear is
that's
not
what
on
I
my
use the
computer.
video for,
Not mine.
Just to
It's
see
from the court.
what position
Right.
he's in when I hear those gunshots. And so really knowing that he had these gunshot wounds to different areas. He's got an entrance wound to the front of his body, the right groin. He's got an entrance wound to the upper back. He's got a graze wound to the head. And so in looking at the video and paying attention to his body position when I heard the discharge of the weapon, I was at least able to say that the only time during the interaction in which he could have incurred the gunshot wounds to the back and to the right side of the head is when he's more horizontal. And the only time that happens is the last two gunshot wounds. So I think the first two gunshot wounds are represented by the injury to the groin and the injury to the left thigh.
In the hand.
There is it's not the greatest video for
Left thigh was
not the
a
clearest
fragment.
video, but right after the second gunshot wound, there's also some kind of a
I'm not
cloud.
pulling up the Crocodile Dundee knife on
There's
stream.
a cloud of smoke or something like that.
I've done enough to get
And,
yeeted today. I'm not going
I
to
felt
add
this
that
was
to it.
consistent with a bullet hitting the pavement and creating that cloud, and therefore that would be related to the injury to the left thigh. So really, that's how I use the video, just to
Damn it, I just
determine
want to use the
when
green on
And
that.
that's
positions
common, you
to
guys.
move, certain gunshot wounds.
So, Doctor, is your testimony that in the video you reviewed, which the jury has seen, the first gunshots are while Mr. Rosenbaum is facing Mr. Rittenhouse?
Yes.
And you said that at least one of those was intermediate out to 4 feet away?
Yes.
And then you see in the video that Mr. Rosenbaum continues going forward and he begins to tilt or fall. And is it your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that the back to front shots to the head and then the kill shot to the back would have been while he was falling
kill
or
shot.
perpendicular to the ground?
The only way that
Parallel to the ground, homie.
trajectories of the gunshot wounds to the right side of the head and the back make sense is if he's more horizontal to the ground, and that is occurring at the time that the last 2 gunshot wounds are heard on the video.
Doctor, in your the rest of your medical knowledge and opinion, if an individual is moving forward and they sustain that injury that entered by the groin and went to the hip, could that cause them to fold forward and kind of move forward or move down
In less than a quarter
position?
second?
That's possible. There's a very complex fracture involving the right side of the pelvis, which may make the pelvis and the right leg more unstable. But all I can say is that that's a possibility.
Try falling to the ground in a quarter second. It's a remarkably difficult thing to do. Have just launch yourself at the ground. Have your friend time you with a stopwatch. Try it. I
Doctor,
dare
we
you.
talked about this hand wound and how that occurred. If someone is pointing a rifle at you, an AR-15, do you have an explanation of how that hand could be positioned that would result in the injury shown, and then also perhaps the injury to the thigh from that same round?
Well, as I said, this is a close range injury, and so his hand is in close proximity or in contact with the end of that rifle.
Oh, shit.
So you can kind of think of it in your...
Look at Binger. Look at Binger.
Oh, man.
Fucking deer in the headlights.
You move the hand around. You can put it in different relationships to the body that can explain that. Typically, by turning the palm towards the ground, it would make sense that it could go through the hand, hit the ground, and then create the injuries to the left side of the thigh.
So it's consistent that the hand with the palm was to the ground, and then it would have entered by the middle finger, gone through, and then exited the end of the index finger, and then hit the ground?
Yes.
I think I can understand why these two don't work together anymore.
I mean, that, again,
And
it's
just to
another
be
case
clear,
where the state is just making the defense case.
We've only heard 4 gunshots. Is it possible that the 4 gunshots caused all 5 wounds?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
People talk about the case during the break, or you'd watch or listen to any account of the trial?
So
You
the,
know,
the part of this testimony that
yes,
helps the
in for-
prosecution is the photos.
Actual time of.
Absolutely.
of the-
Other than that,
But the prosecution can't help itself. There's always something. There's always something that comes out during every single freaking witness that helps the defense. It just shows how strong the facts are.
I honestly think it's just because they have bad facts.
Yeah, no, but that's the point.
Right. There have been dozens, hundreds, thousands of cases not prosecuted on far worse fact patterns than this. I mean, on far worse fact patterns, just because of self-defense.
I'll be honest, Mads. I think it's a
one of the ones
combination.
I like to
To
go
be
back
honest,
to
I
is
think there's some
Michael
bad lawyering
Grosskreutz,
here, and I
the
do think
parking
there
lot
is some
shooter over
bad.
the handicap space.
The
He
case is
wasn't
bad
even- He
as a
wasn't
whole.
arrested. He wasn't charged for a very long time because they had to nail him on his interview. His interview is where he goes in and he says, "No, I wasn't scared because I have my gun. I had no problem." Like, that guy killed himself on his own statements to the cops. They let him go. He went home. Everything was fine. And I mean, there was no question. He shot the person. This is not a Rittenhouse situation where there's a riot. Yearly, there are, again, dozens, if not hundreds, if not thousands of cases in the U.S. that are not prosecuted because they're self-defense, and they have less evidence, they have less video footage, they have a less compelling self-defense case than Kyle Rittenhouse. And that's the problem the prosecution has. This entire case is why every witness is harming them.
Yeah.
And this is why we're saying the case for a motion, any sort of motion under 805.14, all the motions are under that statute. If you want to look at that statute, any one that could get him acquitted, I just call them the acquittal motions because they're all sorts of different types of motions. But all of those look at the evidence in the light most favorable to the prosecution. But even if you do that, every bit of their evidence has something for the defense. It creates that reasonable doubt. So they
Stop
cannot
being polite,
go
you're not
over that
Canadian.
beyond a reasonable doubt threshhold.
Okay, fine.
Yeah,
it was a
it's
total and utter
amazing. I mean, the
clusterfuck.
fact that the state's medical examiner, that the state decided to call and the state decided to ask these questions.
Yeah, exactly.
The state ends up having to confront the fact that he said not only was his hand in close proximity to the gun, but it may have been on the barrel of the rifle. And why do they...
Oh, for a second there, I thought that was me. Thought I'd fucked up.
They go to a...
Sitting against Kyle Rittenhouse, and the appearances are as
Hold
before.
on.
And
it's a 15-minute break, and Court TV is going to end their feed and start a new one. I guess they can start editing it or something.
It's budget cropping.
I hate it. I hate it. So I'll grab the new feed in just a second, or I'll grab Law and Crime.
See, 'cause
So
here's the
either way,
thing.
do we
Okay.
know how many more expert
I've used
witnesses
all
we're
those.
going to get on the
I'm going to
stand?
pause that
If
for a
we
second.
get-
Okay. Because here's my take on the case so far. Okay? The prosecution had bad facts. We know this. The prosecution had bad facts. It's a shitty case where self-defense was very clear and very obvious when you actually looked at it. But the trouble is, it looks as if Lunchbox and Binger weren't discussing between themselves a lot of things. It does sort of feel like at different times they were at cross purposes, and that they didn't consider a unified strategy. Because there were times there where Binger very clearly was caught off guard by some of the evidence that was elicited from Lunchbox's questioning of certain witnesses. And it looks to me like there's a severe lack of preparation. They should have, because Binger's an arrogant fuck, this is true. There were questions there that they clearly didn't know the answer to prior to asking them. And that is the one thing as a trial attorney that you never do. You never ask a question that you do not explicitly know the answer to. You just don't, because you look like a fuckwit, or something comes out that majorly damages your case, and it blows up in your face. And it's... yeah. But anyway. I'm digressing. They try to get a mistrial? I should probably be appropriate and do that. How long was it? It was only 10 minutes, wasn't it? Yeah, alright. We'll listen to the commentary.
Because this is already to the level of pain that probably was felt by Gaige at this point. Because, I mean, we're just getting absolutely, at this point, we've heard the main witnesses. So it's just cumulative and cumulative. And I know it's new, right? But at this point, expert testimony, not the most persuasive.
The medical
No,
examiner,
from the
is
point
different
of
from the
a
experts
lawyer,
because
you
we
have good
haven't
and bad
seen
facts to your
Any
case.
doctors before this point testify to the actual wounds and
It's legitimately terminology that we
conducted
use.
Any autopsies and
Oh, for God's sakes. Oh, I suppose the sun's coming up, so a bunch of people are waking up to use the internet. Oh crap, it's 7:15. Come on. What are we, 2:05:35?
So it's just cumulative and cumulative. And I know it's new, right? But at this point, expert testimony, not the most persuasive.
the medical examiner, I think is different from the other experts because we haven't seen any doctors before this point testify to the actual wounds and and the having conducted any autopsies and looking at reports. So that is new. I wouldn't say that is cumulative.
No.
But I would
Yeah,
say
basically.
if they were going to be introducing any more police officers,
You're not
for
wrong,
example,
Dyla.
I don't
DD
understand
Illa?
why
We've
they
heard
would
from
be
what,
doing that.
5 now? 5 cops?
And none of them have given us anything particularly relevant.
It's just phrasing that
How
we
many
use.
random videos are they going to not stipulate to and bring one cop on to bring on a single video?
Yeah, it's insane. Guys, and what we're talking about with cumulative evidence is the idea that a fact, or a given fact for the jury to consider, is supposed to really only show up once. You get the fact is entered into the record, and then the jury has heard the fact, and then they get to make a determination.
Yeah.
There's a prejudicial aspect to hearing the same fact repeated over and over and over. It's why Binger keeps saying, you didn't see him have a gun. You didn't see him have a knife. You didn't see him have a bat. It's why he was doing that, is to imprint in the idea of the jury that this guy was unarmed. Now, each different person that he asked that,
The only person who was unarmed in this situation, in my opinion,
because that person
was
didn't see it. So he's allowed
Gaige,
to do
and that was only
But when
after he
we're
got
talking about
shot.
Cops coming up on the stand and testifying to a particular video that they all saw. If each cop were to come up and testify to the same video over and over and over, it's cumulative, it's irrelevant, and so the video evidence in this case has a real easy track to be cumulative. So that's why we're talking about the cumulative evidence, and Richards could object to it if it were actually cumulative. This is all new, and I think the prosecution here had to make a choice, and they said, we really want to show they really wanted that the Huber image.
Yes.
The one where he's dead,
Especially.
laying there. He looks awkward and
It
nasty.
really is. It's a very uncomfortable image to look at, to say the least.
Right.
You think they left the eyes open on purpose to make it that
No.
much more uncomfortable?
No,
I don't think so.
Yeah, they don't. They try to manipulate it as little as possible, right? Get the body in place.
Yeah.
But
Have you guys ever been to a corner before?
Like I said, my family
No.
runs funeral homes. I've seen a lot of dead bodies, so that
It is.
that
I went. When I interned with the Attorney General's office, they do, over their summer internships, they do a field trip day to the LA County Coroner.
I can do you one better than that.
There were certain meets that I could.
High school. Yeah. No, I was younger than that, because when did I do my work experience? Because I did work experience at the local hospital, and spent a day in the morgue, day in the ED, and what else was there? And I think we did a field trip in year 10 or 11 or something for science class. But yeah, that was interesting.
Could meet for a while afterwards. For a while.
See, I grew up with too much internet, so I mean, I've watched people be killed in horrific ways, and this is like, well, I mean, you look at it and it's like, yeah, I could see that being a problem. I mean, that's kind of
Right.
gross, but it's
You're
not.
saying this picture
wasn't
gets
that
lost
bad.
in the search history that you have from YouTube. It would like,
Pat Robertson
totally
was
go
right
unnoticed.
all along, Nick.
But no, I mean, they want the pictures, they want the stills, they want to jar the jury, who are just typically normal folk. That's what they want to
Nomad,
do. But
also
they
a
have to
lurker, but started
balance
the
it
stream from the
with
beginning.
how
Cheers.
bad, things can go for them.
High school did a field trip
know
to a
about
funeral
the
home.
hand.
Didn't get to see
And
any
they
bodies,
asked,
but did
Binger
see
got up and
glass
said,
tills
"Do
and
any of you
equipment.
know about stippling at jury selection?" He
Interesting.
wanted anybody who knew anything about stippling off the jury immediately, because he knew it was going to come up and be an issue. Even if they've seen CSI and just remember the word stippling, it's going to prejudice the jury against the
High
state.
school girl
But of
actually
course,
ended up
then
in
their
business.
medical
Wow.
expert comes out and says,
That's interesting.
"Yeah, stippling on the two wounds right there, because it seems like he was pretty close to him." Oh, that doesn't look good for you. I'd say within 4 feet. Now, mind you, his hand is reaching for the gun, is maybe coming into contact with the barrel. That's on me. You're talking 2 feet, and then another what? I'm not doing the triangle math, but to get to my pelvis, you're talking 2.5, 3 feet of distance if my hand is on the barrel. So when he says within 4 feet, I mean, we're talking about Joseph Rosenbaum is within grabbing distance as the shot enters his pelvis, and that is a critical fact.
And the fact that they had the medical examiner saying that based on what was on his hands, it looked like his hand was either near or on the barrel of the gun.
Oh, brutal.
That's very, very damaging.
And that's what I was saying before.
And the thing is
The prosecutor should have known that. They should have known that that's what he was going to
Closer
say.
than 4 feet. It just meant within 4 feet. So even that was
That's just poor
deceptive. The use of
preparation.
The word intermediate. I know a lot of people in the chat pointed that out. Intermediate is a deceptive word, right? But
Someone
at
said,
the end of the-
"Oh yeah, go ahead."
No, I was gonna say at the end of the day, we know that he was close enough to grab it, and also, anybody who's seen the 21-foot thing, it's the knife rule, right? If you got a knife, you're within 21 feet, you are deadlier than a gun because you can close that gap and you can kill them often before they can even draw their gun and fire it, right? So 4 feet is just, that to the end, right? It's that and that much quicker for him to disable Kyle.
Yeah, and the
I've never
important part
actually
about
used the phrase "my truth."
The within 4 feet and the intermediate thing. That was a
There's
very
facts that are beneficial to your case
sly
and
move.
facts that aren't.
Someone in the chat said, "Oh, within 4 feet. 4 feet is intermediate now. I'm a long distance shooter, I guess." That's why you're 10 feet away. 10 feet is nothing with a handgun. I mean, you're
like a
extra
sharpshooter
accurate.
there. From 10 feet away, I can hit him. I'm like a
Yeah.
sniper.
On cross, I would expect them to completely eradicate that term and just use within 4 feet, within 4 feet, within 4 feet as many times as possible.
Yeah,
So he
and
could
also
be 2 feet
narrow
away.
that. Yeah, right.
So he-
narrow that down exactly like you were
Yeah.
saying, Nick. Yeah, that
Yeah.
within 4 feet could also be 6 inches. That's also within 4 feet.
Yeah, get him down to the closest it could possibly be, maybe. I don't know if you want to do that, but you could. You could say, so you'd say potentially within 4 feet. Would it be unreasonable to say 3 feet? How about 2 feet? How about 1 feet?
Yeah.
At what point
Yeah.
is the stippling 6 inches? And just make him, he'll say the whole time, well, I'm not an expert on distance. Well, I'm not an expert on distance. I'm not an expert. It would really depend on the caliber. It depend on the brand of shell that's used because 223 or 5.56. I
Yes.
think Kyle was shooting 223. You can get
223,
different
yeah.
grains. You can get different grain loads inside the bullet. You can have a different amount of powder in there, and that's going to change a whole lot of those equations. And this guy is not an expert on it, and that
We're getting there.
although you may just want him to say within 4 feet, because within 4 feet is a terrifying fucking place for a maniac chasing you.
Yeah.
Screaming F you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. When you
And
just
to your
heard a
point-
gunshot.
Right. And to your point earlier, Nick, of course they want anyone that knows anything about stippling to be off that jury. And anyone that has any amount of expertise related to the material aspects of this trial, they want them to be off the jury because they don't want them to bring in their own analysis, their own expertise. They want them to just work within the four corners that they build for the jury, and then go within there. Because otherwise there's also the potential for one of the jurors to say, hey, I have a lot of experience with this, and what they said is not exactly accurate. And then you have a potential situation where you have one juror becomes the leader on a particular issue.
And when they get into deliberations, that's when the jury is actually allowed to talk about the case. That's one of the interesting prospects here because I believe, according to the report, there are 2 pharmacists and 1 EMT, or maybe 2 EMTs on the jury. EMTs are going to have, if they're actual 911 call responders, are going to probably have seen a gunshot wound or 2. They're going to see stippling. They're going to have talked to trauma doctors who are dealing with this type of stuff, and they'll be talking about it in the back. The pharmacists, that's why I said if there's a talk screen, you really want to ask about the talk screen, what's on there. Even if you don't get out what they're used for from the expert, the pharmacists, if they go back into that jury room, are going to say, well, this guy's on an antipsychotic. And where'd you hear that? It's like, well, I know what Sarasota does, or whatever it is. That's the type of stuff that can be really useful in a jury room, especially when all of it is negative against the deceased. They're not talking about a tox screen on Kyle Rittenhouse. They don't have a tox report for him. They don't say, they're not going to be able to discuss what was in his body. I mean, we have no evidence of it, but they will be able to discuss what was in Rosenbaum's body. And I still say Rosenbaum is the linchpin of the whole case, because that first shooting sets Kyle's state of mind. If he was murdering a guy,
It sets the whole thing in motion.
yeah.
Yeah.
If he's murdering a guy, he can't run off and say he was running to the police in self-defense. I mean, he can, but it sounds hollow. If he's defending himself and then gets up and runs towards the police as fast as he can, sure looks like he's defending himself for the rest of the night. And I don't know how you say otherwise.
So I don't know if any of you caught Viva Barnes last night, but Robert Barnes was making a point which was a little disconcerting for those of us who are hoping for and expecting Kyle to be exonerated. And that is, we here conservatives on the right, we looking at this as a matter of, was it self-defense, was it not self-defense? And he was saying those people who have, the sheep who have been influenced by media into thinking, well, Kyle was wrong for being there. They don't care about his justification for self-defense because they already are judging him guilty for being in a place that he doesn't live there and showing up there, roaming around with an AR-15 and set it. And from their perspective, you know, you're saying Rosenbaum set everything in motion. Yeah, that's what a lawyer thinks. That's what the law says. But from an emotional, moral perspective, or what they deem to be morality, I actually think it's a perverse form of morality. They think that he's improperly there, and that's what sets this whole thing in motion. Kyle shouldn't be there, which is why I think the defense is, when the defense
That's irrelevant,
puts their case up, part of what they should be doing there is they should be putting people up there who can firmly show his ties to Kenosha, his strong links to Kenosha. This is not that he decided, I'm going to show up there because I'm a big tough guy and I'm going to be the one who's maintaining peace. But he looks at it as his hometown, that he worked there as a lifeguard, that his daughter is dating that guy who's living there, and one of his best friends is living there, that he's there multiple times a week. Anything he can do to show that, hey, I'm not some foreigner like Gaige Grosskreutz, who's like basically going around trying to enforce my ideology in a place where there's, you know, where BLM is going crazy, but that this is a matter of, I was coming here to defend my hometown, and you need to show how strongly he's personally linked to Kenosha in order to justify that's why he's there. It's his home. He's standing up for his own house, even though he technically resides elsewhere.
I just don't know if the prosecution, I mean, frankly, Joe, I don't know if the prosecution has done a very good job of painting him as somebody who shouldn't have been there. I don't know what evidence they've presented that has really conclusively said he should not have been there that night. He had no reason there that night. In fact, it seems like compared to some of the other people there, he was even one of the more demure in people there, right? He wasn't the guy who said, fuck around and find out. He wasn't the most teched out. He wasn't the most geared out. He didn't have a plate carrier, right? So, I mean,
he wasn't lighting anything on fire,
inciting. So I don't know how the prosecution has even done a good job of that. Although I do agree with you that the defense on their part of the case can go ahead and show his ties. And I think that would be great.
Yeah, I think the worst comment that they got out of one of the witnesses was out of Balge. That's his name, right?
Ryan Balch.
Balch. Sorry. You guys, I'm trying to get it right.
In your mind, right?
All the jokes are coming in, and I hate it. Balch, yeah. When he said that, I think he said that at one point someone from the crowd yelled at him like "F you" or something, and then he responded like "I love you too, ma'am." Or
we build it into our hourly rate and overheads to cop all the good jokes. So by all means, absolutely let them fly. They didn't bring it up, but Kyle's dad lived in Kenosha too. No shit. Well, there you go.
something, which is like a little inflammatory, but that's the worst of it. And he kept walking, and there was no scuffle after that or anything like that. So, yeah, I do agree, and it really depends on whether the jury can make that delineation between Kyle Rittenhouse and other members of the armed group that he was there with, or loosely affiliated, strongly affiliated, however they see it.
I'm just saying, if there are, let's imagine there are Antifa members on the jury who made their way onto their jury. From their perspective, they see him walking through there, and they're thinking to themselves, "Boogaloo boys, this is inflammatory. They are getting us angry by being here, and his presence there is creating a more dangerous situation because you're just making the situation inflamed." I disagree with that take. My point is that if you're on the defense, you're trying to appeal to both conservatives and, as much as possible, those on the left, and make them realize that, hey, this is his hometown. He has a right. He must defend this because that's where his heart is. Yes. I disagree with the left, everything about the left and everything about that take, but I want everyone to understand where the mindset of some members of the jury may be. So
I just want to point out our coverage is beating even PBS NewsHour at this point. We are, I believe, the top Rittenhouse stream, despite when I type Kyle Rittenhouse trial live into YouTube search results, can't even find the broadcast. So I know some people have seen it like 7 results down. So thank you, YouTube, for manipulating search results, but we will
we'll get there nonetheless
by that anyway. So
happy to help out, Nick.
Thank you. And Justin Schroll says, why is the officer that sprayed Kyle with pepper spray conduct not pushed harder by defense? He walked up with his hands up, so you sprayed him in the face and said, go home. Is this justified use of force? Riot protest situation, guy approaching a police cruiser with a gun. Should he have done it? No, but was he justified? Yeah, even though his hands aren't on it. Look at what happened with Gaige, right? Hands up, don't shoot. Oh, wait, I shoot you. I don't think it would have. The one thing that the defense doesn't want to do is sit and deride the cops. That's a quick way in this case, where the cops are dealing with a ton of unrest in their town those couple days. That's a quick way in this case to get on the bad side of the jury, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, you may be seated. Yeah.
YouTube pulls shady crap on a daily basis.
All right, Richards, don't let me down.
Don't let me down, down, down.
You would agree that Joseph Rosenbaum's a pedophile, right?
Could you
comes
see
out
the
the gate with it.
toxicology report that
Good afternoon.
he was touching
Good morning.
boys?
Sorry, long day.
Are you aware that he'd been chemically castrated?
Gosh. Talking about
Or should have
You
been?
just said this has been boring.
stippling,
basically.
stipling. Comes if this. I'm holding up the pointer, the back end of the pointer, the thick end, the barrel of the gun. Here.
I'm going to leave the banner up because as far as I'm
Bring up
aware, they
that-
may still bring up more
if
photos.
This gun fires a projectile. The first thing that comes out, and I'm not saying in order, but what would show nearness is soot stippling, correct? Correct. And then further out would be gunpowder stippling.
Yes, soot and then gunpowder.
Okay. And in the soot stippling, it has to be, generally speaking, as you said, either in contact or within a foot.
Yes, it's within a few inches. It's very close.
Okay. And when you looked at the state's exhibit, you said it was either very close or in contact. And we're talking about the hand.
Yes, it could be within that range. So it could have been in contact.
Okay. And as I said, if this is the barrel of the gun, this is my left hand, the barrel of the gun had to be somewhere in this area, correct?
That's correct.
Now, the soot stippling, and I'm pointing with the pointer to my baby finger, there
great
is
visual.
soot stippling.
Yes, this is a very good demonstration.
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay.
No
The
soot on the
bulk of it
pinky.
starts between what would be the ring and commonly referred to as middle finger.
Yes.
Now you think
Okay.
that the pointer
That
is
means
being
the
the
barrel
gun.
This the middle
of the
finger?
gun, if not touching,
In the jury's mind,
would have been like this.
they now associate the
in that
gun
location,
barrel
that's
being as
correct.
close, like it's the
So
pointer.
that
The pointer becomes the gun.
hand was over the barrel of Mr. Rittenhouse's gun when his hand was shot.
That makes sense.
Okay. And the bullet goes into the fingers and then out through here. And I'm showing the fat part of the in between my index and thumb.
Yes, the exit is to the index finger, but it's on the back.
Oh,
of the
I think he
lateral
looks
side.
like he's sucking something else entirely.
Exhibit 105, please.
Can we dismiss this charge yet? Can we dismiss this charge yet? I mean, are we serious?
What we just went over, I'm showing you an exhibit up on the screen. It's been marked Defense Exhibit 105. You see that photo exhibit?
Yes,
Okay, and that's Mr. Rosenbaum's hand,
his left hand.
left hand, and you took that photograph, correct?
Yes.
Angela, I
Circle
try.
on
The
here to
NT
the
news
best of your
articles
ability
online down here
where
are all
the
subscription
soot
based.
starts.
Ooh,
Some of the
Very
NT
effective.
news ones are hilarious.
Show me on the hand.
this
Where
may
he touched
become a new exhibit that gets entered into evidence.
Show me on the
Can
hand
you
where the soot touched you.
draw a line up
Yep.
there to where it can be seen and then just put your initials?
Make him initial it.
This is so effective.
And
They are so going to use this in their closing argument, if assuming we get there.
circle on the ring finger, correct?
Correct.
Leaving the baby finger uncircled and blank,
I
correct?
love that he calls the pinky a baby
This is-
finger.
You don't see any soot there, right?
Correct.
Oh my gosh.
No soot on the pinky. That is so
For any of my
important.
regulars that are wondering what Angela and I are talking, Angela and I are talking about.
Published to hit the pinky.
Remember the kangaroo balls falling from the sky? That was an NT News article.
Here you go, jury.
Now they're going to
Take a
publish it
look
to the
at
jury.
this. Whoa. Binger's Simon and Garfunkel playlist is growing by the minute.
He is. Hello, darkness.
He's also in hazy shade of winter right now.
Captured partially on video is a dynamic situation, correct?
Correct.
And
Clearest thing is, if he hadn't been
the
such a dick the whole way through, I'd actually feel
furthest
sorry for
away
him at this point.
With the stipling that you see in the wounds was 4 feet and closing. That goes very quickly, correct? If someone's running at you,
Yes.
okay? And 4 feet, correct me if I'm wrong, is about from me to you away.
That's about correct.
And if I had my hands out, I'm even closer, correct?
Yes.
If I'm lunging and going for your gun, which is an extension away from your body, closer still.
Yes.
You saw.
I want a dedicated Binger cam.
Correct?
He was.
Well, we also have to have hunger watch then.
He can't call it his little finger, by the way, because of Binger.
Right. When you talk about
TM,
I cannot say that word. Anatomically, correct position.
Atomic position.
I did, Gemini.
That's
There's
as
not
I'm
much
standing here
information
before
that I
you,
can
standing straight,
put out as of yet, but I
you
do want
said
to cover
palms
that.
He just got the ME to say
Correct.
atomic,
Anatomic
position.
Okay.
Okay,
me
fix
do
it.
Okay. And the wound enters his back.
That's correct.
Okay.
Travels
And goes down and across.
Correct.
Okay. We're not, and I know the prosecution covered it, but we're not saying that he was turned and shot in the back, correct?
That's correct.
There's nothing in the hand
Right.
shot that shows him, would lead you to believe that his hands are up like this surrendering, correct?
That's correct. I did not see that in the video.
And your theory or
Slice
your
and cheese
belief to a
right
reasonable
now.
degree of medical certainty is that he's in a horizontal position close to my client. The bullet goes in and across and down.
That's correct.
Okay. So once again, in the position of lunging would put you in a horizontal position, correct?
It would.
And
as a manlet,
there's some stippling to the wound in the pelvis, correct?
Yes, to the lower abdomen above
Okay,
it.
and that's not trying to, but there, it starts at the belt line and goes up, correct?
That's right.
Okay, and as it starts at the belt line and goes up, the reason it's not below the belt line is because he was wearing pants when he was shot, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Not trying to penis flex
Man,
here, but
that also, that was
Totally.
gunpowder stippling.
That's correct.
Okay, so that's basically 1 foot to 4 feet.
Yes.
oof.
1 foot to 4 feet.
From the pelvis with the arm out, reaching for the gun. They both reached for the gun.
Am I the only one that has had music from Chicago playing in your head every time they say that?
Need to jump
No.
around
On
here.
my stream even. I put it on my
The
stream. I was like,
wound
this is
on
what it
Mr. Huber. I'm
I'm
assuming
not going
at
to
some
sing it
point
because I
you
feel like the
pulled
chat will
off
get annoyed.
that bandage that was on the wound.
Yes,
Okay. Now, was there stippling on that wound?
there was. Yes.
Okay.
Hey, Jim.
And
No worries.
that wound was what kind of stippling?
Well, gunpowder stippling. So that wound has the impacts from the gunpowder particles.
Okay.
A more dense distribution.
Did you look at the clothing around the wound?
On Mr. Huber?
Mr. Huber?
Yes.
Okay. And the clothing also had gunpowder residue?
It a little more difficult to say on the clothing. I can Mr. Huber's tank top, which was the item of clothing that came with him. That tank top it was a tie-dyed black and gray and white appearance, so made that very difficult. So in those situations, usually I will defer to try to opine if I can't tell for sure.
Okay, so there's nothing in that gunshot wound that suggests that he wasn't in close contact with my client's firearm.
That's right.
Okay. And did you look at any video regarding that shooting?
Yes, it's also included in that video provided.
The video shows that my client's lying on his back, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Huber grabs the firearm, correct?
It appears so, yes.
Pulls the firearm from one direction towards and into his chest, correct?
They end up in that position. I don't know if he's pulling or what. I don't know what's going on there.
Mr. Huber strikes him with the skateboard. The gun is not in his chest. Fair statement?
That fair statement.
Okay. When he's shot, the skateboard is in his right hand. The gun is now up in his chest.
Jack, these are conclusions based on.
I'm asking if his wound is consistent with this scenario.
Yeah, wrecked.
Okay.
Suck it, Lunchbox.
Start over.
Reset. So yes.
Mr. Huber.
Exactly.
You see him hit my client in the head with the skateboard, correct?
Yes.
So now he just gets to go over all the same details again.
These are conclusions that Mr. Huber hit or did anything is.
You see him do it.
These are not conclusions that anyone can make of the jury.
He said, the doctor said he watched the video.
Yes, exactly.
So I'm assuming that that's his knowledge base.
You asked him to watch the video.
And you can
You're a damn witness.
on the subject if you want.
You brought this on yourself, Lunchbox.
Start again, sir.
Yes, excellent.
There is a blow from Mr. Huber to my client's head with a skateboard, correct?
Yes, the skateboard makes contact with Mr.
He swings the skateboard with his right hand into my client's back neck range, correct?
I'm not sure where it makes impact, but
You see an impact.
yeah, it makes contact.
And he reaches down
Head
with his
trauma.
left hand, seeming to grab my client's gun, correct?
Yes.
When he puts his hand on the gun, the barrel is not pointing in his chest, correct?
I don't recall, but I don't think so.
Okay. And through whatever movement between my client and Mr. Huber, the gun barrel ends up, which would be right about here.
It does.
Okay. And there's a gunshot, correct?
Yes.
And that gun is touching his clothes.
It's in intermediate range. It's closer.
What is
in,
close?
define
What is
intermediate
close?
range for me, please.
Well,
Define
again,
it.
we talked about how intermediate range injuries can be within 4 feet. And
Within 4 feet.
Obviously, from the video, it's closer than that. But I can't say whether the
Excellent.
muzzle is in contact with
Oh, what the hell's close
his
range?
clothing.
There's none.
Through
Touching the skin.
type of stippling that
think
you
that's it.
have on the Huber wound,
Stab
you
wound.
know
Oh, intermediate
it's
was
less than
between
4
1 and 4
fair
feet.
statement.
That's a fair statement.
Through independent evidence, which you review as a forensic pathologist / investigator, the video evidence establishes closer.
It does.
Nice.
Oh, gosh.
Nice.
Nailed
Good
that.
cross. He's doing a great job.
He even asked a question and worded it with like,
And-
okay, so when his hand was on the gun,
Just assume,
and he's like, yes. So it's
for the purposes
like-
of this
got
question,
him to admit that.
that the first shot from my client, moving back to Mr. Rosenbaum now, is the 0 shot, number 1. The fourth shot is 76 hundredths of a second after that. That is how fast 4 shots were fired out of my client's gun.
Surprised they didn't object to that
And
because that's
he
not an evidence
goes
yet.
from the furthest 4 feet to touching the gun, correct?
Yes.
No, it does not.
He just answered.
The doctor answered yes.
Yeah, boom, too late.
And
Yeah.
Overruled.
This is why when you object, you have to do it very quickly before they respond. Otherwise, it's waived.
Is that to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty or medical certainty? I apologize.
Medical certainty, as I pointed out, from the autopsy findings alone, you can't put these in order. It's only by reviewing the video and simply looking at the orientation of his body.
I'm
and
adding
co-
another
and
gentleman
comparing
to the
that
stream.
to the findings on the body that you can do that. So
Hey,
to
Ron.
that degree of certainty, it appears that he's in that horizontal position.
And Mr. Krause asked it, the shot to the pelvis, you think is first?
I think that makes the most sense.
Okay. The shot that goes in the scalp, second?
No, I think that the only orientation that makes sense with the trajectory of the gunshot wound to the back and the right side of the head is when he's in more of a horizontal position. So those two injuries must be the third and the fourth injuries. But that's the best I can do.
The head wound goes back to front and from the top of the head down towards the forehead.
That's right.
Okay, so if I was charging like a bull and diving, that would be
Charging like a bull.
It would be.
A baby bull.
Nice. He had to object to the wording there.
Yeah,
He
they
should've-
didn't.
that was
Oh my
bad
goodness,
job
that was
not
phenomenal.
objecting.
Welcome to the stream, Mr. Ron Coleman. We've got
Hey,
another
guys.
lawyer in the house.
Yes, someone with zero criminal law trial experience, but I can watch TV.
Doctor,
with
the
anybody.
injuries you noted, they'd also be consistent
See,
with
bud.
falling after being struck in the hip.
Yes.
So if Mr. Rosenbaum was struck in the hip, his momentum kept carrying him forward, he was falling, the other three shots could have been as he was falling.
That's possible too.
It's consistent with that.
It is.
What is a muzzle stamp?
Well, a muzzle stamp is what we briefly talked about earlier with contact gunshot wounds, and if the energy of the bullet entering the body causes the skin to smack against the muzzle of the gun, it can leave an abrasion, even a patterned abrasion in the shape of the muzzle of the gun on the skin. And so a muzzle stamp is a term that's used for a contact abrasion that's associated with a contact gunshot wound. And the reason why when we talked about a close range wound to the hand, the reason why we didn't talk about that, although it could be in close range like that, is because the skin of the palm is much thicker, and it very seldom, if ever, allows for a muzzle stamp or an abrasion of that sort. Certainly not like you would see with a contact wound to the head or to the chest.
So there was no muzzle stamp in this case?
No.
Okay, I'd like to ask Investigator Stute to pull up.
That's to try to create a
But
perception
as we're
of
doing
distance
that-
between the gun in his
But
hand.
literally, if there was no contact, the muzzle stamp wouldn't happen.
Right.
It could be millimeters
could-
away.
Exactly.
Millimeters.
Speaking of Chicago, right? What are you gonna believe? What you see or what I tell you? Like that's the big problem with this case.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Doctor, if this is the gun, you can stand up, please. If I'm holding a rifle, let's just say that I've shot you in the hip. How does it make sense that the gunshot to the hand occurs in the trajectory you indicated?
I love this TV. It's a great character in this TV drama. Around it?
Hold that.
Oh no.
Gentlemen and ladies, how goes the battle?
Viva.
Volume.
Yeah, I just turned him down.
Okay, okay.
It's not you, Viva.
Gonna get blasted
Hey,
in the
Viva.
chat again. How you guys doing?
The injuries are to the palmar surface of the index and the middle fingers, the exit to the side of the index finger. So
TV blocked.
Obviously, it's hard to do this completely, but it's like this. So in the anatomic position, it looks like that. But keeping in mind that your arm and your hand move in a lot of different ways. So if you were to take the hand and you were to be in a position in which the hand was like this, with the palm kind of downward, you could orient this
Cheers,
so
Roseman.
that
I appreciate
you could
it.
explain the gunshot wound going down and hitting the pavement, and then the fragments hitting the left side of the thigh.
If you could put your hand out again, doctor, like you had. So, but the barrel would have to be behind the injury, correct?
Yes.
Oh, come on.
So the bullet would have had to travel outside of the barrel. So the barrel would have been had to have been in front of or somehow separated from where the wound took place.
Well, that's what I said. I can't tell that. This is a close range wound with soot, but there isn't going to be a muzzle stamp because of the skin of the palm. So it's within that distance.
Why doesn't he say there wouldn't be a muzzle stamp because of the distance?
Or whether it's just in front of it,
Yep.
the
There's a reason for that.
portion of the wound, or inches away. That's not something I can tell you.
So you just indicated be consistent with swiping something away?
Oh, you're
Swiping
gonna
a barrel away?
Going to swipe away.
Left,
I'll say-
left
Slap it
swipe.
away.
Tell you
Just
what
slap it away.
he was doing at the time that happened. All I can tell you is that at the time of the
That's
discharge
a bad answer
of
for the
weapon
state.
and the traveling of that bullet,
Yeah, it doesn't make it any better.
and
He basically just said no.
this is the trajectory that it
Because
took.
in
from
every
the
other
scene.
situation,
I
he
can't tell you
said
what
yes to the
he was
answer of,
doing at the
is it
time.
consistent with
And I
this?
certainly I can't see it on the video. Video's not good enough for that.
Oh, he's giving him space here. I didn't see it on the video. Could have happened.
He's not going to perjure himself.
No, no need for that. That's what weasel words are for.
Exactly.
He's a professional witness.
Yeah, he's clearly testified before because he's doing a good job of maintaining his professionalism and his pacing. Although I think maybe he's got a little bit of nerves, he's got some cotton mouth.
They've established that the
dealing with
back
that.
wound was going down through the body, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Wounds or
Towards
the
the pelvis.
swelling or the soot or anything of that nature?
You mean, well, I mean, if you're holding something in your hand and you're referring to some kind of something that's going to create an intermediary target or something, yeah, that can affect the appearance of wounds. You know, the injury might look very different in that case.
So when Attorney Richards was talking to you about the wound to Mr. Rosenbaum's left hand, and there's blood everywhere, and there's soot many places, if he was holding, say, a handle of something, would you expect that the soot and the
There's been no evidence
No
whatsoever
evidence.
that he had
Good.
anything in his hand.
Oh, wow, he has an objection.
Questions must be asked to a reasonable degree of
It's an expert. You can ask some speculation.
postmortem, autopsy certitude.
But there's
Would
no
that be
reason
a
for the
fair way to put it?
speculation because he wasn't holding anything.
I'm not really sure I understand the question.
You're not the first.
He's telling you.
Hesitated before when asked about medical certitude,
Love him.
which is a common expression we use in the courts, and I'm trying to see what degree of, how would you phrase the degree of certitude with which you would typically respond?
Well, I can testify to a reasonable degree of medical certainty when I'm using the autopsy findings and the meaning of those in reference to the injuries. I've seen the video. As I have testified, I discussed the video with regards to his position when I heard the gunshot wounds discharge. I can't really see what's going on in front of him at those times. So when the questions are going into those specifics, I don't think I can answer those from the video that I watched.
So this is what happens when you get someone that knows what they're talking about that
not
refuses to lie just for the state.
Evaluate that video more than I used it for, which is to determine.
Any
what
case
position
equivalent out
and-
of
and
Australia
what
to Rittenhouse?
wounds were received.
Look, there's some nasty cases. The trouble is there's nothing to watch.
Rephrase your question.
Because none of it's recorded. The federal courts are recorded here, as opposed to state courts.
For the state, certainly,
But
but frankly, for
they're boring as hell. It's all company
is
matters. Companies suing each other.
degree of certitude, which the physician can testify.
The injuries and everything you testified to on the left hand, that's consistent with nothing being in his hand.
It is, yes.
Thank you. I'd like to direct your attention to Exhibit 41. If you can tell, is this the video that you reviewed in terms of both the shooting deaths of Mr. Rosenbaum and Mr. Huber?
It is.
I'd ask you to play the video until I ask you to stop.
Okay, I get that I'm over one of the videos. So with the law and crime thing.
Can you see where on there you indicate that he would be positioned with the first shot?
Yes, I can clearly see the reflection of the light on his back,
this
and I can see
compilation
that he's
together.
upright when the first shot is heard.
What kind of doctor is he again? What kind of
He's
specialist?
the
Forensic pathologist.
Yeah.
Forensic
I
pathologist.
don't think he was qualified though, like formally
Yeah,
qualified.
he was.
Right.
Was he?
Yeah, he
They
was.
let-
Well, is he
they
testifying
used
as
him
an expert?
when I wasn't here?
Or,
Yeah.
but he's not.
Placing
I would-
the hand in that position would affect the gunpowder stippling to his lower abdomen. So I don't think the hand is involved in that first shot.
So, to best of your, so it's consistent
Petition to
that
change
the
it?
first shot is to the hip.
Look, there's rumblings
That's
amongst
what
the
I think-
court
That's what I think, yes.
And the
as
second
to whether or
shot
not it would be appropriate.
Yes.
and then the third or fourth
Which means
shot.
he was in a forward movement.
Can you order
Yes.
those any more specifically?
No.
But they would be as he's in a horizontal position, perhaps falling after being struck in the hip.
That's right.
I'd like to show Exhibit 86, please.
So it's not going to make Binger look good for saying he was shot in the back. I don't know how they think that's going to make it look good.
They'll still say it.
I mean, technically it's true,
technically
but it's just
accurate.
not accurate.
At least it doesn't have the same meaning that we normally would apply to getting shot in the back. That kind
I
of
agree.
phrase.
Everything should be
That's
live
their whole
streamed.
case right now.
Everything from
I'm
local
on the
council
fence about a
meetings
haircut,
to
people, so I have to say,
owners
my
corporation
parents say I should
meetings
get
to
one.
everything.
By the way, Ron, it is good to formally meet you for the first time.
Same here, Beaver.
I like staring into the
This-
sky, staring off into space. It's
And
riveting.
this is as formal as it gets.
I've been
I think I
telling
have a
Beaver he
time-
should
I have a
Ron
time
on
I
his
draw.
sidebar forever.
Pause. There we go. Doctor, did you see that large amount of smoke that was emitted from the gun?
Yes.
Now, with that amount of smoke out of an AR-15, would that impact how far the stippling may occur?
Would the smoke impact?
The large amount of smoke. Would the stippling go further out than the 4 feet?
No, I don't think there's not a relationship there.
That's not a
is
large
the
amount.
Gunpowder particles that are flying through the air and dispersing as they travel. The smoke is the smoke and soot.
He's trying to get him outside of 4
Is
feet.
the amount of gunpowder matter in the stippling?
Does any of this matter?
Oh,
Well,
it's-
yes.
oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say it does. I mean, there's the number of gunpowder particles that leave the barrel of the gun are not predictable, certainly, but they will travel in a dense group and then disperse as they get farther away, with more and more falling to the side until none have the energy to create stippling to the skin.
Now, when you see that large puff of smoke, You said that would be that is what would potentially soot on an individual.
No, he
my
said it
my
was
presumption is
asphalt.
that soot, that puff was the smoke and soot from the end of the gun.
Does anyone out there know
Was
if
that
that's
large
actually
amount of
smoke
soot
or,
would be
or maybe
possible to
vapor?
No.
Deposit soot further out than just a few inches?
I
He's
don't know if I can
testifying
answer
outside his
that question.
expertise.
Again, test firing the weapon, you might be able
Prosecution
to
is begging
derive
for
more
something right
information,
now.
but certainly
Right. Rescue me.
soot's not very aerodynamic. It doesn't travel very far.
Now, Attorney Richards did a demonstration with you where he stood about 4 feet away and talked about the intermediate range. Now, we're talking about intermediate range. You're talking about feet from the barrel of the gun, not from the shooter.
Correct. To be specific, the injuries that we're talking about are from the barrel of the gun to the surface that they make impact with. So the surface of the body in this case.
So it could be 5 feet then. Or even 6.
Because once you're touching the
6.
gun,
That's taller than
touching him.
Rosenbaum.
Yeah. Once you're touching the gun, you're touching Kyle already. That's a red herring to say.
And you
that
haven't
that
seen
matters.
the actual weapon in this case.
That's self-defense, yeah.
No, I have not.
Do you want to look at it? You want to look at the weapon? Guns are cool. You want to look at it, Doctor?
It'll scare the jury. Bring it out again.
They are. They're doing it.
They're doing it.
Of
Yeah,
course.
they're doing it.
Could you measure this gun with your eyes, Doctor? I just hope that the prosecution doesn't accidentally say footlong and get like really anxious for lunch. Because it's coming up.
I'm starting to feel like a robot from Mystery Science Theater here. Where it's,
Yeah, you're Crow.
Again.
all right.
What expertise does this guy have in firearms?
0.
Nah, I think what he's gonna
However,
he's just
he
gonna
has to have
testify to
some-
the apparent length.
He has to have some level of understanding, obviously, in order for him to be able to do his job.
I'd have to be 4 feet.
But yeah, not an
Oh no, we
expert.
got a Baldwin moment incoming.
1 to 4 feet.
In the trial in the courtroom.
Inside of
Nice.
like I said,
Nice.
that's an outside number.
Is that approximately where I would be right now?
It's about 4 feet, maybe a little closer.
I'll get a ruler. That's more than 4 feet.
It would be my impression that it's a greater distance than 4 feet.
Oh, nice try, Pudge.
It's a little hard to tell, but you're closer. You're probably about 4 feet there.
More than one of my arm's lengths, anyway.
More than one of your arms length.
Are your arms 4 feet long? Who are you? Kareem Abdul-Jabbar here for the prosecution.
Yeah, that's one of the things is when you're setting up a demonstrative like that, you have to be accurate. Otherwise, if you get called out, you start to look deceptive. You start to lose credibility in front of the jury.
Yeah, especially when it's the fucking judge that's calling you out on it.
If it doesn't fit, you must acquit, right?
I don't think the DA is very concerned about appearing credible anymore.
Yeah, the soot is within inches.
They're well past that.
Intermediate gunpowder stippling is within 4 feet.
Approximately, yes.
And if the first shot is,
Give me that
Let me
gun.
take this. Let me take
Get out of
it.
my way, you scumbag.
I know what to do with this.
Get out of
Can
here.
you guys think of any way to keep the jury's interest at this point and remind them why we're doing this? Because I'm imagining that not one of them is following what's going on here,
and
why this matters.
If Richards pointed the gun at them, I think that would do it.
No,
let's say, this is about
yeah, they're not even doing that.
the barrel of the gun.
It's a little farther than 4 feet.
Okay, so I'm even a little bit further. But from the furthest he is would be 4 feet. He could have been as close as here with the first shot, correct?
Possibly, but the density of the gunpowder stippling is pretty spread out, so I think it's a little further away.
And I'm using my right hand because I'm down.
You know, these gloves got into court here about 10 years ago, and
Oh, got a history lesson.
I understand there are appropriate times to use them, but not everything that,
I don't know why I'm using it.
I don't know why you're putting a glove on, to be honest with you. You're not gonna get the cooties from that.
I agree.
All right.
This judge is so big.
Well, what difference does it make? It's
The end of the gun, touching with my left hand.
Depends on the style of mayo for me. If it's light, not so much. If it's whole egg, if it's creamy,
You're
then I'll have some
with your
mayo.
right hand, but yeah,
The heavy. See, then I got to go to the other side.
yeah, you have to
Jury.
turn around.
Can you switch with me? So if it's the left hand,
Put mayo on hot dogs there? Wow.
we're gonna go like.
Give us that money shot.
You see this, doctor?
You actually have to turn your hand
Over like this.
No, go the opposite direction like this. There you go.
Okay. And you would then come in approximately here.
That's the entry point to the hand. Yes.
Exiting where I'm pointing with my index finger.
So obviously, we're having a hard time seeing this, but this is being displayed right in front of the jury so that they have the best view of this image right now.
I can only say that there's no soot there.
Okay.
I know these people are here for news purposes, the photographers, but I actually think for purposes of the record, I'd like them to come up and get a closer shot.
Oh.
Probably not the best way of phrasing it, Judge.
Very inappropriate. Levi.
Hey, listen, everybody's got a grip, Joe.
I don't understand what they're doing right now. There's a video of proximity. What relevance is any of this?
Because the video's
Anybody who
shit.
can hypothesize a guess.
Because
I can't
they
see
said
crap.
that their expert test or their
Just so the record's clear.
the guy yesterday testified that the video showed him 10 feet away.
Your hand is
Yeah, because he was lying.
This is going to be the Johnny Cochran photo of this trial.
Were in the front of the barrel, there would be soot here. And I'm pointing now to, what would you call this part?
I would call it the outside of the pinky finger, so that it's understandable.
The outside of the pinky finger, if my hand was in front of the barrel, the heaviest soot would be in that location, correct?
You would expect soot in that location.
And
No, I'm sorry, but some of the jurors I don't think are able to see, so let's, you got your shot. So, you go ahead.
the pinky finger, once again illustrating the side of my hand, if it was in front of the barrel, as it's now depicted, the heaviest soot.
You would expect some soot on that side of the hand.
And there is.
And I didn't see.
If the soot don't fit, you must have quit.
Your those photos, send copies of those photos to the clerk, please. Send copies of those photos to the clerk. Thank you.
Can those
Also, if
photos
you
be
could take a
published?
picture of the jurors, that would be helpful.
Please no.
I'm joking. That's a joke.
Can those photos be published right now by the media?
I would think
No,
so. He
they're
just
done.
asked for copies. He didn't ask for originals.
Did you guys hear about that nephew of George Floyd reportedly trying to dox
Yeah,
him?
they addressed it
I'm
earlier.
approaching the detective. I'm struck in my hip, fracture in my hip.
We could re-cross on this.
I would
Emphasis
fall.
on the re.
Yeah, and try to knock me out of the way.
That's a possibility.
So guys, and this is part of the reason why I sit and rewatch Nick's commentary. Because I have to learn how to be that quick.
Your hand is, put your hand over, well, just in a position so that the soot is on the palmar surface. Like this.
Palmar service.
So if you go in and you, no, the entrance wound is on the palmar surface, the under surface. So if you do it, Superman, and then turn your hand a little bit like this.
Room temperature mayo? Ooh.
There you go.
I am putting GPT anywhere near my brain, thank you.
So you're saying it's
Never gonna
consistent with being shot here, momentum carried forward, and swiping at the gun. That would be consistent with the injuries you found.
Those scenarios are possible.
Well, my hand is positioned correctly to create the injuries that he felt.
That's the position that the hand has to be in.
And then the bullet would have traveled down.
Yeah, that's it. I'm trying to hone my quick wit.
Some bullet fragments and concrete hit my leg.
That's what I think.
I gotta hone it that little bit more because half the time I'm half asleep when I'm covering this sort of shit. So.
And the mid back would have occurred as I was falling down.
As you're more horizontal to the ground, yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Wouldn't the aerial footage show the
First
distance?
time, that doesn't cause you to go forward, correct?
It shouldn't cause you to go forward, backward, or
Okay,
anything.
so he already, Mr. Rosenbaum, already had to have forward momentum at a force to go from the 0 shot to the second shot in 2.26 hundredths of a second to be in contact or right on top of that person, correct?
Yes, he had forward momentum.
Thank you.
Good.
Boom.
There you go.
Strong ending.
Hopeful.
Viva, yeah.
Thank you, Doctor.
But again,
Mr. Down.
yesterday the state
let's,
witness
break for
testified
lunch.
that they were 10 feet apart based on that
It
video.
has just arrived, I think, and we'll take until around 12:30. Any questions? Okay,
Is it a
please
hot
don't,
lunch?
Talk about the case. Watch your testimony account. See you later.
Yeah, those demonstratives, you have to be really careful about how you set those up, because if the judge calls you out that you are setting things up in a way that is not exactly accurate in the way that things have been testified to, that looks really bad in front of a jury.
You think?
The expert yesterday who testified that they were 10 feet apart, what type of expert was that, or the state witness?
I think he was a random cop.
Okay, so-
Random cop, but he's the detective who reviewed the footage on his iPhone and pinched zoom to enhance it.
Because there are apps for golfing that can determine relatively accurately how far two objects are. From
Oh
each other.
yeah. No, I know. It was clearly not 10 feet. I mean, anybody looking
look,
at
Barnes
the
drops
footage,
in.
When I was like,
NADB.
maybe 3 feet, maybe 4, something like that. Medical examiner says within 4 feet. There's no way them go into chambers with the judge at the end of the show. And then it looked like today the judge addressed that what they were talking about was that, and that there was a video
Big face.
of them being picked up by a bus. So the jurors are probably go park at some off-site location that is away, that is somewhat secret. Someone
Hit him
saw
with
them
caffeine. I'll be back.
getting into the bus, and then that was
Big face,
that
big
was
face.
addressed. That footage has apparently been obtained and destroyed. And if it's done again, there will be repercussions. However, the judge is still permitting people to take video in court, or not to have their cell phones in court, which is still, that blows my mind.
That blows me away.
Yeah.
Do not fuck with the jury. Like, this is
Don't
how
do
our
it.
system works. And
But if you
Picked
ask
up
them
by the
nicely,
FBI.
they won't use their cell phones.
if you screw with a jury in a case like this, you're not going to get good and reasonable citizens to ever serve on a jury. And what we need is people without an agenda who are from the locality to still serve on juries.
Emily,
and
that
you're
might
going to
be
get a
the feature.
mistrial.
That might be the feature, not the bug, though. That might be the long
That's
term.
true.
His
Destroy the
agenda
rule of
is
law.
to get only leftists on the jury. That's his agenda.
But that might be the plan, though, to try to get a mistrial here, because everybody knows Kyle was winning this, right? So
Yep.
I mean, he's if he's not winning, I don't know what winning is.
The question is, would the prosecution actually choose to bring it again if there's a mistrial? That's another question.
Oh God!
Does Binger want to go
can't
through this
imagine.
again?
Nah.
No, mistrial is a loss. That's a loss that's a big loss. for Kyle.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
cannot
For
happen.
Kyle.
Yeah, it gives them the prosecution a chance to fix up all their ridiculous mistakes, to maybe get hire lawyers to try the case.
But they
you
could
think
use
that
the
they
negative
would bring it
testimony from the state in the second trial, assuming that there was a second
Yeah,
trial.
but
they could use
that is
this
but
testimony all over again.
but it's clunky. It's clunky. You have to you have to they're going to say they're improved and polished testimony, and then you impeach them with it. It's not. There's no comparison.
Of course.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, if I
Um,
casually duck out at some point in the near future, thank you all very much, and I'll try to pop back in a little later today. if possible.
Same. Thank you
One-
for saying it, David, because I will have to too.
One last thing they did at the break was they dismissed the evidence, the testimony of the FBI agent. That whole thing is gone.
Strike
That's
it.
what they're talking about now.
They struck the entire testimony. Holy shit.
I indicated before, when we open his forfeiture actions, that we have evidence on it.
We already stand on the record as it's currently constituted.
I think the evidence.
Does that say it's Scarface in the? Great.
There was a perfume fake, and that's the extent of it.
Yes. I don't believe that that's sufficient.
It's not.
Yeah, no, most of our butters are quite spreadable when they're cold.
So the curfew charge is gone. Granted, the motion is dismissed.
Anything else, folks?
So as I said, he gave them the chance to come up with something. They had nothing.
Nicholas.
Now it's dismissed on the merits.
Mr. Binger has informed me that, I guess I can let him tell you this, but that he has 2 juvenile adjudications. The year, can you tell me the years?
That's a huge moment. Like, in all honesty, but yeah, in my opinion. But
So
for the
I don't know
media.
how last.
He would have been 16. He is now 23.
So they're talking about the defense first witness.
Hand me the.
There have been other criminal cases since then. There were 3 or 4 pending criminal cases that were resolved with pleas, one to disorderly conduct and one.
Jonathan, there's never such a thing as
That was from April of 2016, and then in May
Too much
of this
chili.
year, both of those adult
Doesn't
convictions
exist.
were expunged.
So you can violate a temporary restraining order because it's still a restraining order.
All depends on who you talk to there.
But is this for purposes? This is for purposes of impeaching his character.
I think so.
Yeah.
Which you can do when there has been a criminal conviction. One of the few examples where where a witness can be impeached based on who he is, unrelated to the actual testimony or to a prior inconsistent statement.
And the jury is not in the courtroom yet, to be clear to the audience.
Yeah.
But usually juvenile convictions are not you're not allowed to
Impeachable.
impeach with those. Yeah.
Yep. And this
And
is
if
when
they're still-
juries are out and they're like, what took so long at lunch? This is the kind of stuff that takes so long at lunch. But that was a quick lunch.
Yeah, they
Court-
came back a little
tri-
early.
Trial
Yeah.
day lunches are quick lunches.
I think they came back a little early to deal with the motion. To dismiss
I don't think
the
I ever
curfew.
ate lunch when I was in trial. I was always either getting witnesses lined up and ready or interviewing people for the trial that was behind it.
I always took a nap during the break.
Real
That's
quick to the chat. You guys are saying shush. We can barely hear the courtroom. The courtroom's volume isn't actually very loud right now. No one's talking into their microphones. It's that's kind of how it's going.
But don't they come here to hear the commentary though? It's
And Nick is
really-
going to unleash, in about 30 seconds, Nick is going to unleash, if you want to just hear the audio, go to Law and Crime and don't come here for the commentary.
Yeah.
Do it raw.
Yeah, leave. You won't get this on Law and Crime.
Open
You'll
line.
hear boring testimony and you'll want to Rittenhouse yourself, but you won't get that. And by that I mean you'll have to go to trial. I do not mean.
And you'll be that
No,
damn
no,
blue
no.
pilled that you'll
He
be
is
voting
still
for
alive.
guilty.
He's fine.
And bottom line, you'll watch it without commentary, and you won't necessarily understand what is actually going on. Then
You'll
you
be
have
like,
to
why
click
are they
back.
all sitting there?
Whereas we don't understand it, but we are talking, and that's a gigantic difference.
Those who don't understand become lawyers.
There you go.
I'm joking.
I was positive you were going to say judges. But I was going to
Those
be very
are the C
offended.
students. Those are the
Before
C
this
students.
testimony starts, I'm going to run to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
And this is the part of law that even as a law student you don't fully grasp, is that there will be time to look these things up. There will be time to figure these things out. There will be conversation. It doesn't move as fast as you think, and good lawyers are good researchers, and that matters. I always had tons of notes, and now it's hard when my kid's like, why do I have to memorize all these equations? Why can't I write them on a paper and refer back to them? I'm like, you're right. It's dumb.
Does anybody know the blonde woman who's sitting in front of the witness on the right-hand side Is she a clerk or is she a stenographer?
I haven't been able to tell if she's the clerk or the court reporter.
I just noticed that her face during that a court reporter. Okay, so during the that bombshell moment from yesterday, everyone's face in that clip was priceless, including the lawyer.
It would make sense that she's the court reporter based on where she's sitting.
I don't think they're talking about
She's
Natalie.
sitting closer to the witness box.
Okay.
Did she swear someone in?
Yes.
Then she's probably the clerk.
Yeah.
Because the
Yeah,
court
she'd be the
reporter
clerk then. Yeah.
Yeah,
doesn't
she
swear
swore somebody
people
in.
in.
Well,
It's
I
funny
guess
when.
I
Go
mean,
ahead,
it'd be
Robert.
Oh, come on.
You
You can't swear him in and record it at the same time now.
So the question is, have you ever been
Or can you?
delinquent, not convicted of crime, right? Okay. Just so,
So they're going over what question is allowed.
and that's the only thing you answer is that number.
Oh, damn.
Okay, ready to go?
I am ready.
Okay.
These lawyers have worked respectfully
Yeah,
together
thank you.
this whole trial. You have seen them work pretty well together.
Chat is saying we just hit 30,000 or nicked it.
Would you come down, please?
Congratulations, Nick.
What is
They're all
that, 10
standing for the
court
jury to
TVs?
come in.
It happens when he's in the bathroom. He was the 30,000th.
He's watching from there. So they all stand for the jury to come in. Everyone in the audience stands for the jury to come in. And that's how you know when the jury's coming in. He stands up.
The judge reminds me of an actor, and I have to remember which one. It's not Robert Duvall.
It's interesting. In the Theranos case, she stands up and turns around and like eyeballs down the jury every day as they walk into the courtroom. And
No, I don't have a
all
smoker.
jurors appreciate that. It's off-putting.
Nick, when you were gone.
Sociopathic behavior, yeah.
It's a very
Well,
tricky
you know,
question to
Elizabeth Holmes.
decide what to do, whether to make eye contact, what's a little eye contact, what looks like you're afraid to make eye contact.
Yep.
What you can say confidently is that whatever you deduce from eye contact, you're wrong.
What's up, Eva? What happened while I was gone?
You broke the 30,000 live viewer barrier.
That's on you, chat. Thank you. It's your fault, chat. So
Y'all
this
should
goes
subscribe
south.
to Nick. Let's get him to 200K. He's going to have to drink that whole new bottle of whiskey.
Whoa, Phoenix Ammunition says, thank you guys very, very much for the stream and the commentary. Do you legal eagles? Oh, don't do that, Gus. Think the defense will call a use of force or firearms expert to the stand. Some of the firearm-related terminology and testimony is awful.
All right.
John
we
Black
just,
is those things, but his
welcome back,
testimony
and,
may be
couple
limited
of things.
in those
First off,
regards. We'll see. We'll see.
He's letting the jury know what's going to be
There was
stricken.
testimony given by Brandon Craven, an employee of the FBI, which was incomplete. It was interrupted, and because it was interrupted, it wasn't heard in full, and for that reason, I'm going to strike all of that testimony, and you must disregard that entirely. Any question about that? Okay. Number two.
No, he's not guilty anyway, so he's not guilty anyway, so why are we even worried about it?
The chat's saying the judge looks like Jeffrey Tambor. Does that help, Viva?
Accuse the defendant of
No, he's not
violation
Jeffrey
of
Tambor.
curfew, and that case is no longer part of the action here. So the information remains with
No, Justice Breyer is Jeffrey Tambor, in my opinion.
But this
That's fair.
count of curfew violation is no longer part of the contest here. Okay. Thank you,
Instruct
Mr.
them to
Bignor.
not consider a curfew violation in their decision.
Okay, thank you.
Who's rested his case?
Sharafi, the defense.
Yes, Your Honor, we would call Nicholas Smith.
Here we go, baby.
This is the former Car Source employee, I believe, who was also there that night. He was the guy in the hat, like with the cross on it.
A cross.
Yeah,
How
she's got to be the
alt-right.
clerk because she's swearing them in.
Yeah, see.
If you look at her reactions sometimes, they are classic. Like yesterday, her eyes popped up when the guy said correct. He was, oh my
Sir,
God.
would you please state your name and spell it slowly. For Madam
Nicholas Smith, N-I-C-H.
I always loved getting the
Wow.
court clerk
Yes.
and court
Smith.
staff's reactions to my
S-M-I-T-H.
witnesses when I was in trial. It was always very helpful.
And Mr. Smith, I'm not looking for your specific physical address, but where do you live?
Here in Kenosha,
And how old are you right now?
23.
Have
Please
you
don't dox yourself on
ever been
television.
adjudicated delinquent?
Yes, I believe.
How many times?
What does that mean? Can you clarify what that means?
It means more than once, the way you've answered it now.
One, I believe, as a delinquent.
If I told you it was 2,
It might be.
okay.
The defense
Now,
started off shaky
Are you
already.
currently
What's going
employed,
on?
Yes,
sir? And what kind of work do you?
I work at a factory.
Right? And if I could, are you familiar with a business called CarSource?
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with that business?
I worked for them.
You worked for them?
Yes, I worked for CarSource, and I've known the owners for 10 years.
And who are the owners?
Sam, Sal, their dad, their mom, and their.
And do you remember when you worked for them specifically?
That's
2018
interesting.
to 2019.
I could have sworn they said that the mum
So you
didn't
worked
work
for them
Castles.
2018 to 2019, but you've known them
But she ran
for
something
about
else.
a decade?
Close to a decade, yes.
And what I want to do, if I can, is direct your attention to August 24th of 2020. Okay?
Okay.
So that would be the day prior to the shootings involving Mr. Rittenhouse.
Yes.
On that day, did you have any contact at all with anybody from CarSource?
Yes, I did.
And who was that contact with?
Sam.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what that contact was?
The night of the 24th, I received a phone call from Sam stating that his car doctor was on fire and asked if we could do anything.
Okay, now I'm going to show you.
Oh, so this is the guy that proves that the brothers were lying lies that lied.
By the way,
What's a car doctor?
It was another business in a different town, but
thank
that
you.
that guy testified that they didn't ask anybody to defend the business. Now they're
If I said to you the
impeaching.
car doctor has been
Thank you.
previously pointed out as this car source right here between 59th and 60th. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay, and that is what is commonly known to you as the car doctor.
Correct.
All right. And you had said that Sam had asked you for your assistance.
Me and one other.
Do you know who that was?
I felt one other person?
Yeah.
Yes, that was Justin Hamilton.
And to your knowledge, did Mr. Hamilton, had he worked for CarSource in the past?
For 10 years, yes.
And on the 24th, what were you asked to do?
Sam had asked if we could do anything about the fires. Asked both of us.
And did you?
Yes.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you did?
Approximately around 9 o'clock, I received a phone call from Sam stating that car doctor was on fire and asked if we could do anything. And then not too long after, I received a phone call from Justin stating that he was going to car doctor to put out the fires. When they arrived, Justin and his son, Austin, who was a previous employer for CarSource as well, when they arrived, we called Sam, and Sam had said that the body shop door, garage door, was unlocked and to gain entry so that we could access the power washers and the buckets with inside CarSource so that we could put out the fires.
Lying liars that lie.
So was Sam, he wasn't down there with you, is that fair?
No, he was not.
He just had given you guys information as to what he was hoping that you would do.
Correct.
And the information as to, well, I'll ask it to you this way. Was the car doctor building locked?
No, the front door was, but the back door was not. The body shop door.
And did you gain access then to the shop?
Correct. He gave us permission.
And what did you do upon getting?
We turned on the lights inside the building so that we could locate the power washer and all the buckets. And we proceeded to unlock the front door and put out the fires. And we had numerous amounts of bystanders help us as well that were also helping us put out the fires.
Now, on the 24th, was there anybody there physically protecting the business?
No.
And when you got there, what was the condition? I'll ask you, were there fires going on at that point? Or
Yes.
not? And that was at the car doctor location.
Correct.
So were you able then to combat the fires, deal with those fires?
Correct.
Okay. At any point on the 24th, did you see anybody associated with Car Source or Car Doctor down there?
In the morning of the 24th, yes.
Morning of the 24th or the 25th?
Not at that night, no, I did not. The morning of the 25th, I did. Sorry.
So 24th, you're putting out the fires.
Correct.
You then go home at some point?
Correct.
What time do you think you left the Car Doctor?
1 a.m. Around 1 a.m. Anywhere between 12 a.m. and 2 a.m.
Now, if I can ask you about the 25th. On the 25th, do you have any contact with
Can't
anybody?
complain. It's just gone
And
8
who is
a.m. on
Sam.
Sunday. Got the
And
sun streaming through the
how
window.
do you have contact with Sam?
But yeah,
He
can't
called
complain.
me in the morning of the 25th asking if I could provide assistance to watch over the building later in that night. He called me and Justin Hamilton.
So at that point, he's not asking you to, if I have this right, he's not asking you to put out fires. He's asking for help protecting the business. Is that what
Correct.
you said? And how do you respond to that?
I say yes. I can help him. I can watch over the building.
And have you at that point kind of formulated a plan on what you're going to do?
Yes.
And what's that plan?
I had called my other friends that who also had previously worked there, and our plan was we were going to set up on the roof and stay there most of the night watching.
Hearsay objection.
And when you say that you had talked to your, or were planning on talking to your friends, who were they?
Austin Hamilton, Colin Doherty, and Justin Hamilton.
And did you have contact with those people at some point on the 25th?
Correct.
I'll ask it this way. What time did you get the call from Sam?
Early in the morning, anywhere between 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Not 10 p.m., 10 a.m.
And what time do you think you had contact with or spoke to the Hamiltons, the people that you were talking about?
Around 11 a.m. They first called me, and then I called Colin. And that
This
was
does
around
mean that
11 a.m.
Sam. This does mean that Sam was evasive for
After
obvious
11
reasons.
a.m., is it fair to say that you believe you have like a plan in your head and people to help you with that plan?
Correct.
After 11 a.m., is there anything else, or is there something that happens that puts you in contact with anybody else that ends up there that night?
Yes.
And who is that?
Dominic Black.
And can you tell the jury what that contact with Mr. Black was?
I had noticed Dominic Black around the afternoon, 3 or 4 p.m. He was downtown, and I needed somebody to give me a ride to go buy some body armor because I had not planned on being armed that night. And he said he would give me a ride, and Kyle was with him. They came to my house around 4 p.m., 3 or 4 p.m. in that afternoon, picked me up, and I do not remember exactly what transpired after that, but Kyle ended up lending me his body armor and dropping me off, and they asked where I was going.
Okay, I'm going to slow you down for a second.
Correct.
Okay. So you had said that you saw a Snapchat.
Correct.
I'm not familiar with Snapchat, but so it's like a video or something?
Yes, correct. I saw a Snapchat video of Dominic downtown,
And
Kenosha.
you then, from that Snapchat, reached back out to him?
Correct. I reached out to Dominic.
And you had mentioned that you were looking for or wanted
That cough's still not great, is it, Buggerlocks?
some body armor, right?
Correct.
And that
You know, you're not
tell me
supposed to
what
come in here.
you wanted that for.
I had not planned on being armed, and I wanted a means of protecting myself. And body armor was the next best suit for it.
Now, you had said that you didn't plan on being armed. Was there a particular reason that you didn't plan on being armed?
We planned on being on the roof, and I see no reason that I was going to need to be armed.
Based on your location?
Correct. We were going to be on the roof. I did not foresee myself needing a firearm or having any confrontation with anyone needing to have a firearm.
And you had said that, if I have it right, that Kyle Rittenhouse then had offered you his body armor.
Correct.
So did you accept that?
Yes, I did.
So to your knowledge, and if you know, Mr.
Interesting.
Did Mr. Rittenhouse say
Very
anything
interesting.
that would lead you to believe that he had another, like he had 2 sets of body armor or anything else?
No, he did not.
So what time, so you go down to Car Source, right?
Correct.
And who do you go there with on the 25th?
Myself at first, and then I ended up meeting Kyle and Dominic there after I left my house about 15 minutes. I had arrived at Car Source, and they met me there within 10, 15 minutes of being there.
And was that a planned kind of location meeting?
Yes.
Were you aware whether or not Mr. Rittenhouse and or Mr. Black had spoken to anybody from Car Source earlier that morning?
I was not aware.
So you, if I have this right, you're there about 4 o'clock.
I arrived there, I would say 5 o'clock. We went to go get the body armor around 4 o'clock.
So you, and which Car Source do you arrive at?
59th Street location, Car Doctor.
And you said shortly thereafter, Mr. Rittenhouse and Mr. Black arrive?
Correct.
And what do you do? What happens then?
I meet with the owner of Car Source, Sam, and tell him what's going to be going on.
So at about 5-ish on
Yeah.
the 25th, you have contact with the person you know to be Sam.
Correct.
And that is at the 59th Street Car Doctor location?
Correct.
And when you get there and you see Sam, what does he do?
Gives me a hug and tells me thank you for coming.
He didn't tell you at any point to get off that property?
No, he did not.
He didn't tell you that you were trespassing or anything like that?
No, he did not.
One of those alienating.
Was there any conversation that you had with Sam relating to any type of payment, or were you doing this for free, or how is this going to happen?
When I had arrived at the location, he said he would throw me some money to split between the guys that were helping us.
Oh.
No, he did not.
That's new information.
So you hug Sam, you talk to him for a little bit. Does
Did you
he
cuddle Sam?
What does he do, if anything, in terms of kind of helping you guys with buildings and things like that? Getting into buildings, anything like that?
He gives me a set of keys to the 59th Street location.
Liability is going up.
So that's
for
the Car
Source
Doctor location?
Car Doctor, yes, correct.
Yep.
Sam is
Sleazy
looking
car
for-
people, that's a first.
So you can go in.
Correct. Well, he had actually, we talked briefly, and then he said he was actually heading home, and then his brother Sal would give us a ride over to the 63rd Street location because he was locking up, and that his brother Sal would give me the keys.
And did you end up meeting up with his brother Sal?
Correct, his brother.
No,
Sal.
Wardrobe. That was for something completely
And
different.
did his brother Sal then give you the keys?
I'm gonna end that.
Yeah.
You had testified.
Sal. I mean, his name is
There it
Sal.
is.
Come on.
You had a
Sal.
plan to be on the.
Yeah.
I guess they didn't use tires to climb onto the roof.
How were you planning on getting up there?
A ladder.
And where was, if you know,
A
how did you
grappling
know
hook.
that there was a ladder there?
I had previously worked there and knew there were ladders, and Sam had also showed me where the ladders were at the Car Doctor.
And when you say Sam showed you where the ladders were, do you mean on the 25th?
Yes, correct.
So you then make contact with Sal.
Correct.
And are there other people there to help you protect the Car Doctor?
Not at the moment. When we had arrived at 63rd Street location, we'd stood around for about 10 minutes, and that's when another group of individuals in their cars.
Now,
pulled
Wardrobe,
up and
the
asked if we
coloring
needed any assistance
was
with
about
that.
this.
And what did you say?
I said if they want to, we'd appreciate it.
Okay. Did you
It's
know
got the green
who they
highlights on
were
it. I'm quite
before
happy with
they
it.
got there?
So
No, I did not.
Do you know the names of any of those people today?
I know one of the names,
And who is that?
Ryan Belch.
And to be fair, at the 59th Street car source, Dominic Black is armed, is that right?
Correct.
And Mr. Rittenhouse is armed as well?
Correct.
Mr. Bulch?
Correct.
Okay. So how long are you at the car doctor, before Sal leaves?
We were not at car doctor when these people arrived. He gave us a ride from car doctor to the 63rd Street location, and that's where we met these people. And then
Okay, hold on. Sal gave who a ride?
me, Dominic, and Kyle.
Oh.
We were waiting for Justin, Colin, and Austin to get there.
And Sal, do you remember the car he gave you? Do you remember the make of car he gave you a ride in?
It was either a Mercedes or a BMW.
And
Traveling in
went
stall.
from German down to 59.
No, 59 to 63rd.
Now there has been this jury has seen a photograph.
Correct.
Where was that photograph taken?
63rd.
Okay.
Sal and Sam are hoping for an acquittal more than anything on earth right now, so that it's justified.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're applying for their Antiguan citizenship right now.
The acquittal though just means beyond a reasonable doubt. That doesn't mean they'll get past the
Yes, I am.
preponderance of evidence.
And
No,
which
it's
one
true.
of those people is you?
I'm the one wearing the red cross on the helmet, the white helmet.
Okay. So you're fourth from the right?
Correct.
Okay. And there's been testimony that the guy on the far left is Sal, is that right?
That is correct.
Sal is done.
Yep.
After that,
Comparing this witness's testimony
Sal
to the
ever
previous, the
tells you-
performance is night
I
and
want
day.
you to leave here. I don't want you here. You're causing problems. Anything? Does he say anything that
No.
would indicate he doesn't want your presence?
No, he was very grateful for our presence.
So what happened?
Let's see how this plays out on cross. though.
Sal,
Insurance
see.
company's already calling.
No, Paulson, Queensland was always like
Yes,
Queensland was
actually,
Queensland
shortly
before the Queen even
shortly
took
after
power.
Sam
So
left, another group of Latino Americans had arrived in the parking lot with melee weapons,
No American.
telling us
Latinx.
to watch that location.
no, it's 720.
And after that, we had made our we walked down to 59th Street location to meet.
I think
up
it just
with
looks worse
Austin,
because of the
Justin,
quality of the video
and
that Nick was
Colin.
watching at the time.
and when you get to the 59th Street location, who's with you?
Ryan Belsh, two of his friends. It was either 2 or 3 of his friends. Colin, Dominic, Kyle, Justin, and Austin.
Yeah, actually, we're gonna have to talk
And
about that because
are
she's gonna be the
there,
Queen
for lack of a
Consort.
better term, kind of locations that people are gonna kind of be at for the
I'm
night?
not sure how I feel
Correct.
about that, honestly.
And what is your location?
The roof.
And if only if you know, do you know what Kyle's location is?
Did not state where he was going to be.
I'll ask it to you this way: was he on the roof with you?
No.
At some point, when you're on the roof, do the protesters, rioters, whatever, do they?
Johnny
move-
Rib
are
84,
they
thank you
starting
very much
to
for that. I
move
appreciate
south
it.
Down Sheridan Road.
That is correct.
And about what time is that?
They'd previously done it before I went on the roof as well. Around, I would say 8:30.
And at that point, are you on the roof?
I'm not on the roof at that point, no.
Once they start moving south on Sheridan, do you take a position on the roof?
After they dissipate, within 10 minutes, I do take position on the roof, yes.
And while you're on the roof, does anything happen to you?
Yes, our group would get chemical bombed from the protesters.
And when you say chemical bombed, can you just explain kind of what you believe that means?
I believe it was an ammonia and bleach bomb. They made
That's
it
what he's
out of a
basically done,
plastic bottle
Wardrobe.
and threw it up on the roof.
Now, to be fair, you didn't see who did that, right?
No, I did
My
not see who
understanding.
did that.
And anything else that was happening to you while you were on the roof other than the...
And if that's actually the case, I'm not
Bricks.
sure how I feel
We're
about
throwing
it.
bricks at
Because
us.
frankly, I feel like it's a fuck you to his father.
And again, to be fair, you're not sure who that was.
No, I am not.
You might not have known that night, but there was a gentleman there by the name of Joseph Rosenbaum.
Correct.
That night, did you see him?
No, I did not. I was not paying attention.
So there was no contact between you and Mr. Rosenbaum.
No, there was not.
did you see Mr. Rittenhouse that evening?
Yes, I did.
And can you describe what, if anything, you noticed that he was doing?
He was standing in the parking lot.
Okay. There's been testimony about him repeatedly yelling medic, medic, medic throughout the evening. Did you ever see him do anything as it relates to being a medic?
I do not know. I was not paying attention.
Okay. Do you have any medical training?
Some.
Okay. Is that in part the reason for the
Correct.
cross on the hat? And can you just briefly tell us a little bit about your medical training?
My brother, who was an infantryman in the Marine Corps, has taught me CLS, combat life saving, which is.
That's fine, Jiminy. She could have blessed it all she wanted. I still consider it to be a fuck you to his father.
Had taught me CLS, combat life.
His father was a prince to the day he died.
Taught me briefly on what to do with gunshot wounds, lacerations,
My own personal opinion on the matter.
Was there at any point that evening, sir, did you become armed?
Yes, I did.
And when was that?
When the first crowd had pushed toward us, when the police had pushed the first crowd down Sheridan Road, Ryan Belch handed me off his pistol and said, just in case.
And did you feel at that point that it was necessary or not?
Yes and no.
Okay.
Explain it. Yes, because there was a massive amount of people. I would say anywhere between 150 to 250 people. No, because I didn't see any need to have any. I had non-lethal.
Was your location a factor in that at all?
Yes, it was. I was on the ground at that point.
Okay. Did you then move back up to the roof?
I had not moved up to the roof yet. That was when I had moved up to the roof. When the crowd had pushed towards us. The people that were going to be on the roof had, at that time, figured this is a good time to go on the roof because the crowd had dissipated and pushed themselves back towards the courthouse. And that's when we went on the roof.
And do you, when you're on the roof, there's been videos shown, do you see Kyle Rittenhouse at any point after you go back up on the roof?
On the roof, a couple times throughout the night, I see him walking around.
Okay, so you see him, if this is fair, has he left your location and is he moving from location to location?
Correct.
At some point that evening, then, do you hear what you believe to be gunshots?
That is correct.
Right, and when you hear those, where are you?
I am on the roof.
And so, to be fair, you don't see what had happened, is that right?
No, I do not.
And there's been testimony regarding two instances, one involving Mr. Rosenbaum, the other involving Mr. Huber and Mr. Grosskreutz. Do you see either one of those happenings?
No, I do not.
Is there a time, well, let me ask you this. When you hear the shooting, do you get off the roof?
I get off the roof because Dominic had received a phone call. At the time, I had not known we received a phone call from, and he had stated that we have to leave. It is getting hectic. And the prior events that just occurred, gunshots, we all concluded that that was a safe bet, that it was getting crazy. So everybody that was on the roof had now got off the roof.
So when you get off the roof, do you see Kyle Rittenhouse?
Yes, I do.
And where do you see him?
Inside the shop, sitting down.
And how does he look to you?
Sweating, pale.
Does he say anything?
He repeats, I just shot someone, over and over. And I believe at some point he did say he had to shoot someone.
What happens then?
I tell him to walk outside and turn himself in. That was a safe bet for him. And I told him to walk outside, and he had said I had to shoot someone. And at that point, I'd left the location because I was in fear that the protesters were going to come to that location.
Excellent.
Okay, one moment.
Yeah, that's a good detail to the bad fact that he says I shot him and may not have had to, but now he knows he's in more danger.
And the fear of the
I don't have
protesters
any other
and how,
questions for you.
how potentially dangerous they are.
Yeah.
By the way, this is an exception to hearsay. They're excited audiences.
Yes.
Uh,
A present tense
Statement by
impression.
Yeah,
Present tense
present tense impression.
Yeah.
Did they just finish
I mean,
with him? They just finished with him?
Yeah, that's all they
That was
needed
it.
out of him. Undo
Yeah,
the testimony of Sal and Sam. Get on the record that Kyle
Mr.
was.
Smith, you
was
have
referred.
actually 2 juvenile adjudications for
Right to his character, huh?
violations of the law, correct?
I believe so, yes.
That's all they've
See how
got.
bad these
Is
On
he
April
impeaching his
30th,
character at this point?
2000,
Yeah, you can't. No. Yeah, you can't go to specific instances. You can't go into the details.
the answer was I might.
Well, look at
If
him
the
trying to
answer
get
is
a
yes, you're stuck
technicality.
with it.
I don't think we conducted the usual discussion prior. And
You're stuck with the
yeah.
answer.
And I explicitly said 2. And I don't know what happened, but the matter is covered.
Yeah, you can't. You can ask about it, but you can't go into the details. It's a trial within the trial.
All right, people, I'm going to check out. I'll see you all this afternoon.
Later,
See you,
Viva.
Viva.
See you, Viva.
Ciao, David.
He should know that though. He should know that.
He does know it.
He knew
Yeah.
it. He knew it.
You indicated that you met up with the defendant and Dominic Black and borrowed the defendant's body armor. Is that right?
That is correct.
Can you describe that for us, please?
The
is
body
that?
armor?
Yes.
It's a plate carrier. It's a vest. Yeah, a vest.
So it's not like a suit vest.
No, it is not. It's like a armor vest that you would see somebody in the military wearing.
What the fuck
What
are you
is
trying
it?
to get at, Bingo?
I do not know, but it does have body armor inside it.
I'm not
Soft
a
armor
textile
panels.
expert.
You know what it is designed to stop?
Bullets.
What kind of thing?
3A, so 57. Anything up
Bad
to
ones.
57.
A 357 is a caliber that's typically seen in handguns, correct?
That is correct.
This is not the type of body armor that would stop a rifle, correct?
That is
He
correct.
doesn't know
You're
that.
familiar with the AR-15s that the defendant and Dominic Black had, correct?
That is correct.
Have you ever shot or used one of those?
In the past, yes, I have.
Those typically fire .223 or .556 caliber, is that right?
That is correct.
And that's the type of caliber that would go through your vest.
That is correct.
Where
Is he trying to
physically
say that this
in
guy
the
wasn't
world
safe around Kyle?
did you go with the defendant to pick up that body armor on Tuesday, August 25th?
Bermuda. We got a nice hotel.
I do not recall where I went. I know that I'm pretty sure we left to go to my bank to pull out money. I do not remember what transpires afterwards, but Kyle does end up giving me his body armor because we never went and got mine. I do not remember why or what transpired to why we did not go and get it, but Kyle does end up giving me his body armor.
If I understood your testimony correctly, Dominic Black and the defendant came to pick you up that day. Is that right?
That is correct.
And I'm not going to ask you your address, but you live relatively within walking distance of this area, correct?
That is correct.
And they didn't
Light docks.
pick you up to drive
Yeah.
you to this area. They drove you someplace west or south of here, correct?
I do not remember.
When they came to pick you up, whose vehicle were they driving?
Dominic's.
Was the plate carrier body armor already in the vehicle
Yes, it was.
from the defendant?
That is correct. The defendant's body armor.
Who else was it
And
going
you
to
said
be?
that you chose not to have a gun that night because you felt the body armor would be sufficient protection. Is that fair
Oh,
to say?
bite
That
me.
is correct.
What were you worried about?
The way the previous nights of what I'd seen, I was worried somebody was going to shoot me or anything. You know, I just wanted a means of protection.
I'll be right back.
What had you seen on the previous night that made you feel that while you were protecting a business here in Kenosha, someone was going to shoot you?
A lot
you,
of it was
Binger, for that
armed with
question.
rifles and pistols. That can irate
Bad
throughout
answer.
the
Sounds
night.
like Bing has changed sides.
Very
He's
bad answer.
acting for the defense now.
Anyone who actually shot anyone on those prior nights.
No, I did not.
But it's fair to say that when you came downtown on Tuesday, August 25th, you were concerned about the potential of violence, correct?
That is correct.
You
Good affirmative
were
answer.
really concerned that that violence would come from the people on the street, the protesters, demonstrators, whatever word you want to call it. Is that fair to say?
Brick throwers.
You felt that they not only posed a danger to the physical property you were at, but you personally for guarding that property. Is that fair to say?
Oh, crap.
When is the last time before August 25th, 2020 that you worked for Sal or Sam or any member of their family?
2019.
I want to make sure we're very precise about the properties that we're talking about. You've got a map there behind you, and I'm going to represent to you, Mr. Smith, that there is a location that is marked car source that is on the northeast corner of 59th Street and Sheridan Road. Do you see that labeled car source?
Yes, I do.
Would you agree with me that that location is properly called car source?
The dealership or the mechanic shop?
The one that's on the northeast corner. I have a laser pointer if that would help.
Yes, it would.
I'm talking about this location here.
Yes, that is labeled car source.
And is that the proper name of it?
Yes, sir.
There is another location that is on the southwest corner of that intersection. Do you see where I'm pointing?
Yes, I do.
It is labeled on that map car source. Is that accurate?
Yes and no. They use two different names.
What is the other name they use?
Car doctor.
When we're talking, if it's helpful, if it's okay with you, can we refer to that as car doctor?
Yes.
Okay. And to be clear, that is the location, car doctor, where you spent almost the entire evening and mostly on the roof. Fair to say?
Correct.
There is a third location at the corner of 63rd and Sheridan that is also marked car source on that map. Is that accurate to call that car source?
Yes.
Okay. Is it correct to say that your plan personally that night was to guard the car doctor location?
That is correct.
Where you going with this, Binger?
You mentioned you had last worked for these folks about a year before this, fair to say?
Correct.
Had you ever worked at that car doctor location?
Correct.
Were you familiar with the things that had been inside the building when you last worked there?
Yes.
When you were there on Tuesday night, August 25th, did it appear that some of the property inside had already been moved out of there?
Some of it, yes, but not all of it.
A lot of the mechanics tools and diagnostic equipment, things like that?
Not a lot of it. There were still actual mechanic benches still in there, the actual roll-in benches. So those were still in there. I don't know if they were possessed any tools inside them, but there were, from my acknowledgement, tools still inside the building.
And tell me if I'm wrong, but when that location was being used to do mechanic work or detailing or whatever would be done, there would typically be cars that needed to be worked on that were parked in the lot. Is that right?
Correct.
On the night of August 25th, those cars had already been moved out of there. Fair to say?
Some of them.
And the 63rd Street location, the one farther south, that also normally would be a lot that would be full of cars to be sold. Fair to say?
That is correct.
And when you were there on Tuesday night, August 25th, those cars had all been moved out.
Not
correct?
all of them, no.
You indicated that on the night of August 24th, you were helping to put out fires. Is that right?
That is correct.
Was that at the car doctor location?
Yes, it was.
Where were the fires?
In the parking lot right next to it.
Were they cars that were on fire?
Yes, they were.
Not the building itself.
No.
And you said that on that particular night, none of the owners of the company were physically there helping to put out the fires. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
So they were relying on you and other folks to do their work for them.
Correct.
Is there a direction that I'm missing?
I have no idea.
I don't know, but keep in mind.
Similarly, the next day when you spoke,
it's easier to do
Sam
cross
or Sal or both of
than
them.
to do direct. Direct
The plan
examination.
was you were going to guard
The hardest thing to do.
the property, and those owners weren't going to be
So
there.
he sounds more
right?
together,
Correct.
He does.
They were going to pay you a couple $100,
and that's to
Is that
some
right?
extent
and you never got any of that money.
No, I did not.
rehabilitating him.
Okay.
For what it's
This
worth.
witness has high credibility, though. I mean, he's coming across as being very credible and
Yes.
Yeah, he's being and
straightforward.
great cooperative and respectful.
Yeah.
Yes. Meanwhile, Binger's still swarming.
You indicated that your personal plan at the car doctor location was to spend the time up on the roof. Is that right?
That is right.
And you didn't feel you needed a gun up on the roof. Is that right?
That is correct. I did not.
How were you going to protect the building from the roof?
I had multiple other friends there with rifles.
So what was your
So
presence
they were
going
the
to do?
ones
Correct.
who were going to be protecting it with their rifles.
Correct. I was providing overwatch.
Ah.
What does that mean?
I was watching the building. I was watching the building from the roof, making sure that nobody went inside or damaged property onto the building. The cars were burnt, so we didn't care about the cars.
So whatever cars were left on that lot were a
Ooh.
lost cause.
All of them.
You were worried about
Probably shouldn't have
structure.
answered that.
Correct.
That entire night, there was no damage to that
That is
structure.
correct.
No fire, correct?
Correct.
No stolen machinery or equipment, correct?
Correct.
You said that you didn't see any reason why you would need to confront anyone with a gun that night. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is that because you didn't feel that using a gun to protect a building was appropriate?
Yes and no. It was appropriate in the needs when the situation would arise, but at the moment, throughout the nights that I had previously seen, was not required.
That's potentially
What sort of
harmful for Kyle.
situation would arise with regard to that car doctor building where you would feel it would have been appropriate to use a gun?
Jump to the action. He didn't testify
Speculation.
was appropriate.
Yeah.
His judgment,
Those are close.
what he would consider appropriate for him might be a different judgment than another person.
Except he didn't have but he didn't bring a gun.
Was there ever a time on the night of August 25th where you saw a situation with regard to the car doctor building that you felt it was necessary to use a gun?
No.
I don't think that's a good question.
Where was Kyle? Kyle
Binger
was
is
the car
painted.
source, right? Or was he at the car
Well,
doctor?
To be fair, this guy
They were
didn't
at
have
car
a
source.
Binger is doing a good job of literally painting fiery but mostly peaceful. That it wasn't that bad. I mean, it sounds funny, but he really is trying
You
to
were
paint
shown a
it.
photograph that was
wasn't
taken
in the video, though.
What was I
On
saying?
redirect,
Earlier in that
were you
evening,
chased
were you
by a
wearing
raving
the
lunatic that
body armor
night?
in that
Thank you.
Yeah,
That's where I was
exactly
going.
where I would be going with it.
No one took a swing at him with a
Did anyone try and take a gun
That's
from
exhibit
anyone
number
around
six-
you that night?
Number 30.
No one tried to brain him with a skateboard. No one tried to pull a handgun on him. No one tried to do any number of other things that would make it reasonable for him to have a fear for his life.
So, Mr. Smith, you are the individual wearing the white hat with the red cross on it. Is that right?
That is correct.
What does that hat mean? Oh, sorry.
Also interesting to point out that he didn't feel like he needed a gun because he's surrounded by people with guns. I would probably hit that on redirect
Yeah.
as well. You didn't feel
Yep.
like you needed a gun, right? Well, I guess you can't lead him, but
Okay, so you have.
Did you feel you needed a gun? You testified earlier that you didn't go
First
up with a
aid.
gun.
Was that your way of letting everyone know that you were there to treat people that had a medical situation?
Yes.
Did you ever treat anyone?
No, I did not.
So
'Cause he was on the
I don't
freaking roof.
understand. Why wear a hat telling people that you're there to help when you're up on the roof and can't?
Providing aid for my guys up on the roof.
So your intent was to let the 3 or 4 other people that were going to join you on the roof know that if they needed help, you were there for them.
Correct.
Did you have medical supplies with you?
Yes, I did.
What kind of medical supplies did you have?
I had what's called an IFAC, an individual first aid kit, which has chest seals, clotting powder, tourniquet, and that's about it. a couple other medical supplies, gauze.
Did you ever have to use any of that?
No, I did not.
Oh, killer question.
Despite the chemical bomb, the bricks, and whatever else was going on at the car doctor location, no one in your group got injured.
No.
Is that fair to say?
It is fair to say yes.
Was that because they all stayed on the roof and they were all armed?
You indicated that once you got up on the roof, you really weren't aware of where the defendant went the rest of the evening. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say yes.
You were asked earlier about Joseph Rosenbaum, and I just want to be clear. As you sit here today, a year after all this happened, you know who Joseph Rosenbaum is.
I do know, yes.
At the time, that night, had you ever heard that name before?
No, I did not.
And looking back, do you remember encountering him at all that night?
Not at all, no.
I'm going to ask you the same questions about Anthony Huber. You know who he is as you sit here today.
I do know, yes.
On that particular evening, did you have any idea who he was?
Nope.
Did you ever see him as far as you remember?
No, I did not.
Same thing with Gaige Grosskreutz. You know who he is today.
Yes, I do today.
On that evening, had any idea who he was?
Unicep.
Ever remember seeing it?
Nope.
So these rocks or chemical bombs or bricks or whatever was being thrown at you on the roof, you are not here telling us Joseph Rosenbaum was doing that.
The roof.
Welcome to Wisconsin,
could not
Ron.
see who was
The roof
throwing
is
them.
on fire.
Your Honor, he's up on the roof.
Cheesehead.
In the car park. The police said we don't need a water. Let the mother burn.
You, and maybe I misheard you. I thought I heard you say at one point that.
Oh, that manipulative bullshit. Maybe I misheard.
Correct.
What do you mean by that?
Pepper spray and a pepper gun.
Speaking of roof, I'm going to have a baby roof.
Pepper spray out of it.
On the roof.
I just want to make sure I understand. You listed pepper spray and pepper gun. Are those two different things?
I believe at the time that I had what they, it had pepper balls in it. I don't think it was actually like pepper gel. It was a pepper ball gun.
And that's something that
One or
you
two
carried
balls in a
that
pepper
evening
ball gun.
because you could use that to defend yourself if there was a need.
Correct. Deter, not defend. Deter somebody. If the situation arised, I could deter whoever was coming at me.
Deter?
Deter, like scare them off or
Correct.
ward them away.
Correct.
It was that was a gentle way for him to correct him. That was fair. Well done.
You indicated that after you heard the shootings, the defendant came back. You described what he looked like, and you said he just shot someone and that he had to. Correct?
Correct.
Did he ever say who he shot?
No, he did not.
Did he ever say how many people he shot?
I do not remember.
Did he ever say anything about the condition, like whether those people were armed?
He did not say anything about them being armed.
Did he ever say that they threatened him?
I do not remember.
Did he ever say he feared for his life?
Do not remember.
He always does it three.
Did he ever say anything about any weapons that he saw on any of the people that he shot?
No, I do not remember.
He was
And he
running
didn't tell you
to
how
the
many people he
police
shot either?
after
No.
shooting someone.
I was a little confused by
Being
the
chased
end
by
of
a
your
mob.
testimony because on one,
Did he stop
one
and have
statement
coffee
you
with
said
you?
you told him to go outside and turn himself in, correct?
Correct.
But in another statement, you said you left because you were fearful the protesters were coming to that location.
I left after I told him that.
So help me understand, if the protesters are coming, you assume these protesters were coming to harm you or the defendant or members of your group, right?
Correct.
So putting the defendant outside was going to put him in danger, right?
Yes, it would have. Yes. If the protesters were coming, yes.
Did you know whether they were coming?
I did not know whether they were coming or not.
From the roof, you could see the line of police cars along 60th and Sheridan, correct?
Correct.
So you knew the police were there.
Correct.
In fact, by that time of the evening, the police had pushed all the protesters south of 60th, right?
Correct.
There were no more protesters around that car doctor location, correct?
Correct.
As far as you could tell, there was no more danger to that building. Fair?
Correct.
Why were you still there?
To just watch over the building the rest of the night. I mean, the prior nights, a lot of the stuff had died down, or so we had thought. There was fires around 8 o'clock the prior nights, and then later in the night, around 2 a.m. on the first night is when Car Source got lit on fire at 2 a.m.
So you were planning on staying all night
Correct.
up on the roof.
Correct.
But after the defendant comes back, you leave.
Correct.
Why?
I was in fear that protesters or the crowd would retaliate or any means, and I, at that point, had deemed that building a lost cause.
So you're a pussy.
If you didn't know how many people the defendant had shot, and you didn't know who they were, why did you assume it was the protesters that were going to be upset with the defendant at that moment?
Who else?
The fuck kind of question is that?
You
It wasn't Godzilla.
told someone else in your group, Joanne Fiedler,
Am I stupid?
that the police were coming to the building, didn't you?
I do not remember.
I mean, the police coming to the building isn't really relevant if the protesters are also coming and are already
So you
in
never
proximity.
came back to that location and told Ms. Fiedler that the police were coming to the building. Is that correct?
I do not remember. I mean, it's been over a year, so I do not remember.
Obviously, if you think the defendant should have turned himself into the police at that moment and the police were coming to that building,
Objection calls for
you would have
speculation.
wanted him to stay there, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further.
That wasn't a good answer for Binger, actually.
No, it's just like. But
He just
why be
undermined
direct?
his police are coming.
He's ended limp repeatedly.
Mr. Binger had asked.
That's
Failure to launch.
He shot his
That's what
load
she
early
said.
and ended limp.
Joe, are we gonna have to discuss this?
Fire.
I
Remember that?
understand.
Yes.
I'm just saying.
At any point on the
He exhausted
25th,
himself.
were
I
you
know your
ever
father.
at the car dock? Were you ever attacked?
I appreciate you, Ron.
You just
Did
asked
anybody
if he
ever
was ever attacked.
threaten
Very
to kill
innocent
you
comment.
at that location?
I do not recall. no.
Innocent, sure.
Did anybody threaten to kill you to your face? Meaning
No.
they walked up to you and said, "I'm."
You said no.
No.
Did anybody chase after you that?
No.
Ah, nice. I
Nothing
like
else.
I know what he's doing.
Nothing
That's
else.
what happened with Kyle. That's what happened with Kyle.
Anybody
He
threaten to
faced
kill
them.
you? Anybody
He
chase
threatened.
after you? No, no.
Exactly.
Get out of here.
That's right. You called it. You called it.
You did nail that.
Yeah, good cut, good call.
And
This is
stop
why people
talking
need to
and
watch
sat
here,
down.
not PBS, because we tell you what's going to happen in 5 minutes. You get a preview.
It's not a stream called in Kenosha Kojak.
But you know what though? That witness didn't help their case at all. It really, like, it didn't move the needle for me. Right?
He
That
went after
witness-
Sal. Sal and
Yeah.
Sam. He undermined the credibility of Sal and Sam. I think that was the main thing. No, we
Yeah.
did have access
Great.
to the building. They did ask us to be there. They gave us the keys. They drove us to the location. Kyle was with me, even though I've never met him before, so he must have had contact with Sal. I think that was the whole point of that testimony. And then
They took the
other
picture
stuff
with
was
him. They were appreciative of everyone being there.
It gives justification for Kyle's presence there.
Yeah, but it's still, it just doesn't move the needle. Like, we already got the win. It's just like, that could have hurt us more than it helped us.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Here we go.
Good afternoon. Oh,
Hello.
will you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Joanne Fiedler, Joann, Fiedler, Fiedler.
And Ms. Fiedler, I don't need to know your specific location of address, but can you give us the city that you live in?
West Bend.
And how old are you, man?
How old am I?
Yeah.
Oh,
Dude.
You bastard.
I got to answer that? Under oath?
There's
She's
probably
like, I don't
like a
answer
million
that.
people on there.
Where you work?
I work in manufacturing.
21.
You were
Since 1947.
right, interviewed by the FBI.
Clearly you guys know
as
something that I don't, so don't ruin it
the
for me.
incident on August 25th, 2020. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, if I could ask you, in the summer prior to August 25th of 2020, there's been conversations and testimony about civil unrest throughout the country. Was that something that you were paying attention to?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what you were thinking about it? What, if anything, you did about it? Things like that.
Well, I understood when BLM wanted to march, we were all with them and everything, but then they started destroying their own communities. And I didn't believe in that. That really struck me hard. And then the 71
Salt the earth testimony.
business owner that got beat down that bothered me a lot. Veterans bother me a lot, and the elderly bother me a lot, and children, of course, too. But that just didn't sit right with me. And you keep hearing everybody always saying somebody's got to stand up. Somebody's got to stand
Whoa.
up.
So
How is she letting this get in?
Your
Thank God. Binger's
you did
asleep.
in relation to
That was nice.
Can you repeat that?
Sure. Was there anything that you had actually done? Any groups that you started? Anything you participated in as it relates to and what you were observing?
Yes, actually, we started a patriot group. It's United Citizens for Patriotism. We wanted to show support for the country, support for the police, because they were asking to be defunded, support for all the emergency workers that were going out there into these riots, cleaning up, firemen, so just everybody that serves their country, our community services, and just show support for them. And we just stood out with our flags to let everybody know that we were thinking of them, we were there for them. We tried to do food drives. We tried to get the fire department involved. We got the police involved, but everything was limited, or they weren't able to bring out their trucks to do community things because of COVID.
And prior to August 25th of 2020, did you know who Kyle Rittenhouse was?
No.
Had you ever had, to your knowledge, any contact with him whatsoever?
No, none.
And so this group that you had talked about, that you had stood out and kind of waved flags, were there other people, relative or as it relates to this case, that were part of that group?
Yes. There was Dustin and Danton.
Okay.
So me and Danton more or less started it with another guy in the area, and then just more people came up to see what was going on and just talking to them and what we were standing there for. We met Dustin that way.
Does the name Ryan Balch mean anything to you?
Yeah, he had walked up one day when we were standing, I think 3 weeks or end of July, beginning of August, walked up in his military uniform and started talking to the guys. I didn't really have communication with him at that time, but he was talking to the guys and made friends with them.
So if I could then kind of direct your attention to 24th, 25th of August. Was there a time then that you had made a decision that you were going to come to Kenosha?
Yes.
And when was that, if you know, when was that decision made?
Just after seeing all the violence and the fires going on, I just got a phone call and said, hey, we're going to go down and help protect business.
Nanya,
You want to come along?
Have I missed something, or are you behind?
If you remember.
I think it was the 25th, correct?
I'm not, you tell me.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's
Well
the
handled.
24th or the 25th.
Okay. And based on that call that you got, was there some kind of plan put in place or some discussion about what you were going to do?
Not that I'm aware of. I just know we were driving down.
And who were you driving with?
I was driving with Danton Merritts.
And were there, so it was just the two of you?
Just the two of us to start, yes.
Okay, so you said just to start, were there other people that are relevant to this case that were part of that?
Yes, we met up.
I'm aware of that glitter
Parking
fart.
lot
It's a nice
and
little
met
Easter egg for them when they
Dustin
get here.
And Ryan.
And that's Ryan Balch.
Yes.
And if you at about what time do you think that you met up with at the parking lot?
5-ish.
Okay, so 5-ish on the 25th?
Yes.
And did you know of any specific location you were going or plan that was in place on what you were going to do when you got there?
I didn't really have the specifics. No, I didn't know of any plan.
So to be fair, you drive down with Danton Mertz. Where do you go in Kenosha? Do you remember?
Yeah, we came down Sheridan and we wound up at the car source on 63rd.
And was that just you and Danton, or was Ryan Balch and Dustin also there?
With Ryan, Balch, and Dustin. They were in front of us. We were following them. So
And
they pulled in there.
Sorry. And to your knowledge, was going to Car Source just kind of happenstance? Meaning, was it a plan that was in place? You know.
To me, it was just a happenstance.
And about what time do you think you got there?
It had to be at least 7-ish if I estimate the time, how long it takes to get here.
And when you got there, who was there?
Nick was there. He had the.
No, hold on. Nick is Nick Smith?
Yes.
Did you know Nick Smith before you got there?
No.
Okay, so you met Nick Smith that day?
Yes.
Okay, so Nick Smith is there?
Yes.
Not a conspiracy, not some kind of
Okay.
militia.
We got out.
Yeah.
He came up.
You've never met
introduced
any of
himself,
these
and then we
people. They
met.
just showed up.
What Nick introduced us to
By
was
invite.
the owner of Car Source.
Okay. And do you recall that person's name?
I didn't. He gave me like the full Indian name. I couldn't.
No.
Guru Vayaraban Venkateswaran Subramanya. Let's spell it like you say it.
Did he
And demonetized.
shake your hand? Did he look at you?
That happened as soon as this live stream started.
That's because I was here.
Thank
That's
you.
because I was here.
And
YouTube demonetizes anytime my face shows up.
I heard it's because they heard that we weren't getting a cut.
We came up to that building.
YouTube doesn't like that.
He had told us that he had over 100 cars that were burnt that night.
So, I'm sorry. When you said he was crying, there's crying, happy crying, sad crying. Do you recall?
No, it was sad crying. Well, I don't know if it was sad or happy. I know he was happy to see us, but I know he's sad about his 100 cars, the situation.
So, Exhibit 30, which is this picture, I just want to make sure if I'm right, you're the person third from the left.
Yes.
Is that right? You have the
Oh!
white hat on?
Grandma's in the picture even.
Whoa.
Man.
Is the person
I was wondering what they
Badass
brought her
grandma.
up for.
Frontline mama.
would say was crying?
America's grandma.
Yes, that's the man that Nick introduced as the owner.
And after you were introduced to the owner, what happened after that? Did he stay? Did he leave? If you know?
He just disappeared. I didn't see where he went. He just disappeared. We parked our cars and just met back there then.
Now, is this the location that you met Kyle Rittenhouse at?
Yes.
And I think you had said you had met him before, but was he there when you got there?
No.
So he showed up after you were already there?
Yeah, I believe we actually took 2 pictures before Kyle showed up.
And if you recall, of those people, who did he show up with, if you remember?
Dominic, which I think is on the right of Kyle.
The guy that's on the far right?
Yep.
Your far right?
Yes.
And
Don't say far right, man.
was there
far right.
Did you say he's on your alt right?
So after you take this picture, is there kind of a plan in place on what you all are going to do?
Just from what I remember, Nick wanted to split us up. He mentioned there was 3 businesses and he wanted to split us all up and one group go here, one group go there.
Did the person on the far left, the owner of the car source, did he ever tell you to leave? Did he ever say that to you?
No, not at all.
Did he ever tell you that you were trespassing? He didn't want you there?
No, not at all.
She laughed.
So you leave, and where do you go?
She's welcome everywhere in
Walked up
Kenosha.
to the 59th in Sheridan business. It was kind of kitty corner where he had all the cars burnt down the night before.
Okay, and who, if you recall, went with you?
That was Nick and me and Dustin and Danton and Ryan. I think there was another kid in there, which I don't
All
recognize.
right, guys, I'm going to get to
and
the
then
end of this
Kyle
witness
and
in about 40 minutes, then I'm calling it a day. Just giving you
Now,
a heads
if you
up.
know, was there a
If you know stuff, is not good. He keeps saying he's doing it too much.
that the owner said, or somebody said there were?
He's trying to avoid a foundation objection, but it's not necessary.
All 3? Were you just assigned to one? Do you know how that kind of played
Yeah,
out?
Binger's
As
asleep.
far
Just
as I
ask.
recall, it was just to protect the one on the 63rd in Sheridan, and the other one was on the.
Finger's updating his resume on
Yes.
Well, clearly one for
cosplay. It's like, is Monster.com.
So when you get to the 59th in Sheridan, are you armed?
Yes.
Okay. And what are you armed with?
This is brilliant, putting grandma up with her gun. So it's not a bunch of marauding young
Is that pistol
teens.
somewhere on your person?
It's a regular Americans.
I don't know if it was yet.
Oh,
I
man,
hope
thought
she
for a
doesn't
second
describe
she-
the pistol or
You're
the
not
chat will
disputing
lose
that you
their
have it.
minds. They're
No, I'm not
already
disputing that
talking
at all.
about based granny.
And when you
here.
go to the 59th Street,
It's
I mean, as if you would ever go
Saying
against
we all
anything that Mystic
support
ever told you to
BLM,
do.
But that doesn't mean we support
Are
like
you-
the
you
destruction
Give me
of
that
life,
bullshit.
including. So this way she doesn't seem like she's
Where are you?
alt-right, but that
Oh, I'm
she's
on the ground.
just normal.
and can you tell us who else is on the ground with you?
Kyle, Dustin, Ryan. Yeah, 4 of us were on the ground.
So how close
3 of the widest names in
to
America.
you is Mr. Rittenhouse at the 59th Street address?
Tell him Ty.
Maybe
Tyrone,
10
actually.
feet to my left.
So at that location, he's standing near you for at least a portion of the night.
Yes.
And when you see him,
I mean, Australians
At
always
that
quitting
location,
before the
and
fun
he's
starts.
with
We
you.
are the fun.
what is he doing? He being Mr. Rittenhouse.
To begin with, or
Well, you guys are just there on 59th as the night is progressing. Right? Yeah. Is he doing anything? Is he staying there? Is he leaving the property? What is he doing?
no, he was staying there. We were all staying there.
Okay. There's been conversations about, and I'll ask you if you look at that picture, there's that little orange box in front of him. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any time during that evening that you saw him doing anything other than simply standing there?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what you saw?
Yeah, I'm sorry. There was other people that did walk by before, like the bigger crowd of the protesters came through, and he was offering medic services. We had a girl walk up that I don't know if she broke her ankle or twisted her ankle, that he actually helped bandage her up so she could walk out because her boyfriend had to kind of carry her.
And when he did that, when he was doing that, did he ever ask you for any assistance in terms of, as it relates to his firearm?
Yes.
And what did he ask you to do?
He just asked me to hold on to his gun, and I did.
So he would take it off, if I'm hearing you right, he would take it off.
I was wondering what that was about, Liz.
Working on
What would you give for a picture of her with the AR?
And
Is this you?
She's comfortable with it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
that evening, do you remember seeing the man in the front?
Yes.
Okay, I'm talking about the man with the red shirt.
Correct.
Okay. Did you know who he was that night?
No.
He's the pedophile, right?
No.
Do you remember him from that night?
Very distinctly.
Okay.
Oh.
Tell people on the jury why you remember him.
I remembered seeing him with his red shirt, and the thing that caught me was the green earring. And this was when BLM had just come down in
Oh,
front
you
of
made
us.
enough of the rest of us, Liz.
And there was some other gentlemen that were talking with Ryan. They were talking, things were calm. And I saw him, and it was kind of a back and forth because I had some of the female protesters that were standing.
Look at the way
in
she's
front
addressing
of
the jury.
me.
This looks
So
natural.
they wanted, they were
Yes.
doing
Comparing that to
Lives
Grosskreutz
Matter,
yesterday.
right? And I just wasn't taking
Yes.
a side. I was just there to
Good pick up
protect
there.
the business. So I would look and survey and go to them, and I would look and survey, and I would see Rosenbaum standing there. And I saw the plastic bags in his back pocket. I didn't know what it was.
Okay, so she's
and
saying
then-
she knew nothing about him,
Can
but he
I-
looked
can I go
sketchy.
on?
Well,
Please, Grambo,
anything that he
please
had
keep
said
talking.
Grambo!
that
Nice.
you took notice of or would remember.
Yeah, that's the part I was kind of getting to is, I know you guys call him Mr. Yellow Pants, and that's kind of what we called him. He
Mr.
jumped
Yellow
up on the car,
He was pissing
and
his
everybody
pants.
started screaming, "Get off the car!" And Black Lives Matter was screaming, and he was shouting, and Rosenbaum
20 chicken nuggets to
started
split between
shouting
everybody.
back
Fight.
at us that he's gonna, pardon me, Judge, for saying this and everybody else.
I would,
He's gonna kill us
but my daughter would win out against all of us.
motherfucking niggers and cut our heads off.
Wow.
Oh.
And
Okay.
Pardon me, Judge.
what was your
people, dear.
response to that, if any, when he said that?
None. You kind of are frozen at the verbiage and the threats coming out of them. I mean, the whole night was quite shocking, but
I'm not rewinding it.
we didn't really do anything. We just kind of stood there. You have to ignore that.
Was there anything
Wow.
else
Might admit,
saw
you did not
here
just threaten my daughter with a gun.
supporter.
that you remember?
Not BLM.
Yeah,
I will stick my wife on you.
Pants was screaming. I saw that. I was going back to the ladies that were taunting me and going back and looking at him. And as I looked at him, I saw
Actually, I'm not about to
go
stick your
off
wife on you.
and, like something, like he lobbed something. And then within seconds, my eyes started watering, my nose started watering, I started coughing. I didn't know what a chemical bomb was. I didn't know. All of a sudden, I just heard guys screaming, chemical bomb, chemical bomb. And I just pulled my mask up.
Did you see him specifically throw something?
Yes.
Do you remember what it? Well, let's continue this way. Do you remember what he? I'm not asking that you say he threw a bomb. I'm asking if you know what was in his hand that he threw.
Yeah, he went back and threw like.
Oh
that.
yeah, I'm not even
Do
remotely
you remember
bothering
what-
with monetization on this stream.
Meaning, did he throw a? What was it?
I don't recall.
Okay.
In fact, do
That
we want to hear it
evening,
again?
Did you, while he was in your purview, your sight, did you see Mr. Rittenhouse
Might as well.
threaten anyone?
Oh no.
Did you see him point his gun at anyone?
Oh no.
No, he's a good boy. He's a nice boy.
Was there
Don't say
anyone
that.
there that
Don't say that, Grandma.
had?
Could have scripted that.
I guess I'll strike that. After you see Rosenbaum, and he does what you say he does, do you see Kyle stay there, or does he leave that location?
It was later in the evening after the police finally moved them down. We were all standing outside because we kind of
All right,
thought it
hang
was
on.
over. And then you.
Because to be perfectly honest, I missed exactly what was said. Where was the shock?
It was kind of a back and forth because I had some of the female protesters that were standing.
Look at the way
in
she's
front
addressing
of
the jury.
Me.
This looks
So
natural.
they wanted. They were
Yes.
doing
Comparing that to
Lives
Grosskreutz
Matter,
yesterday.
right? And I just wasn't taking a side. I was just there to
Good pick up
protect the business. So I would look and survey and go to them, and I would look and survey, and I would see Rosenbaum standing there, and I saw the plastic bags in his back pocket. I didn't know what it was, and then can I go on?
Well,
Please,
there
Grambo,
anything that he
please
had
keep
that
talking.
Grambo!
that
Nice.
you took notice of or would remember.
Yeah, that's the part I was kind of getting to is, I know you guys call him Mr. Yellow Pants, and that's kind of what we called him. He
Mr.
jumped
Yellow
off the
Pants.
car.
Did I miss it?
He was pissing
And
me
Shit,
everybody
I might not have
started
gone back far
screaming, "Get
enough.
off the car," and Black Lives Matter was screaming, and he was shouting, and Rosenbaum started shouting back at us that he's gonna, pardon me, Judge, for saying this and everybody else, but he's gonna kill us motherfuckers, motherfucking niggers, and cut our heads off.
Wow.
Oh.
And
Grambo takes the cake.
what was what was
Kill
your
people, dear.
response to that, if any?
Whew.
None. You kind of are frozen at the verbiage and the threats coming out of them. I mean, the whole night was quite shocking, but we didn't really do anything. We just kind of stood there. You have to ignore that.
Was there anything else
Wow.
that you saw
Rosenbaum
him
was a very big NLM supporter.
that you remember?
Not BLM,
NLM. Elephants were screaming. I saw that. I was going back to the ladies that were taunting me and going back and looking at him. And as I looked at him, I saw his arm go up and like something, like he lobbed something. And then within seconds, my eyes started watering, my nose started watering, I started coughing.
So he actually threw a chemical bomb.
I didn't know what a chemical bomb was. I didn't know. All of a sudden, I just heard guys screaming, "Chemical bomb!"
America's grandma.
And I just pulled my mask up.
Did you see him specifically throw something?
Yes.
Do you remember what it? Oh, let's get this right. Do you remember what he? I'm not asking that you say he threw a bomb. I'm asking if you know what was in his hand that he threw.
Yeah, he went back and threw like that.
Do you remember what he threw? Meaning, did he throw a? What was it?
I don't recall.
Okay. That evening, did you?
The irony is,
Well,
okay, we're still. Hang on, I'm going to pause here just for a second because the irony is, we're talking about Rosenbaum here. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm like 98% positive. Remember how they were making a big deal about how he had an empty bottle? This is going to the credibility that there could have been something quite seriously wrong with that bottle. Not that it necessarily was, not that there was ever any evidence adduced to it or anything like that. But who's to say that Kyle didn't have every reason to be as afraid of that bag as anything else? Rosenbaum. That's terrible tweeting.
Your site. Did you see Mr. Rittenhouse threaten anyone?
Oh no.
Did you see him?
Yep, good old Jojo got another bottle that wasn't empty.
No, he's a good boy. He's a nice boy.
Was there
Don't say
anyone
that.
there that
Don't say that, Grandma.
had?
Could have scripted that.
I guess I'll strike that. After you see Rosenbaum, and he does what you say he does, do you see Kyle stay there, or does he leave that location?
It was later in the evening after the police finally moved him down. We were all standing outside because we kind of thought it was over. And then you just heard the ruckus going on down by the gas station. I think it's the Ultimate. And then we heard gunshots. And that's when Kyle and Ryan and Dustin and Lurk, I think his nickname was Lurk or Work.
Okay.
Lurch.
They left.
So, did you see? Well, I'll ask you this way. So you heard? Are you telling me that you heard gunshots and then Kyle left?
Yes.
And if you recall, how close in time was that to about 11:50? If you know.
Oh,
I'll ask it to you this way. How close was it in time? You know now that Kyle ended up being chased by Mr. Rosenbaum and shooting.
Oh, that was way before.
Way before.
Yes.
So
Like
what
I
I'm
just got to
asking you
say
is
that.
later
That
in
was
the night,
beautiful.
was there a time that you were aware that Kyle tried to get back to you
Oh, yes.
and couldn't?
Oh, yes. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's been a
Why
while.
isn't Binger objecting to leading?
So we did see
here?
it because I was
Because he did it
standing
himself.
right over the wall
Hot calling the kettle, yeah.
when you came up.
Still.
So I was standing up front and I was watching because the
Just
Well, he's
because
also-
Richards doesn't know
he
when
also-
to eject.
and the gas
He
station
also might be
on the other corner.
waiting
So
for
he
Cross.
did come back. He had his hands in the air. And
Don't give him that
he
much
said,
credit,
"I'm
Alita.
working over at that business over there." I could
Honestly.
hear him telling the police that. And they told him, "No, turn around. You can't go through. You have to get back." And we were even yelling, "Let him through. Let him through."
Did you see him then turn around and
Police's
go back?
fault Kyle were there.
Yeah, I thought he was going to go back to the
Or was
Ultimate
there?
gas station. It looked like he was going over there. So
And is that the last time before the shooting that you saw him?
yeah,
Now, from your location, you don't see what happened with Mr. Rosenbaum, let me finish, with Mr. Rosenbaum, Mr. Huber, and Mr. Grosskreutz, right?
yes, correct.
Do you see Kyle after that?
Yes, I do.
When?
I think after everything had happened, he had come back up. I heard from the guys on the roof. They're like, open the door. It's Kyle. So I opened up because we had to keep the front door locked. I opened up the door and he kind of came running in and kind of fell into me. And there was a chair right there. So he sat down there. I saw him after everything had happened.
How did he look to you?
Totally in shock.
Can you give me some physical descriptors that would make?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Kind of
He was pale, shaking, kind of stuttering, stammering his words. He was sweating.
Do you recall him saying anything?
Yes, he had come in and he looked at me. He said right out that he had shot someone, and he kind of sat down in the chair and he was looking for his brother. He was asking for his brother Dominic, and he sat down. I remember him pulling his hair back, and he's pulling it back really hard. And just his comment was, "My God, my life might be over." And we're just like, "Okay, calm down."
That didn't take long.
After he said his life might be over, did anybody ask him anything about the circumstances, about what had happened?
Yeah, Dustin had come in at that time, and Dustin had commented. Dustin was kind of.
I'm gonna fair enough. I don't
Yes,
want to know what Dustin said.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. I'll ask it to you this way then. Did Kyle respond to anything that was said?
Yes.
What was that?
5.
That was that he had to.
6.
That's a hearsay objection.
Yes.
He's not an adverse
After
party
he
right
said
now.
that,
No, it's not for the truth of the matter.
did you
He
say?
didn't. She's not testifying whether he had to or not.
No,
Correct,
he wanted
correct.
his
Thank you
brother
for correcting.
Dominic, and I know Dominic was on the roof. I took his gun. Like I said, he was just shaking, so I took his gun. I ran out back. I set his gun on one of the trucks out back.
I made arrangements for it to be lost in a boating accident.
And I yelled, "Dominic, get down here!" So he
Gave him a
came down,
massage. I made him some
and when I
soup,
came
made
back
him feel
in,
better.
Knit him a sweater.
You had my last question or two is you had said that you had used you had climbed up a ladder to get up on the roof.
Yeah.
You just said that. Okay. Where did you do you know where those ladders came from?
No, I know we went into business when we
China.
first got there, and they were all in the back. So it's like a building, and then it's like a back parking lot that's fenced in.
Okay.
And in that back fenced in areas where they have the sheds and all that. Nick went in there and pulled everything out. That's how the guys have got up on the roof in the back.
During the evening, throughout the evening, was there a period of time that, other than doing medical work, that you saw Kyle doing anything else to kind of assist in the community?
Yeah, actually, me and Kyle ran. Excuse me. We ran. I think it's north. Is it this way up Sheridan? I can't see a
So,
map. Sorry, my direction is a little off right now.
She comes off
Call me
very
connection.
endearing, I think.
Oh, there
Yeah.
it is. I'm sorry.
And Bigger's got to be careful not to hard cross her.
That would be.
I was gonna say, would you beat her
Yeah,
up or
oh
would
yeah,
you
towards
just?
St. James Church.
Oh, I hope he sends Kraus
So-
across. That would be great.
We ran up there because there was they were starting a fire on the
You need to get on a diet.
the plywood
Yawn.
doors. They had covered up all the doors, and they actually
Hot,
started
spicy hot.
whatever you call it, fluid, whatever you want to start a fire. They threw it all over that door, and we're trying to start the front door of the church on fire. So me and Kyle had actually run up to that area to try to put the fire out, but people that were running along with the protesters had gone up there and put the fire extinguisher out, and then we just walked back.
Thank you.
Burn the church down.
Classy.
Oh,
So, Ms. Fiedler, what's about with the church? Neither you nor the defendant actually put out any fire at the church.
No, not at the church, no.
Someone that was with the protesters did that.
I believe they're with the protesters.
Oh, you see, protesters are good.
You spoke to the FBI on August 31st, 2020. Is that right?
Not sure about the date, but yes, I spoke with the FBI.
About 6 days after this all happened?
Yeah, probably yes.
And you told them that you contacted the defendant's mother the morning after all this happened and told her to be strong. Is that right?
Probably yes.
That's
You also
misuse of a
said
prior
that
consistent
after this
inconsistent
incident,
statement.
you
Everybody's been doing
had
it.
been in contact with the defendant's attorney. Is that right?
No,
Barnes
I don't.
pops
I
in,
read
drops
that, and I
knowledge,
don't
and
know
leaves.
what he meant by that because I wasn't. I've never spoke to him.
So you've read your statement to the FBI.
Yes.
That was a statement that was a summary of what you said to Special Agent Tim Walter on August 31st, 2020. Is that right?
Yes.
And in that summary, it says that, in addition, Fiedler has been in contact with Rittenhouse's attorney, John Pierce, regarding the incident and has provided information she deems helpful to Rittenhouse's legal defense.
Actually, the only thing I ever sent was any kind of video that I had. That is it, which I didn't have much. I'm not a video person. So as far as verbal communication, no.
Did you provide video to the defendant's attorney?
I
Yeah,
might
she just
have.
said
I
that.
don't know if it was mine personally. I really don't remember because I don't even have it anymore.
But shortly after this incident, whether it was your video or someone else, you gave something to the defendant's attorney to help him. Fair enough?
I don't. Wouldn't.
That's not
Yes,
against the
I
law.
guess,
Why are
yes.
you trying to
You
make it
don't have
sound
that
it?
video anymore.
No.
You didn't provide it to the FBI.
That's not true. I gave them everything I had.
Oh,
You gave them that video.
I gave them everything I had. I showed them my phone. I showed them anything I had.
You gave them
Whoa.
text messages.
I gave them everything I had. So when you say that I gave something to the defense attorney, I don't think that that was my video. I think it was probably a video I seen or something I passed along because I didn't take any video.
So it's fair to say that whatever you gave to the defense, you were trying to help the defendant, correct?
Yes, I was trying to help the case, not just the defense.
And you have watched a lot of the videos that have been put out on the internet of this evening, correct?
That is not true.
Have you watched any of them?
Yeah, I've watched some of them, yes.
The reason I ask is because you reference these words that Joseph Rosenbaum allegedly said to you and the members of your group. That's not on any video anywhere, is it?
No.
That's irrelevant.
So you are
So
from
what does
West
that have to
Bend.
do with her watching
Correct?
videos?
You don't live here in Kenosha.
Nope.
You don't work here in Kenosha.
Nope.
You've never worked at Car Source.
Nope.
Never bought a car at Car Source.
Nope.
Probably had never even heard of Car Source before all this.
No, I haven't.
You came down here that night with no plan of where you were going to be, what businesses you were going to protect, or anything along those lines. Fair?
I personally had no plan, correct.
And
You
by
were
the
coming
way,
down with a
West
group
Bend
of
is
other
about
people
10 minutes
in
from
West Bend
Kenosha.
area, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
You knew there was a curfew in place that night.
Actually, I did.
Objection.
You knew that they were closing off the on-ramps off the interstate, so
Yes.
people couldn't come in from out of town to our community like you, correct?
Yes.
Ooh.
In fact, that's why you came down a little earlier to try and beat that.
That
didn't
was
No, that is not true.
This is prejudicial. This
You brought
my
along-
community stuff.
a 380 pistol.
Yes.
He's
You
definitely
were
trying
going
to
to use that to
paint her as an
protect yourself.
outsider,
And myself.
invading
yes.
the community.
Yeah, I mean, the problem
How
is
are
you
you
live in
gonna do
Kenosha.
that?
West Bend is right up the road.
Yeah.
Sometimes the presence speaks louder than a lot of things.
The presence of what?
The presence of having the gun and being there at the business.
Were you openly carrying the gun?
Yes, I was.
So you didn't have it in a holster or in a
I did have
waistband,
it. Yeah, I'm sorry. It was on my side in a holster.
but you figured
She knows the law.
saw that they'd be scared off.
Somewhat, like I said, it's a presence. It's knowing that somebody's in the area, on the ground, standing there.
Alarm society is
It's
a
kind of a
polite society.
deterrent. Keep them away from the business.
And you'd agree with me that the AR-15s that the rest of the group
Has anyone
had
checked whether or not Bingo was
bigger,
violating the curfew at the time?
Correct.
A gun is a gun.
Object.
And
Good answer.
well, gun's
Good
not
answer.
just a gun. How many guns
Argumentative.
are you familiar
Objection,
with,
Anthony.
Quite a few. We grew up with them.
including
Uh-oh.
rifles,
Rifles, shotguns, yes. everything.
AR-15s?
Yes.
So you understand there's a big difference between an AR-15 and a pistol, correct?
Between an AR-15 and a pistol, yes.
There's a size difference. One's much bigger, correct?
And scarier.
We can all do the same
Very
thing.
scary.
They can all do
Scope,
the same
scope,
thing.
scope.
Got her. Got him.
Size
She got
doesn't
him.
change what can happen or what it does.
Ma'am, did you
Oh,
hear
the
my
chat's
question?
in love with Grandma
Yes,
now.
it is much bigger. Yeah.
Please answer it.
I'm sorry, yes.
The AR-15 fires a different caliber.
That's it.
than
Beat you
handgun.
to grandma.
Yes.
It fires at a higher velocity, correct?
What, he's testifying now? Where's the objection?
He's testifying. He's been testifying.
Farther away.
What?
Yeah,
It's
so-
a cross-examination, though.
In
He's
fact,
allowed to.
AR-15 rounds are capable of penetrating body armor, correct?
Oh, I did
Some
not.
degree of relevance
not know
to the
that.
scope of direct.
Your Honor, this witness is not a gun expert, has not been qualified.
So you
in
followed
munitions.
this group
What are
of
we
people
talking
coming
I think
down
they're just
from
letting him beat her up.
Pennsylvania to the 63rd
Yeah.
car source. Is
It
that
makes
right?
him look like a POS.
Right, he's beating him
Before you got
himself
here,
up.
You had no idea.
Yeah, and remember, they're looking at the jury, so they.
Anything like that. Fair to say?
Correct. Yes, correct.
You said at that time you met up with someone who identified themselves as the owner of that location.
Yes.
You personally didn't have any interaction with that owner, did you?
Yeah, I had a
She took a photo with him.
Do you remember speaking with Steve Spingola, an investigator with regard to this incident?
That sounds like an outsider name.
On September 8th, 2020, you had a phone call with him at about 5:30 p.m. Do you remember that?
No, I'm sorry, I don't recall what.
You said you've seen your statement to the FBI. Have you seen the statement that you gave to Investigator Spingola?
I guess not, no.
Let me, may I approach you on it?
Sure.
Well, I think you first.
She's sure.
he
It's my house.
acknowledges the conversation, because up to this point, she says she doesn't know if she had such a conversation, and
So I'm trying to help.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge.
But this is
Thank you,
not,
Judge.
it's not a prior statement. That's not a sworn statement. That's hearsay of the detective. It is
Steve,
no,
I'm gonna hand you a
this is the
document.
only court where
I'd like you
this
to take a look
nonsense
at
has
it,
been
take your
allowed
time.
so routinely.
And,
This is not
please let me
admissible
know
in
if
any
you're receiving
American normal court.
And he's gonna now ask her, didn't you say,
He
didn't you
can't do
say?
that. That's not a prior-
But watch him try, but watch him
Oh,
try.
he will, and the judge will, and the defense won't object, and the judge will let him get it in. This is, for those that don't know out there, you can't do this in a normal courtroom.
No, I've never
Wait,
seen
here we
this.
go. Here
Here we go.
I've never seen this, she said.
Well, that's a new story there.
Well,
Grandma
That's how she
won.
cuts him off there.
always lay your foundation on direct if you can. Cross it's.
You
it's rough.
told this individual, Mr. Spingola, that you didn't have any interaction with the owner of Car Source that night, didn't you?
I have no recollection.
No, I don't even recall the conversation.
Atta
and
girl.
That's not true.
Ooh. That's
What's
why
he gonna
Richard's
do
letting
now?
it go, I guess.
Also, does she know who the owner is rather than the manager or operators or stuff like that?
Who cares? She just blew up his line of questioning. Look at him. He's fucking
Yep,
lit.
yep,
He's gonna
that
knock
is
it.
exactly the body language.
Right,
You're
that-
100% right.
That you were going
What else do I
to
have?
location at 59th and Sheridan. Is that correct?
Well, that was decided for us, but yes, that was the end plan, yes.
Who decided that?
I believe that was the owner and Nick Smith.
That was the first time that night that you'd ever met Nick Smith?
Yes,
You didn't know anything about him before?
nothing.
And yet, based on his decision and the owner's decision, you agreed voluntarily to go to the 59th Street Car Source to protect it. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's fair to say.
Nobody made you do that.
No, correct.
Think he'll ask the bailiff for his balls back.
You indicated at one point that the defendant asked you to hold on to his gun while he was helping someone. Is that right?
Yes.
What are you getting at, boy?
Do we have it with us? The gun? Can you get it out, please?
Better watch that.
Oh,
Granny's
the
gonna break
gun
out a
again.
switch.
Do you recall how the defendant was wearing that gun that night?
Wearing?
He had the strap
Full
around
pages of
his
questions?
shoulder and body, and then the gun pointing down.
Is it fair to say that the gun was sort of hanging down the front of his body in the middle?
I think when he was walking, yeah, but I know when he was standing there, he would always have a hand across the front of it.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I think it's weird to have testifying
I'm going to
police
ask
and
Detective
detectives
Howard
sit at
to
the
hold on to
table
that
with
They're
gun
gonna wave the scary
and
looking
show
gun
you.
around again.
As much as they can.
Check it again, please.
Do you notice how big and powerful this AR-15 is?
How big and manly.
Notice how scary this
Even
weapon
if
is.
you didn't have any bullets
you
in
both
it, you could
confirm
probably
that
beat a man
I
to
don't
death
like
with
the
it.
Smith and Wesson, but
Stand back a little
I
bit,
prefer the Remington.
Howard. I want you to be where the jury can all see you. Why don't you step a little bit this way? Ms. Fiedler, can you tell us in your own words, and I'll try and have Detective Howard sort of demonstrate, how was the defendant holding that AR-15 when he was on the 59th Street property, if you know?
Well,
He's amplifying the importance of her testimony. She's now been on cross twice as long as she was on direct.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is a weird strategy by Binger. One bold strategy, Cotton.
With the
Wonder how
gun,
it worked
he
out.
hold on to it.
Just like
How
that.
could he gain by having
Okay.
her describe
So holding it with his right hand on the
She's got no reason to be phased whatsoever.
He's using her as a proxy for
And
Kyle. of saying
sometimes
dangerous
holding it with his
behavior
left hand
coming
or
from the
not.
community, but that's a trap
That could be, I don't
because it's
recall.
grandma up
I'm
there.
pretty sure that's
So you know you're not going to scare the
But when
jury
it-
with grandma.
When it came time for him to help someone out, he took it off and asked you to hold on to it. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Detective.
I thought he was going to be dumb enough to ask her to put it on.
You indicated that there was a time in which some females came to the property and were taunting you. Is that
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And
I
you
just saw the
indicated that they were
caption, "Only
chanting
during
Black
sex
Lives
and not
Matter.
very
I did.
Yes.
I
You
did
took
too.
that to be them taunting you?
No, they were saying other things.
You'd agree with me, though, the only thing you've told us so far is the words Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, but I could go into the whole story, but we'd be here all day.
You also said that there was a man wearing yellow pants.
I love this
He got
woman.
Rambo up there.
right?
The
Was
the
that
chat
one of
has
the cars
called her
that was on the
grandma.
lot?
Look at Big
Yes.
Boy.
Oh, we
The
all
members of
need
your
more
group told him
Rambo in our
to
I
lives.
have a heart attack before
And
this
in
is
fact,
over.
pointed a gun
I'd
at him
stroke out.
while telling him to do that, correct?
Yeah, he pointed his gun at us first.
Oh, the man in the yellow pants had a gun?
Yes, he had a gun. He
And
had a
then-
couple guns.
And then your group pointed guns back at him.
I don't know who pointed a gun at him. I don't know if they did or not. I didn't. I was busy watching my areas.
He pointed guns at us. I don't even know
So
if we pointed
you
guns
indicated earlier that you brought along your
Good
pistol to
response.
protect yourself and property. Is that right?
Yes.
How are you going to use it to protect property?
Oh,
back. Ask the
She's not on
next-
trial. She's not on trial.
Be armed while protecting one's property.
Oh, hey, we got.
It is not lawful to use deadly force in the protection.
Thanks. There you go, Judge.
And it's
In
important
Wisconsin, you can have a gun to
that we not
defend
get
property.
confused.
Oh,
Rob
Trying to
Gavale.
confuse the
There you
issue,
go.
Your Honor. I'm asking
Yes,
how she
you
was
are,
planning on
you coward.
using
Thank God the judge came to the rescue, stepped right in. Boom.
seriously.
I don't believe. I think I was going to come back to it.
I'm sure.
How are
I'm
you going to use that
Just skip it, Binger,
to
little
protect
Binger.
property?
Like I said, it's a deterrent.
You weren't planning on firing it to protect property, were you?
No,
You weren't planning on aiming it at anyone to protect property, were you?
no.
Most people who carry a gun aren't planning on doing anything with it.
You indicated that Mr. Rosenbaum made some statements, and I'm not going to repeat them all. But you indicated
on,
that
Big,
no
do
one
it.
in your group
Hard R.
responded to anything he said. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's very fair.
You said you pretty much have to ignore that, correct?
Yes.
It's fair to say you didn't consider him an actual
Thank you,
threat
AP.
to your safety at that moment, did you?
Not for the distance and for the group that was around.
Not for the distance.
Ms.
And the group that
Burkowski
was around.
characterized him as a babbling idiot.
Kyle was on his
Would you
own.
agree with
She
that?
was not.
I didn't hear him babbling. I just heard him. Well, I don't know if babble's a good word. If I may, he was just bitching. I thought it was I am.
Oh
The court allowed her to say it. Remember how what's his name got in trouble for a-holes?
You said Mr.
Judge plays
Rosenbaum's
bridge with
arm
this
went
lady.
up. and he
Oh,
might have
Bruce is
thrown
just like,
something.
I
but you have
can't even get
no
mad at this
idea
woman at this stage.
what it
Isn't
was.
it true? You have no idea.
You were then asked about a period of time in which the Kenosha police pushed the crowd past the 59th Street location. Do you remember that part of the evening?
Yes.
And this
You
is the
can't,
time
as you
period
sit here
when the
today.
defendant has gone south of 60th, and you said he tried to come back at one point, etc. You remember that time period in the evening?
Yes.
There were no protesters around 59th Street after the police pushed them back at that time, correct?
That's not totally true. There was an empty lot directly across the street from us, and there were protesters that were walking on the other side of the Bearcats. The police were screaming at them to get away from there, and they just kept walking through.
She
After
said
the
to him,
police pushed
"That's
the
not
crowd-
true," about 9 times.
Did any
She is
protesters
an amazing
come
eyewitness. She was born for this moment.
59th Street car shows?
After they pushed them past
Yeah.
60, they didn't push them past 60, past the gas station.
Let me make sure I'm being clear here.
Okay.
Ms. Fiedler, I'm going to use the pointer here on the map behind you.
You're blowing the hell out of my case,
I'm not
lady.
sure if you're familiar with this map, so let me.
Yes,
there's
please.
a location on the map that is marked car source, and that is on the southwest corner of 59th Street and Sheridan Road. You'd agree with me that that's the property that you were at the whole evening, correct?
That's south, the one you were pointing at?
I'm pointing. You can see where I'm pointing.
Yes.
That is on the southwest corner
Oh, I'm
of
sorry.
59th Street and Sheridan Road.
Yes.
You'd agree with me that's the property you were at all evening, correct?
Yes.
And there's a time when the police
She really
move
wanna give
down
him anything.
Sheridan, past that location south, and establish a line of armored and police vehicles here across the intersection of 60th and Sheridan. Do you remember that?
Yes.
After that, no protesters come back to 59th Street, correct?
No, that's not true.
You talked about the time
Because
when
it's
people were walking
devastating
through
to my
the pile of
case!
rubble. Is that right?
No.
What protesters came out and stood in front of 59th Street car source after the police pushed them past?
They didn't. The police also turned their Bearcats around and backed up, and all the protesters then came at us, and bricks were flying, bombs were flying.
It was a war
Everything.
zone.
They came at us with full force. That's why I had to go inside.
Okay. And I apologize. I probably have not explained myself properly. Let's.
No, you just didn't
go
get
to
the answer you
end of the
wanted.
evening. You remember the defendant coming back, the shootings, all that. Leading up into that, the few minutes before that, that was the second time that the police had pushed everybody down to 60th, correct?
Yes, correct.
I'm talking about that period of time, at the end. After that, when the police come by that final time, the protesters have all been cleared south of 60th, correct?
No.
That's not true.
You remember protesters around 59th Street car source after
We
that?
were pelted for almost the whole night from after the Bearcats backed up. They came and they bombarded us. And then they left again because we had come out again and they heard shootings and some other people had left. But then they came back at us, and I was inside the building basically probably the rest of the evening.
You testified in response to one of the defense attorney's questions that you thought it was over when the police pushed the protesters south.
Correct.
Yeah,
And
she
they
thought it
stopped
was.
there. That was
And then the
before
protesters
they
came back.
Had backed up. We had thought it was over.
So you talked about the defendant returning to the 59th Street car source location, correct? Now let's be clear. You never saw any of the shootings in this case.
That's correct.
You don't have any personal knowledge about any of that stuff, fair to
No.
say?
Yep, none.
You've been asked about Mr. Rosenbaum. At that evening, you had no idea what his name was.
Correct.
You've described what you saw about him that night, correct?
Yes.
As you sit here today, you know there's a person by the
Oh,
name
thank
of
you very
Anthony
much. I
Huber,
hugely appreciate
correct?
that. Hang on, I got to open the app so I can actually
That
read it.
night, you never saw him once, correct?
No, I don't. No, I have not.
You'd agree with me, it's correct. You've never
Yes,
seen
I'm sorry. Yes, you're correct.
You know now, today, there's a person by the name of Gaige Grosskreutz. Is that yes?
Correct.
That night, never saw him, had no idea who he was, correct?
You indicated that when the defendant returned to your location, he said to you that he had shot someone. Is that right?
Correct.
Did you attach a message to it?
Meaning
I can't
one
open it.
Objection.
But thank you very much.
That's what someone is, I guess.
He never said to you he shot 3 people, did he?
No.
He never told you that any of those people had a gun, did he?
No, he didn't really describe anything about what had happened.
He never told you that any of those people threatened him in any way, did he? He never told you that any of those people had any weapons on them, did he?
Let's run through a list of things he didn't say.
Correct?
Correct. I'm sorry.
He could have started off with this, though, and he'd have a cross-examination here.
There came a time in which
He never
Nick
said he
Smith
prefers pizza.
came back to that location and said the police were coming, correct?
Yes.
And after that, all of you got out of there, correct?
Not immediately.
Oh, she does not want to
In
give you
your
anything.
FBI statement, you said soon after Nick came into the location and
This is
stated that
improper
police were
use
coming
of
to the
objective
building.
It's not her
Everyone
statement.
then left the building, correct?
No, I had to go get the guys off the roof.
But then everybody left, correct?
We came down and everybody else that was down there previously was gone. Yes.
Including the defendant,
Yes.
after hearing that police were coming, correct?
I thought
Oh,
him-
try and paint him as if he was running from the
Are
cops.
they going with fleeing the
I have nothing
police
further.
here? When he turned himself in that night?
After he got pepper sprayed by said police?
You were asked about Mr. Rosenbaum, and there was questions about how you would describe him and how others had described him. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever have any direct contact with Mr. Rosenbaum?
No, it was just that when we were standing at the 59th Street, just seeing him when Yellow Pants was jumping on the car.
So Mr. Rosenbaum had never directed, if I'm right, had he ever directed any threat specifically to you?
No, not specifically to.
Had he ever physically ran after or chased
Okay,
you?
no worries. Well, thank you very
No.
much for the donation. I hugely appreciate that.
When you said that you were being harassed, or I think that's the word you used.
Oops, that was 3, not 2.
Young man.
What were some of the things they were saying to you?
They were calling me out. Come on, Blondie, come on out here. Not so tough. Put your gun down. As soon as I didn't give them their power sign, they just got a little bit more aggressive because they were actually kind of friendly at first. Everything was very friendly at first.
When
Sounds
you, Mr. Binger said you never actually saw Mr. Rosenbaum throw anything. Remember him asking for saying that?
Yes, I remember.
Okay. Is this fair? After you saw his arm move, did you see a gas bomb explode?
I believe that it landed on the roof. I don't know because immediately.
I love this one. He never
Yeah,
told
I
you
saw
that the
water
WNBA
being
deserves the same pay as the
started
NBA,
running.
did he?
So I can't say that I saw anything like that.
And Mr. Binger was asking you questions about you never, what Mr. Rittenhouse didn't say when he got into the building, right? He didn't tell you specifics about what happened. Is that true?
Correct.
But he did say that he had to do it. Is that right?
Yes.
I don't have anything else.
Nothing else needs to be said.
Mr. Phillips. Let's take a break, folks. Please don't talk about the case during the break.
All right.
We have another legendary witness from this trial.
Yeah.
Yep.
The only part that I think maybe didn't go as well was the part where they were talking about the videos that she was maybe sending to the defense, maybe sending to the FBI. It seemed like she wasn't as tight in her answers with like as that line of questioning went on. She almost seemed like she was starting to contradict herself.
I wound up thinking that they were saying she sent videos, and she was saying they weren't my videos. I wonder if the jury saw it that way, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, overall, I thought she was an excellent witness.
Mhm.
And
He was, excuse me, Judge, bitchy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. I want to welcome to the stream Robert Grueller, criminal defense attorney. How's it going, man?
Hey, Nick. Good to see you, brother. Good to see everybody.
Robert Grawler? Did he change his name?
And there's
I got a
Bob.
lot of,
We do have some. There's yep.
Huh.
Got a lot of new faces. I haven't met a lot of people sort of, circling around each other from the YouTube bubble, but it's good to see everybody here.
Here are the
Yeah.
these photographs, which were graciously sent to us by.
So these are the photos that they took
the
of the
photographers,
physical
and,
demonstration.
please take a look at them. Unless you have objection, I intend to offer them as the next 6 sequential exhibits.
Objection is killing my case, Your Honor.
Man, this has been this has been a good day so far for the defense, in my opinion. I don't know, Robert, have you been able to catch much of it?
I'm just getting caught up. So I just joined and I just saw sort of the second half of that cross with this latest witness. So I watched a little bit of the state's closing this morning, but not really.
You see to these photographs?
I understand. Will you be able to use them?
Sure, they're exhibits. The reason I had them prepared, I do.
It's because
Okay,
I'm the
go back to
coolest
your
judge
mics.
ever.
Back to your mics.
He does more work for the defense than the defense does.
I'm gonna.
He's even making the paperwork now.
Unusual practice that I will have a photograph taken either by one of the litigants or myself, so that it's better in the record than just somebody trying to describe what's being portrayed. So I had the photographers who were kind enough to take these pictures, and they are now exhibits A through E. In the record, is there any objection? And they are exhibits in the case which you may use if you wish. Okay.
So he took photos of the people doing demonstrative physical exhibitions. People out there watching.
And that was specifically with the medical examiner and demonstrating how far Rosenbaum was from the gun when he shot his hand, and it was like within inches.
Yeah, and the letters of A through E rather than numbers indicate this for the defense and the prosecution. Right?
Well, makes sense. Or wait, no, that's
That's
not
how we
the
would do it
witness.
here in New York. In New York, you separate
Yeah, I'm not
plaintiff
sure.
and defendant based on one will be numbers and another will be letters. We've been hearing number
Yeah.
exhibits all along.
It depends. Everybody's different. Usually in federal court it will be, A, they'll choose an A, and then defense is B or whatever. It starts with a different letter, same number.
Right.
Some will have I've never liked that. I prefer everybody just numbers all the way through.
Right.
Because otherwise you have like 2 exhibit number 1s and 2 exhibit number 5s and so on and so forth.
Ooh, so does anybody have any opinions on how this is going so far? We've moved into the defense's case in chief. Any opinions on how that is actually playing out? I mean, I think
Grambo
Grambo did such a great job.
Grambo is
She literally is trending. I think Posobiec did tweet out Grambo earlier.
Nick, that's your fault.
Holding the gun.
It's the chat.
Yeah,
fault
that's your chat, Nick. They made her famous.
Yeah.
She was great. It's interesting to see. You know, it's funny because when Richards dropped the hard R in opening, I'm like, but the way she did that, and I'm sorry, Judge, I just have to quote these miscreants, and then she drops it. I'm so sorry, and it was like, how can you be mad at this lady? Oh man.
No, she did that very well, and Binger made the mistake. He should have.
Interesting.
Have limited his cross to just the issues about his story about they fled the police, which is nonsense, but he's got his inferences there, and maybe it's something about her not using the gun. She didn't use it, wasn't feel a little bit there. Don't go too much there, but that's it. Not try to make her an example of this is why we have to prosecute Kyle, because these out of towners from
These
the
grandmas,
wild town
these
of
armed grandmas.
yeah, old town of West Bend, which is 10 minutes up the road from Kenosha. It's a working class suburb of Milwaukee, which is kind of what Kenosha half is, and is coming into town to cause trouble. And nobody's going to see Grambo and think, oh man, we got to keep Grambo out of town. and he
Yeah.
stepped into it by making her a substitute
Gotta kick
proxy for
Grambo
Kyle,
out of
which is
town.
exactly what the defense wants her to be seen as.
In defense of Littlefinger, though, one of the toughest type of witnesses to cross-examine is a little old lady. I mean, I think that's second to like.
Yeah,
a
that's why
10-year-old.
you stay away from
A
this guy
7-year-old
can't
child
help himself.
is worse. It's harder to do it like a little kid, but like after that, a straight shooting grandma is really tough because
He should have
you wanna
learned his
break 'em,
lesson
you
by
can't be
now.
harsh.
After Richie McGinnis slapped him in the face,
Yeah.
he should learn, keep his ego in check. You can't take apart everybody you don't like.
Yeah, and to have her consistently say that's not true. That's
like
not
10
true.
times,
Yes.
11 times.
Oh.
'Cause that's
Yeah,
what it does.
that damaged the credibility of the
Littlefinger's
prosecution. Something shocking.
So very different from the cross with Grosskreutz the other day or yesterday. Good Lord, all these days are mixing together. So much streaming, but you know where he was just whipped into submission relatively quickly, and then he just followed along with the questions.
They
In
used
this
the
case, that she was very adamant that she said, "Nope, that's not that. I never said that. That's not accurate. That's not true."
Did you talk to this Italian-sounding detective that definitely doesn't sound like a Wisconsin name? I don't remember that at all. Oh God.
By the way, that's the defense investigator.
Oh, is it?
And so they produced a printout of her statement to them. I don't think that's subject to discovery. I wouldn't have necessarily done that, but as the precautionary, they did so. Though, like we've all been saying, that this habit of introducing somebody else's written notes or printed up notes of their interview with you is not admissible evidence. It's not a prior consistent statement. It's not a prior inconsistent statement. If I try to do that in court, I'm sanctioned by the judge for even trying to do so.
You got to bring the person who published this or who's written the statement and ask them about to testify that they've actually generated the statement and what I guess the grounds for which they've done it. And you have to have the other person available to cross-examine or examine, as it were, to verify the statements itself.
Exactly. I mean, a prior consistent, inconsistent statement really means you, the witness, signed it under penalty of perjury or took it under penalty of perjury, which none of these statements are. They're all out of court hearsay of a third party.
Yeah, very fiery testimony. I wasn't sure how today was going to go, and it started off so boring with the forensic video expert who couldn't tell you how to timestamp a video or if you could sync it up via sound. I mean, that was a weird sort of thing, but he was, breathing into the mic. He's testimonying the most laborious way, but it's turned out pretty exciting so far. And Grambo is icing on the cake. I'm curious who they're going to call next.
And I mean, you can't beat that affability. I mean, that really, when compared to Grosskreutz and exactly how disingenuous he was looking at him, the turning there, turning back, the jury is so able to see that and read that and say, hey, we're not going to trust this guy. But this woman who's looking at us, she's looking us in the eye. She's stable. She's steady. She's not twitching. She's not smirking like the detective or officer who said, oh, yeah, I pepper sprayed Rittenhouse. And he knew what he was doing, when he did that.
Yeah,
He's not having any of those negative tells.
And also, I was going to say that it also really kind of combats this whole idea that all of the people.
Yeah, guys, I'm hearing that photo chat is next. I promised the wife that I would stop at a natural stopping point, so I will see whether or not I can do some more of this tomorrow. Otherwise, it will be Tuesday your time. But yeah, it looks like we're getting close to the end. So I've got to go and sort out some other things. Can't believe you're still streaming. Do I sleep? Really? But anyway, guys, I'm going to get out of here. Thank you all for joining me. The only person I can see that is live for me at the moment is the expert. Apparently there's something about tornadoes. So I'll shift you across there, but entirely up to you what you continue watching. Feel free to go back and watch some of my other content if you want. But as always, guys, please remember... Hang on, let's do this properly. Please remember, you are not a piece of shit. You do have value and you do contribute to society. And I'd really appreciate it if you did hit that like button and double check whether or not you're still subscribed, because YouTube took another couple away during the stream. So, as always, guys, stay healthy, wealthy, and wise, and fuck this shit, I'm out.
Fuck this shit, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out. No thanks. Don't mind me. I'ma just grab my stuff and leave. Excuse excuse me, please. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Nope. Fuck this shit, I'm out. All right then. I don't know
Hey, Coffee
what the
Club.
fuck just
If
happened,
you want to give me
but I don't
an
really care.
endorsement, feel
I'ma
free.
get the fuck up outta here. Fuck this shit, I'm out.
So